The Heavy Knight belongs to the class of defenders. He attracts the strikes of enemies and strongly stands in defense, occupying a strong defensive position. However, compared to other protection classes, this is greatly inferior. Even with increasing level, the fighting remains weak and does not allow to reveal the true potential in the attack. It is for this reason that this class is considered the most unfortunate, doomed, and absolutely useless among all others. Every time the protagonist faced fragments of the distant past, read or watched, he had a strange feeling that all this had ever happened in his eyes. Today, as the heir of the genus Edoan, he must take part in the blessing ceremony. And again he is covered by a strange feeling of Java, as if all this had ever happened to him. The main character came up with his father and reassured him. They say, all right. He called his son Elma, emphasizing that he is his child, so he has every reason to believe in God the Sword. And then the priest solemnly proclaimed the name of Alma Edoan and said, the gods would give him a blessed class. The priest proclaimed the divine providence loudly, but the main character learned about it 5 years ago. And in fact, even earlier, even long before his birth. This world is a multi-user VR game that he has played in his past life. All laws and magic here are identical to those that existed in the world of magic. If so, then he wants to get the class he always liked. The magical warrior in this world was considered an invincible and most powerful profession. The hero saw his own profile, which was indicated. He is a heavy knight of the first level. It was incredibly pleased with him, and, full of pride, the young man shared the news with his father, reporting that he became a difficult knight. Suddenly, the main character swept a strange feeling. Something clearly was wrong. He turned to his father again, and he, seized with horror, looked at his son and asked what he had just said. The father asked again, as if he could not believe he heard. Did his son really say that he became a swordmaster? Elma looked at his father, not understanding the causes of such behavior. His mind confused memories of his past life, and he felt completely confused. In this world, those classes that allow you to quickly gain levels are considered to be the best. The more complicated and slower the class is pumped, the worse the reviews about it. The reason seems that the distribution system for classes is not too developed here. The guy hesitated whether to answer in the presence of his father. The man came closer, took his son by the hand, and looked carefully at his class. The man began to shout, "What does Hard Knight class mean? The status of the hero is pathetic on all sides. No combat skills are visible. He is not even able to apply at least one attacking technique. The guy himself is weaker than a wooden doll. This class has long passed all the limits of decency." Alma tried to reassure his father, assuring him that safety and care of health here at the highest level. The father strongly repels Elma, stating that it does not matter. He relieves that the ceremony is carried out indoors, so no one will be able to shave his son outside these walls. In his head there are anxious thoughts. What is waiting for their family further? At that moment, Elma lay motionless, silently watching the events around. Suddenly, someone's apologious voice came from the side, and after that, a clear knock of women's heels was involved in the air. The girl went forward and reminded that she also had to get a blessing. She asked in question whether it could be done. The girl was called Maris. She belonged to the side branch of their family. Once upon a time, they have died together with Alma several times, but have not told each other for 5 years, probably because of its distant affinity. The priest hesitated for a moment, but the head of the family did not endure the delay. He strictly ordered the rite to start immediately. Alma was engulfed by alarming anticipation. The priest spoke of divine providence. The girl looked at him with a smart smile, and noted that she was skillfully owning a sword. The girl apologized, hinting that she seemed like Elma's talent. Her mocking gaze remained stubbornly chained to the hero in which he was read. Elma suggested that if one of the illegitimate children get a swordmaster class, his father will have a new reason. And the hero's anticipation once again. At that moment, the head of the family approved Maris, noting that this is what embodies the true spirit of the Etherean family. He announced that from now on the girl would become his daughter and true heir to Edoan's house. The protagonist has frozen in full confusion, watching the girl firmly hugs the head of the family and moves him to his father. After that, she turned to Elma, twisting in grimaced disgust, and coldly stated that Elma did not fit the role of the future head of their family. The father ordered the young man to leave the house in a harsh tone, because he did not live up to his hopes and would not be considered his son anymore. To spend such an alarming night in the family has become a real shame for their kind. Without holding back anger, he exclaimed to get out of here immediately. Elma begged his father to stop. Of course, it was true, but he believed that their family did not need this difficult evening. The man strictly ordered him to silence, reminding of everything he did for him. And at the end, he sharply banned his eyes again. He is strictly forbidden to pronounce his name in people. Otherwise his father will not stop before to punish his son, even if he has to deprive him of his life. After that, the man turned, took the girl, and left, leaving Elma alone with himself. It passed for a while, and the father stopped paying attention to his son. One day, he just gave him a few coins and ruthlessly expelled him. The young man was sitting in his hotel room and bitterly cursed his father for everything he did with him. He deprived his family, home, and the meaning of life. However, his class is the most powerful among all. The night seemed heavy. But here is everything else. The past of this world, its climate, even the name of the city. The Rondar. All this is different from what was in the game. He believes that at first it is necessary to carefully understand this problem. First of all, you need to analyze your own condition and abilities. It causes a status window and thinks, if the characteristics or skills of Hard Knight have changed here, it can be a serious trouble. He revised his abilities: heavy armor, suspension protection, basics of sword possession. Elma sighed lightly. All the skills remained as he remembered. Skill tree. This allows you to choose the direction of development of abilities and decide what ability to set your efforts. Skill points are available. 5. This is the starting number of points you get when you open your class. With each new level, you have another point. Without exaggeration, you can say that your chosen path will determine all your further life. The skill tree consists of a certain set of fixed skills, and also contains 2 types of abilities that can be obtained randomly while obtaining a new class. As for the main character, the only constant skill is a heavy armor. This ability is considered to be the weakest among the whole branch of a heavy knight's tree. However, this force is really impressive, although it is not easy to deal with it. First of all, there are many things that take a lot of time. For example, increasing protection is one of the most useful skills. Although the hero will not be able to master new skills, this skill increases protection. The basic level of fencing is not as low as it may seem at first glance. It can be strengthened using special items. In addition, in the future, this skill can be improved in the tree. However, the hero now decides to spend 5 points of skills in owning heavy armor. The heavy armor reached the 2nd level, opening a new skill, the Wall of Defense. When the heavy armor climbed to the 5th level, the protective force increased by another 10 points. The protagonist squeezes his fist, feeling the confidence that he is now the strength of any test. The next morning he goes to the city. Elma Edwin had the 1st level. His attack was only 8, the protection was also 8, and the magical power was 5. There were 3 skills in his arsenal. Suddenly traveling the forest, the young man hears a characteristic croaky. Looking at, he notices a huge loud frog in the thickets, looking at him with his eyes. The guy evokes status, calling his wound and learning that the monster was 2nd. But suddenly the cut-off finger jumps rapidly to him. It is such a surprise that the guy does not hold back the exclamation. Afterwards, he activates the skill of the protective wall and moves forward with the whole body, pushing the enemy. The opponent, unable to stand the pressure of this wall, dies. Elma exhales, and its level suddenly increases from the 1st to the 2nd. However, he confesses that he felt some fatigue. It was not easy. The protection wall is a normal skill. When the enemy approaches the distance of the melee, being within the scope of this spell, it is harmful, the size of which is equal to its own protection indicator. Subsequently, the frog blossoms in the air, disappearing without a trace, and in its place there is a stone. Elma raises this stone from the ground. Considering the find, he notes that it is a 2nd-level magic stone. Although they happen quite often and are inexpensive, they should still be harvested. Suddenly, a shrill cry comes from the very thicket of the forest. Someone is desperately shouting for help. It was a man who pleaded to save him, shouting that he was about to kill him. Alma suddenly appears. The man addresses him for help, and the protagonist is wondered if he is an adventure seeker. Suddenly, a whole flock of giant frogs appeared, who rushed to the man. Elmo, without hesitation, rushed to them in the same way and called for an adventure seeker to leave this business to him. The man took a breath and asked if he could really handle it. Although his armor was visible, they were facing an experienced and probably known traveler. Elma confessed that he first increased his level. It shocked the adventurer. He exploded with exclamations, not believing that the young man was talking seriously. He stated that Elma was inferior to him, and that a newcomer could not defeat so many monsters. In response, Elma squeezed his weapons. The man strongly advised to remove heavy armor and run away from all his feet. Meanwhile, the frogs were already jumping directly at the hero, and the man closed his eyes without deciding to watch the events. But all of them were instantly scattered in the eyes of the protagonist. The acceleration frogs crashed into him, suffering painful losses. In the end, all the monsters were defeated. The adventure seeker looked at a young man who overlooked so many monsters, and full of admiration, wondered who he really was. Elma named his name and was already going to add a name, and instead introduced himself as a heavily armed knight, Elma. The hero's level jumped from 2 to 8. Elma was awarded the title of a stone man. Elma views the condition and notes that it seems everything is fine. The calculation system here is the same as in the magical world. Suddenly, the young man is called by an adventurer man who presents as Eris. He confesses that he arrived from the province to make a dream and become a real adventure seeker. He reached the 3rd level on his own, but he was made clear. To create a team of trust in him is not enough. He thanks the young man again for his help. Elma picks up the magic stones that have fallen from the frogs, and notes that Ares should not be thanked. They say he has increased his level on his own. He demonstrates the magic stones found and adds that if the adventurer does not deny, they will take them all. Ares agrees and then suggests that when they return, why not gather together? He is sure that they will have a great time together. He notes that Elma was probably not easy to accomplish the task on his own. The class of defenders here is not very popular. Eris is convinced that Elma's power is undoubtedly. He does not even hesitate. Everyone will certainly want to get acquainted with him. Elma continues to collect stones, ignoring Arisa coldly. The man looks at her in confusion without hiding surprise. Ari is surprised why the guy did that way, because he got the role of the defender. Even if he continues to fight on his own, it will not be possible to reach the maximum, and it looks extremely unusual. Elma is raised and, while keeping a strict indifference on the face, appeals to Eris with apology, agreeing that the traveler is right. The main task of the protection class is to become a shield for partners, distracting hostile blows and taking all the damage instead of allies. However, Elma seeks to increase her own level. If he operates with others, the experience will be distributed among all participants, and the young man is not at all liked. He seeks to acquire things and titles, mastering new skills. However, it does not give him a thought. Will there be someone who believes his words? In addition, it will no longer make the same mistake. Eerie suddenly begins to shout, assuring everyone who tells the sincere truth. Elma is incredibly strong, but the current state of things leads it to nowhere. So all his life will go as he will only hunt for frogs at all. He argues that we should strive for something great. But suddenly the fiery eyes of the monster flash over his head. Suddenly, a huge monster, like a spider, emerged behind the man. The terrible creature issued a shrill scream and prepared for the attack. The man shouted and asked indignantly if he was a joke, and how this spider could appear in such a place. Elma grabbed the weapon and exclaimed. While the spider attacked the adventure man, he quickly took advantage of the status. However, the attack was unsuccessful. The claws of the monster with a crash were stuck just in the ground. It was a lavender spider monkey of the 16th level. Its health reserve was 31 units, and magical energy only 11. The young man noted that this spider was twice as large as the usual. Suddenly, Elma is clear. The creature hides its presence with the skill of invisible movement. In addition, it has the skills of fiery claws, uses paralyzing poison, and the protective wall is practically incapable of stopping it. If the hero does not have the ability to protect him from double harm, then he makes no sense to risk and interfere. If he fails to absorb the impact of fiery claws, everything will be resolved for him by a single devastating blow. Ari's shouting, accused himself of bringing it to the insurance. All trembling, he grabbed his sword, and gathering all his courage, exclaimed that he would fight with the monster, and Elmi told to escape. Elma smiles cunningly, turning his gaze on the trembling legs of Arisa. The man assures that everything is under control. Elma asks her to allow her to deal with the monster. Ares considers it a true madness, but Elma insists on his own. They say, it is only a game, so it is impossible to lose. Ares breaks into a cry, assuring that the beginner is not to cope with such a spider. It is not an average monster. He recognizes Elma's power, but he is convinced that it is impossible physically. The young man unfolds the window of his status and is surprised. His level has grown from 2 to 8. It brings him as much as 7 points of skills. He thinks that it would be necessary to spend them on improving heavy armor. The young man has mastered a new skill called concussion. Thanks to it, each accurate blow to the short time reduces the attack of the enemy. If the attack is successful, the enemy temporarily loses some of its power. To put it more precisely, the action lasts for about a minute and takes away a fifth of the strength. It was not enough for such a reception to overcome the spider. Elma orders a aid monkey to move forward and states that he will deal with him. The spider monkey instantly rushes to the attack, fiercely clamping the jaw. Elma knows that great risks bring great achievements. He feels that the moment has come to experience his own strength, and a smile blooms on his face. The spider is surprised that his fangs pass by the guy. The monster turns and lifts a shrill cry. He rushes to the attack, releasing sharp claws, but the guy cleverly evades every impact. Elma thinks, it is enough to unravel his manner of movements and abilities. Everything will be easy. The monster presses one of his lamps to the ground, and suddenly a magical seal flashes under it. After the monster, he rises up and breaks the silence with a shrill cry. Suddenly, another magical seal flashes over his head, and the spider spits a sticky fluid from his mouth. Elma crosses his hands on his chest and thinks, this spider challenged him. All the liquid flies straight into the guy. He understands every movement of this spider well. He believes that shake should be used in this situation. Although it did not work, it was possible to reduce the damage received. The monster, ominously crossing his deadly paws, is rapidly rushing to the guy. Ri with a cry exclaims that all this is very bad. However, the attack of the spider is in vain. The young man remains intact, and Elma with disdain notes that he is already doomed to defeat. Elma specifies that 7 units of mana need to create poisonous light, while a spell of fiery seal requires 5. The hero rushes forward, applies the reception of concussion, and strikes the spider. This time, 2 shake attacks reduce the damage obtained by 40%. Thanks to the nickname Stone Man, his protective figure increases by 10 when he is motionless. The hero is convinced that he prepared the ground for everything necessary. The spider in despair screams and suddenly rushes. The young man looks over his shoulder and sees the spider rapidly approaching him. Suddenly the spider comes into the invisible obstacle. The guy activates the ability of the protective wall. From the impact, the spider falls down and can no longer move. Elma confidently puts his leg on the spider's back and announces that the end of this monster has come. The young man does not delay. His blade is pierced by the monster's body with a sharp blow. The boy's level rose from the 8th to the 12th, and he has received 4 new points of skills. It looks at the pop-up window. It's stated that the hero is not available to further improve heavy armor. The young man remembers these words perfectly. Did the peculiarities of this magical world remain unchanged everywhere? As soon as the young man increases the level of his heavy armor by the 15th, he acquires a new skill of repelling. However, now its arsenal is only replenished with basic skills. Ari rushes after the young man, shouting to pay attention to him. He, with despair, assures the guy that he does not really belong to this world. If his eyes were not deceived, this young man overlooked the monster. The beast released a giant magical stone. Eris looks at him closely and notes that he seems to be very worried about the guy. Feeling inconvenience, he hurries to apologize for his excessive anxiety. Elma was in an extremely serious condition. Ares asked if the boy was poisoned. An alarming mark about a deadly dose of poison suddenly broke nearby. Eris confidently takes Elma at his hand and announces that he will take the young man to the city. Elma sincerely thanks her husband for help. The young man decides to become an adventurer, and for the sake of this he goes to the guild, located in the city of Rindalam. He goes to the Adventurers Guild to enroll in their ranks. Going to the registration rack, the guy turns to the registering girl, seems like an Alma, indicates that he has reached the 12th level, and calls his class a Rider of Hard Knight. The girl is surprised that the young man belongs to the cast of defenders. She puts the seal, formally confirming his registration. Elma smiles. Now he is an adventurer with rank F. The guy is sure that he finally has come to join his adventure guild. There are 7 levels among adventurers. Only those who have reached at least Class E are entitled to enter the Space of Dreams. In addition, depending on the rank, there is a restriction on the number of points that can be spent on heavy armor. Elma believes that they should climb as soon as possible to EE. Then she returns to the girls and extends one of them a small purse. Other men stood near the registration rack. They laughing at the young man, banging that the poor night carriage was wanted to find a companion for a party. Comrades wondered, who wants to deal with such a failure? The boy's reaction cheered everyone. The administrator noted that there are very few candidates for the role of defenders. She assumed that finding such a team would not be easy, and it would take some time. Elma nodded, they say. He understood everything and promised to return to this issue later. In the meantime, he wants her to pay for these stones, which he pours out of the bag. The girl asks if the boy really got it all alone. Elma confirms and adds that he hunted alone. He asks the girl to take care of it, to which she agrees and adds with a quiet hope, if only that was true. The girl notes that for small pebbles you can get 10, and for the big promises to give 1 gold coin. The young man sincerely thanks her. Simples, however, watch his actions with interest, thinking who this mysterious, heavy knight is. Some even suspects him in deception. The registration has been successful, and now the young man has money for accommodation. The experience gained in the magical world is finally beginning to bear the first fruit. After that, the young man is wondering if there are any orders in the guild. The girl is muddy and replies that the task, of course, will be found, but it is not the most pleasant. After some time spent on the cemetery, a chunky man appears. He loudly states that he had heard of some adventurer who, by his actions, disrupted the joint request of all present. His look directs Alma. The man could not believe his eyes. Did Nui, who did not even join the guild, was able to defeat such a terrifying monster? Is the young man really mean that he was able to defeat the 12th level? It sounds like a complete absurdity. He is convinced that adventure seekers are not so trusting. The man exclaimed that he reads all the fool from him. Elma mentally notes that it is a bust, although, of course, such mass orders are infrequent. That is why he bows low and sincerely apologizes to everyone. The man examines it carefully and then throws away that he is not liked. He assures that everything is fine and asks the girl to start her story. She agrees and appeals to him. Gutan. The girl creates a magical seal and calls for a search. In her imagination there are crowds of monsters, about 30 such monsters. The man noted that the work was done perfectly. The girl laughed and joked, they say. All this is a merit of his skill. The girls reported that they almost got to the rank of EE. After that, one of them looked carefully at the boy and noted that the spot of his weirdness, or more precisely, stories about his behavior, seemed to be only rumors. The guy assumes that, judging by the girl's clothes, a red magician in front of him. It has not only outstanding physical training, but also powerful attacks, recovery abilities, and a wide arsenal of various auxiliary. The girl confessed that she even offended her when such an unusual specialization got to someone else. Elma fell and noted that he likes his class. The girl lifted her eyebrows in surprise and noted that it was 2 loud words. Walking down her hand, she advised the boy not to take up the unbearable and not rush to a business that he could not. Yes, at first glance, the Red Magician seems to be a powerful class, but in the game it was known as universal. Who knows how little, but not perfect. But this is not a game. It is natural that the light classes are particularly popular here. The man solemnly reports that the information is confirmed. This time, it was the head of Ghoulia who became a target around which a crowd of foreign creatures united. All adventurers with D rank have now rushed to it. Everyone wants to get the desired prey. He orders everyone to stay away and choose opponents easier. Even if they manage to get to it, they still have to run. Alma listened carefully to her husband, and the idea that the head of Ghoulia is probably that mysterious, the so-called 30th level, flew in her head. He does not have any attack skills but is capable of causing a runny nose known as the breathing of the dead. However, this Heighten is the adventurer of the rank D, the level of which reaches about 40. If you act prudently, no obstacles will arise, at least he thinks. However, among them there are both weak and self-confident persons. Because of these features, their chances of surviving are significantly reduced. There were enough numbers in the game, and there are more in this world. Elma returns to Gutan and notes that they may have to formulate their instructions clearer. The man is wondering what the guy says. Elma notes that in the case of hordes of living dead, information does not always coincide with reality. Their presence is usually felt only when the disaster is inevitable. The man offends the guy, rudely speaking to him, and boldly asks how he dared to order him something. Elma looks at him with disgust. Elma notes that they still remain at the initial level, which is why they are so worried. In her opinion, they need the advice of a man who will tell you how to proceed. The man notes that he does not like to look after children, however. Apparently, he has no other choice. Suddenly, the girl interrupts the conversation and is wondering if the guy is talking about them. She notes that the only one who can scare these pathetic inanimates is Elma from the cohort of losers. The protagonist listens carefully to the girl without missing any of her words. The girl notes that she hopes that the guy is not scared and does not start screaming at the last moment. She just can't believe that Gutan is capable of this. The girl turns sharply to her companions and says she does not need to indicate how to act. Then he looks at Gutana. If someone is afraid, better run now, not to mix under your feet. The girl hesitates if she lies for herself. She calls Guten loudly, but in response, silence. Suddenly behind her, a runny nose appears. The girl turned and saw the horde of the undead with the monster they hunted. Gutan, along with Elma, grabbed weapons. The monster suddenly exploded with a piercing, unbearable squeal that shook her soul. The girl was frightened to the trembling, fell to the ground, and also screamed frantically. Gutan turned to her sharply and asked what she was doing. Suddenly he rushed forward and then turned to Taylor and the POW, calling them fools, and sharply ordered him to follow him. Gutan ordered everyone to move forward. The rest of the detachment, without hesitation, accepted the commander's order and agreed to immediately go on the road. Belma paid attention to the stick in the hands of the monster and thought that this item also did not look special. The situation seemed to be under control. Elma ordered the rest of the teams to move to her head, and she began to deal with her comrades. One of the warriors trembled from excitement. He asked if Elma was really going to oppose so many demons. Even as a knight, it was not protected from an unexpected blow from behind. He hoped that Gutan would drive this flock, but it seems that their leader was stuck at that place. Elma finally realized why everyone else was so reluctant to gather. None of them had a good deal with a flock of malicious spirits. In addition, this device looks creepy and does not have any clear instructions. Not surprisingly, no one wants to take it. Elma asked everyone to listen to him. He suggested dividing into 3 and forming a colorful team. Working in harmony and supporting each other, they will not remain behind and avoid the inanimate traps. The young man noted that it is everything they are capable of. However, he wondered, what if someone stays alone? Suddenly, one of the monsters emerged from his back and was already preparing to attack. Elma skillfully uses parry and turns the monster's attack against him. Meanwhile, the monsters are equipped and go on the offensive. Purification is a skill that allows you to reflect hostile strokes with a sword or shield, opening a space for an instant stress and response. The monsters began to step on the Elma group. The protagonist used reflection from time to time, and then switched to a protective rack, activating the appropriate skill. Suddenly he brings the protective wall, pushing all the monsters away from himself. His teammates were stunned by the team. They could not believe their eyes. Elma stressed that in the event of unforeseen situations should immediately be notified by comrades. He is always close to support them. Finally, the protagonist almost managed to deal with invasion of monsters. The young man, who all this time watched the events, noted that most of the zombie he defeated his own. One of the warriors threw a replica, they say. Did Elma say that he was a heavily armed knight? But it was at this moment that the young man stood just among the huge cemetery, surrounded by a crowd of fallen monsters. He closed his eyes at a moment when a message suddenly appeared before him. The level of the boys was increased from the 15th to the 16th. In addition, he has another free skill to improve. Elma is convinced that the situation is under control. His skill in parishes was much more effective than he expected, especially now when he has so many enemies and this level of trials. The young man with interest opens the window of his characteristics and notices that he has already reached the 16th level. His health is 47 points, strength 15, protection 39, and 15 more points have magic and speed. The young man is confidently rising. I am convinced that everything goes properly. But his reflections unexpectedly break his brothers. They carefully rejoice in victory, but they do not leave them anxiety. What does zombie be more than they think? All were taught to the full, without sparing strength. But then the exhaustion took its own. They barely kept on their feet, grabbing the air with greedy sips. Looking around, they realized that almost all the dead from the cemetery were already climbing out. The guy returned to Elma and asked if they were going to Gutan. Then, looking focused, he added that the head of the Ghoul is much more power than both of them, so it is better to leave this monster to Gutan himself. At that moment, the man led a fierce duel with Ghoul's head. The monster tried to hit him with his bat, but the man cleverly evaded every attack. Focused, with a harsh look, Gutan squeezed his hammer in his hand and looked at him just in the head of the monster. This blow threw the monster back, and it turned on his back. A cry of pain, which swept into a frantic roar rage. At the same moment, the man jumped abruptly, shouting that this stubborn gun did not give up. But suddenly the skinny hand grabbed him by the shoulder. At the same moment, Gutan noticed that a whole crowd of dead had been squeezed around him. They grabbed the man firmly, not giving him a step to take. Gutan dissatisfied with his forehead and called Paul's coupons. In the same moment, he forcefully pushed away all the monsters that surrounded him. He ordered Tail and Paul to deal with other bodies, and then, annoyed, wondered why they were still out of business. The man and the girl trembled with fear, pouring sweat. Gutton did not persecute. He shouted that if they continue to behave as cowards, neither the paw nor the tail heal. The girl said she understands everything. But it was worth approaching someone closer and being within the attack of a humble tool, as a man immediately lost his self-control, angrily clamping his teeth under the girl's words. Suddenly, until the man stood without moving from his back, the face of a ghoul, which was swollen by his fist. The edge of the eye of the young man caught the movement and immediately bounced to the side. The head of the gum struck with a swing, but missed. His blow came straight into the ground. The man landed to the ground after the jump and leaned with his hand to keep his balance, then suddenly broke to his feet. The man clasped his teeth and waved his axe. In full force, he used his ability to crush stones and struck Ghoul on his head. The man struck a monster stroke directly into the shoulder. A spooky cry of pain escaped from the monster. Meanwhile, Gutton was softly landing nearby and looked closely at a terrible creature. At this point, Elma watched the events carefully. With the help of status, he studied the features of the monster. The Gulu's head had 33 levels, and its health reserve was only 28 out of 79. At that moment, the monster pulled her legs and squeezed in agony. Elma realized that they would work out. It seems that one powerful blow to Gutan will be enough for this. Overlooking his gaze around, he suddenly realized how much zombies are presented. They grabbed the Hutana by their arms and legs, not letting it be to the head of the ghoul. From fear, the tail and paw trembled like an aspen leaf. Other members of the detachment shouted, taking on small zombacs. They were lightning weapons, getting ready to go on the offensive. Emma ordered everyone to stay still and wait. At the same moment, the monster grabbed one of the zombies and brought him to him. He opened the pash and began to devour zombies. Having handled another, he unexpectedly felt his forces returning. Everyone was amazed by the unexpected return of forces and health. Elma noted that the monster turned out to be a corpse. But, considering this creature more closely, he could not get rid of the feeling that something was wrong with her. If he were a regular troop, it would be unlikely that a whole army of undead would be involved in his return. Suddenly, the monster broke into a painful, piercing roar. Elma exclaimed, "It cannot be." Gutan noted that although the monster was healed, now small zombies no longer bother him. The man rushed forward, shouting that it was time to deal with this monster. Elma shouted Gutana in despair to stop immediately and stay away. There was a threat in the air. Something terrible was about to happen. The monster's muscles have changed, swollen and covered with swollen veins, and the canines grew to a terrible size, becoming several times larger than before. The monster gained a spooky, distorted form and roared even harder. His cry was so piercing that the frost ran. In the end, Ghoul's head was distorted and gained. His level jumped rapidly from the 33rd to the 40th. Elma was agitated and admitted that nothing worse had happened yet. Gutan could not understand what happened to this creature. Ontogenetic evolution. A phenomenon is quite rare, which occurs only in special circumstances. The main reason for this is that the Vitricroli demon reveals its hidden forces to get out of difficult circumstances, and then rotates them to a formidable weapon. It is possible that the head of Gulia has some connection with this case, but even in the world of magic, the exact conditions of its emergence and development remain mysterious. It seems that this time we were just not lucky. Elma was screaming to flee from the monster. But suddenly, the insurance was jealous just towards Kutin, lifting a spooky cry. The man stood, stunned by shock. Meanwhile, Elma exclaimed, calling Taylor and Paul to distract the monster. Both were hiding behind the tombstone, keeping as quiet as possible. The girl wondered at the boy what he was waiting for. She understood that if she tries to impress the monster magic, she would immediately save her life. Elma said that if Gutan was defeated, they would be imminent death, so they need to help them immediately. Then the crazy monster sharply pushed the Gutan with his hand, and he choked his own blood. Elma instantly rushed to Gutan, whom the blow threw away. The man was unconscious, completely losing his connection with reality. Then the terrifying monster extended his massive paw directly to his defenseless body, Suddenly, Elma arose in front of him, taking advantage of his abilities to parry abilities. He instantly put the weapon in advance, and the monster's blow was so powerful that he almost dropped him away. The young man supported himself on his feet, relying on the weapon. He shouted loudly to teammates, who would take the distraction of the monster. He instructed Tel to cure Houghton and help him recover after exhaustion. The girl wondered again about the recovery, but reported that she had no such ability, as she replaced her for strengthening the attack. The young man realized that it could not be worse. Without spending time, he ordered them to pick up Gutan and hide him in a safe place, and then commanded everyone to flee. The girl nodded as a sign of consent, immediately rushed to Gutan, grabbed his hand and hurried to escape together. Elma suggested that the paralysis of Gutana caused the poisonous extermination inherent in the crushed head. However, the healing lasts about 3 minutes. If Gutan lasts this time, Tile will be able to bring him back to his feet, but this applies only to games, and in real life everything is probably quite different. At that moment, a huge shadow suddenly lowered over the young man, and he was alarmed with a look up. He was approached by a monster, a crazy gun with a creepy smile. The enemy has already reached the 40 level, and his vitality has fully recovered and equal to 94 points. Elma squeezed his weapon in his hands and exclaimed, "Until Gutton will let down, he will deal with this scared monster alone." The young man took the fighting rack, stressed in his work, or rush on the offensive, or catch a blow to the monster. The guys who followed the events could not understand what was happening. Which other F-Piano adventurer will be able to handle such a powerful monster? It seemed unrealistic. Others exclaimed that they needed to run away, as they still have an opportunity, because if Elma was killed, they would become next. Meanwhile, Elma and a flock of crazy gulags stood opposite each other, preparing for the battle. The young guy noted that he has only level 16, while the ugly head of Gulia has already reached the 40th. Considering this difference, even a single mistake can cost him life. The monster spread his mouth, showing huge fangs and massive teeth. From all its scale, it was a fist on the ground, trying to get the young man, but missed. Elma cleverly jumped sideways, avoiding the blow. The frantic monster driver with a crazy head swung his fist. Elma clasped his eyes, involved the skill of reflection, and instantly lifted his weapon to repel a crazy blow to the monster. The blow was so powerful that Elma could not stay and flew away. He weakened, he got up, cleared his throat, and confessed that he would be eager to avoid such a mess. But where is the risk? There is a reward. Everything he has is thrown for that moment. The young man kills the sword in the ground, and collecting the remnants of strength, comes up. He firmly believes that only when he is fully, he deserves to wear the title of hero. Elma, however, in response to the danger, only smiled sarcastically, casting her straight look. Other warriors, hiding behind tombstones, watched with a tense look at the duel of Heavy Nina Elma. A black-haired young man said that this night warrior agreed in a duel with the same monster, who effortlessly injured even mighty Guten. The young man wondered if it was indeed an equal clash. In response, another man shouted angrily at a black-haired warrior, ordering him to quench because they were lucky more than they deserved, and only miraculously they remained alive. At that moment, the monster finally lost his self-control from rage. His gaze burned with uncontrollable anger, and the jaws remained open, demonstrating many massive, sharp, like a blade, teeth. Elma focused on the battle. From his temple and corner of the mouth, blood streams were drained. The result that the young man took the attack of the monster just close. Suddenly, the hum was like a fallen. He was rushing forward, and his giant fist flew towards the guy, ready to strike him with a devastating blow. However, the monster's blow fell right on the ground under the feet of Elma. The beast directed exactly where he aimed, but the girl cleverly had time to bounce sideways and skillfully avoided the attack. Once on the ground, he realized that if you allow this crazy creation at least somehow to get it, the things are bad. It was impossible to avoid the invasion of this monster, but it was necessary to act carefully, to restrain the attacks, and to meet accurate, suspended blows. The young man opens his characteristics window and puts points in the possession of fencing, choosing basic skills in this business. The system told him that the guy had the ability to blow to a weak place, after raising the basic skills of owning a sword to the 5th level. Elma considered it a wonderful achievement. A blow to a weak place is a rather ordinary technique that allows you to attack the enemy flat side of the sword, even in close proximity. This technique can easily harm the enemy with strong protection, At the same moment, the monster growls and prepares tensely for the attack. He was already preparing to strike a half-raised hand, and Elma skillfully took advantage of the skill of Parrot. He managed to stop the attack by a monster with a sword. However, the power of this occasion was extraordinary, and the guy broke again, flying away from the terrible power of the enemy. Suddenly, the young man grabbed his sword and strengthened him in the ground. Grandly turning around the blade, he cleverly slipped just under the belly of the monster. The crazy head of ghouls eerily looked around, trying to understand where the young man went. At that moment, Elma stopped sharply, clasped his teeth, and involved the skill of blow to a weak place. With unexpected determination, he attacked the monster simply from the rear. However, the scum of the ghoul, as if not feeling the blow, sharply returns to the young man. Its arsenal is only a rapid jump and a powerful shovel. Due to this skill, the monster instantly attaches the victim even from the distance where the sword is powerless. Elma bounces back sharply, and a crazy twist of Ghoulus returns to the main character immediately. Elma thinks that these skills are great for heavy knights, weak in attack, but with adamant protection. However, the young man does not lack ingenuity to understand. This is not enough to defeat this insurance. The crazy gun opened his mouth and yelled with all his strength. Lowering his fist, he swung on the young man, but he cleverly evaded. This time, the monster strikes another blow, but the young man aggravating himself behind him. The monster waved his second hand, encroaching on Elma, but she again skillfully evades the attack. Elmo smiles and mocks the monster. They say it is too slow. In response, the creature exclaims something incomprehensible in his language and comes into incredible rage. The monster fiercely roared and swore again and again, gamselled his fist on the ground. Elma confirmed, that's how it will end here and now. However, this is far from the finale for the main character. Suddenly, the monster felt something unusual and alertly listened to a strange noise. At that moment, Gutton jumped from the back of the monster, swinging his axe. He applied the Dragon Overman's skill and hired his weapon just into the head of the monster. Blood was abundantly beading from the wound, and the axe was so firmly stuck that it was almost impossible to extract. Gutton with compressed teeth watched the things that happened. At this point, the crazy head ghoul began to twist and make strange sounds. Blood was still oozing from his wound, and the monster rolled his eyes, from which thin streams flowed with bloody red tears. Elma pushed the monster with a powerful blow. It greeted the knight and no longer got up. A smile blossomed on the young man's face. His level increased from the 16th to the 23rd. The fierce of crazy souls was finally defeated. Gutton watched Elma carefully, who dropped to the ground, trying to rest after a grueling clash. The man was convinced that he was an ordinary beginner, the average adventure of the Adventure F. However, he is convinced that even a simple peasant will fight until the last breath if suddenly meets the demon. Hearing this, the young man sighed heavily and confessed that he was almost no strength. He sincerely thanked Gutan for his support. At that moment, the man approached Elma, who sat on the ground, and cast a look and disdain on the young man, but did not say a word. Suddenly Elmi bowed low, putting all sincerity in his gesture, and began to apologize to him. The young man stunned this scene, not believing his own eyes. The man closed his eyes and acknowledged, all this is a consequence of irresponsible orders and lack of coherence. The young man was right in everything. Elmo was very surprised. He looked at the stranger and told him in his name. At the same moment, Gutton flattened his back and stood up. The man turned to the body of Ghoulie with a crazy look, which had already begun to dissolve in the air, and suggested that the young man pick up the trophy. A huge magical crystal emerged from the viscera. Elma watched the fallen jewelry silently, and mentally noted how high the magical stones of the 40 level were highly appreciated. If she gave them to this young man, he would probably be extremely grateful, because now he barely enough money even for the most necessary. Elma looks carefully at Gutan and asks if he is finally confident in his choice. He, crossing his hands on his chest, confirms. It is a well-deserved award for a demon that the guy won. The man suddenly notices something unusual in the sticky demon. He squats, carefully examines the find, and notes that it is a trophy that falls only from rare demons. Elma, watching it, is wondering if he really got this rare thing. Gutan was somewhat confused and hurried to warn Elma. Not a fool, remember, the word of a man is a law. In the end, it is you who destroyed that demon. He returns to the guy and proposes to look at this thing. Elma accepts the subject, examines it carefully, studying all the features. This shield is the creation of a crazy demon. reliable protection that gives the owner 25 defense points. Its market value reaches 3 million in local currency. If the shield owner intercepts the attack of the enemy, then his next blow will get an additional 8 points of force. Elma believes that a situation where the market value of a thing reaches 3 million is extremely rare. The protective barrier occurs only when the armor is damaged. However, with such properties, this shield is able to stop the strikes of opponents of the same level. However, given its cloudy price, he from time to time thinks whether this artifact should be sold. At that moment, Gutan did not resist. The shield cost 3 million. Elma turned to her husband rapidly, and he, as if nothing had happened, retained an unmoved facial expression and stepped away. Lifting his gaze from his shield, Elma asked Gutan about his recent increase. The man reassured Elma, promising that he would tell them about the benefits of guilds, so the boy would be raised to rank as soon as possible. Elma hurriedly asked if it was true, glowing with joy. Gutan laughed and confessed that he was instructed to monitor Elma. They say that he would not squeeze. And as everyone see, the guy did not really refrain from tricks. Gutan stated that if someone dares to deny, he would choose all his strength. Elma only laughed in response. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a girl who came to apologize. She wiped her hands nervously and turned to Mr. Gutan timidly to allow her to increase. She explained that it was thanks to her treatment that Gutan was able to stand back on her feet. The man looked at the girl strictly and called her by his name. The man began to indignate loudly, saying that Tel was completely defenseless against the monsters, in this state of raising her in dream. In addition, without her participation in the guild have new problems. He ordered her to fulfill all the assignments. She nodded back, and then closed her face with her palms and threw her hatred at Elma. For a while, Gutan and Elma returned to the guild to report the task. The administrator told them that the main remuneration for such a large-scale work would be primarily 130,000 local currency. So for 10 magical stones, the price of 200,000 local currency is ruled. However, she adds that if someone wants to buy a magic stone extracted from this monster, you will have to lay out 600,000. Gutan laughed, noting that this time Elma earned a whole fortune. The young man confirmed. Thanks to the raids, he managed to disrupt the real Chush. However, the conversation was interrupted by the girl on the reception. She turned to Mr. Gutan and honestly confessed that she could not believe that Elma had overlooked such an insurance. Some members of the guild supported this opinion, remembering that Elma had already brought a high-level magic stone, and it was then that they had suspected him. Another man wondered if something suspicious was really behind it. Elma was said to be a heavily armed knight from a protective class, so no one could believe that he was able to hide so many demons on his own. At the same moment, Gutan broke out with anger and thundered his fist on the table. He stated that the very opinion that adventurers were questioned by this young man is a gross violation of their established rules and a direct disdain of honor. The room immediately fell any silence, and Elma, when he came to him, smiled warmly. Thanks to Gutan, all the rumors of him subsided, and he was able to successfully climb E-rank in the guild. A little time passed, and the young man wandered the city streets slowly, thinking what step to take on. Now that a gate opened in a dream portal in front of him, he will try to make money there. However, the former barrier from the protective wall will no longer interfere with him. So he decided to go in search of a girl or a legendary book on the art of owning smoke blades. The young man is convinced that this item opens an important key to revealing the true power of a heavy knight, and allows to fully show the potential of this class. Smoke fangs and an oath of heavy armor. Only by combining these two techniques, the knight in heavy armor acquires true perfection. A full-fledged heavy knight is no longer simply a class sharpened exclusively under protection, but it would also be an absurd to call it offensive. It is a truly class of devastating force. Smoking fangs are an integral attribute of a stormy night. The guy goes to one of the shops in search of a dreamy thing. The shelves sparkle a variety of magical products for real adventurers. The protagonist carefully searches every shelf in search of smoky fangs. But these artifacts are so rare that it is hopeful to find them in this city is almost a futile business. He turns to a woman sitting behind the counter, plunging into the newspaper. Elma approaches her and politely asks to issue 3 healing potions. She slammed the newspaper and announced the amount of 72,000 in local currency. Such a price completely knocked down Elm from the Panther. It seemed to him that the price was somewhat overstated, but it was worth it. He pulled his wallet and agreed to the amount that the woman called. After that, he returns to her and says he wants to ask only one question. The girl listens carefully to his words. The young man is wondering where you can get a book of skills, because in all the shops he visited, there was no such book. The girl sighed and wondered if the guy really knew nothing. She said that if he was only a freshman who recently started going to class, he is unlikely to be able to understand it. The girl notes that to trade the book of skill is strictly forbidden. Anyone who has received it can use a book for their own benefit. In all other cases, adventurers simply give it, most often the representatives of the nobility or churchmen, receiving a reward for it. The young man is genuinely surprised to hear and asks whether the girl does not really invent. He does not give him the idea. It seems that the influence of aristocrats here is much stronger than in the game itself, although he had no idea what it could happen. If this is true, then the Book of Skills in the city of Randolm is actually under the full control of his family, Edvin, who have a monopoly on all the books collected there. The guy is silent without answering anything. The girl sighs and recognizes that he cannot do anything. She takes a frying pan and begins to write something on it. The girl notes that the boy seems like something special. She says he will have to overcome a certain route and draws this path on a piece of paper. The girl extends the boy with a painted card and orders to go to the point marked on it. The young man takes the sheet and is questioned what it is. The girl explains, "This is a shop where you can find a variety of products." Elma suddenly realizes that it is a shop where they trade in the things of dead adventures. He addresses the girl, asking whether such findings of the Gilding of Adventurers should be reported. She replies that this is an unspoken arrangement. The Adventurers Guild is aware of the existence of these black markets, but does not interfere. There are many adventurers who, without working in such collecting workplaces, would simply not survive. Even if you take all the necessary measures, the money will still not reach the families of the dead. Most of the nobles settle in the pockets. When it comes to crafts, aristocrats buy them for nothing and put in their hiding places, even without the intention of using them. Elma squeezes the sheet firmly in his hands and indignantly points out that they have no nobility and no idea, which is why you have to go through adventure seekers. It seems to him that he has become too naive. If the memories of the previous life and the transformation into a sacred sword were not returned, everything would still be left. Subsequently, the girl appealed to the young man with a request, not to tell influent persons about the existence of this store. He willingly promised to keep everything secret. After some time, the hero finally gets the right location, using the scheme of the route that he was kindly given by a girl from the magic artifacts store. He was genuinely impressed by what he saw. More precisely, the aroma that poured around. Elma thought whether a book of skills could be hidden in such a place. Suddenly, he notices one book with skills on the shelf, and when he looks more closely, he sees as many as 5 such books. Suddenly, a woman approaches him, jokingly noticing his light armor. She assures that such a fake grimoire, clearly not for a beginner like him. The young man claims that he has money and is interested in whether he can look at the book of skills. The woman agrees, but warns, the main thing is not to reach for her hands, because these books are worth unheard of money. He apologized, took one of the books. A bow with an arrow was visible on the cover. It was a textbook on the art of archery, the cost of which reached 2 million local currency on the market. The young man was surprised. The price of the book reached 2 million local currency, which is up to 50,000 more expensive than in his gaming world. The woman explains that the thing that the guy holds in his hands costs 3 million local currency. The guy, stunned, asks, "Is this textbook on the archery is really rated in such an overflowing amount?" The woman assures that this is how everything happens, because they go to a serious risk. The authorities pretended not to see anything. If they find out above, the owners of such shops are cut off by their heads. The young man believes that the base of basic skills is intended for beginners. Even if he sells a crazy demon, about 3 million local currency will remain at his disposal. For this money, in his opinion, he is unlikely to buy a book of skill. He then decomposes all the books and thinks, there is a textbook of firing elements, improved magic, mysterious box, and a spell of the creation of a natural guard. There are also a few truly rare things, however, what he needed, unfortunately, not. After that, he gets the last volume of Bride War, and his eyes expand from surprise. The young man finally finds the book that is most valuable to him. In his hands is a book of a basic tree of hard knight skills. If it is a gumuar, all the conditions will be fulfilled. The woman could not understand why he was so happy. It seemed to her that this young man was too strange if he was attracted to the same. The young man returns to the owner of the store and already wanted to ask about the price of grimoire. But the woman is ahead of him. She smiles and immediately announces, "This book will cost you 50 million local currency." The young man is surprised to note how you can leave such a valuable thing here without security. To this, a woman with a smile replies, if he considers her defenseless, why not try to pick up this book? For the last time when she did so, she managed to overcome 5 opponents at once. Elma is wondering if this woman can hide the skills book so that she is not put for sale. He promises to return and offer 5 to 10 million local currency for it. The woman is wondering what benefit he will have. The young man tries to invent something convincingly, but nothing comes to mind. A woman with a smile confesses that he has a weakness to young men like Alma. She nods, confirming her words, and assures that he will really leave this book for him. The hero with some unbelief asks whether it is not a joke. She stops for a moment, and then confidently states that he will agree if another 5 million local currency is added to the amount. Elma seems to him a woman with a business grip, despite her respectable age. He understands that he will have to think well before finding a way to pay for this book. Subsequently, the young man settled in a wooden chest in the middle of the city street. In his thoughts, he scroys the amount of 50 million, adding 5 more. He pretended to be approximately 60 risky outlays on a crazy hullhead. The young man draws attention to his modest size and is surprised. Experienced adventurers together with merchants who cooperate with them seem to have lost their feelings of money, because prices for their products are simply overwhelming. Smoking facultual smoking tree is a rarity, but they are usually only interested in stubborn night warriors or real berzers who have a passion for self-destruction. Speaking of truly powerful and obvious skills, their price would be much higher. The young man will have to invent a more thorough plan for the future. The first idea is to try to get into a rare dormant abyss and get rich instantly. However, the heavily armed knight does not have sufficient skills to harm the opponent with constant efficiency, so this plan is futile. The second strategy is to improve the skills in creating a protective wall. But this path takes a long time, so it is also not appropriate. The third option is to buy a fencing manual for beginners or other battle art books and train hard for their advice. However, the guy is not going to enjoy these skills as soon as he gets Smoky Canine, so to spend precious points of skills seems to him a waste. So, this plan is also not suitable. The young man believes that he has not yet gained the glory of the most prominent heavily armed knight in the world. But I am convinced that the loud contracts have already given him his own name and some awareness. Therefore, when united with other adventurers, he will be able to develop new, unexpected tactics of combat. It is because of this that Elma decides to find like-minded people and create her own team. At that moment, the 3 strangers appeared before his eyes. One of them, a young guy, exclaims enthusiastically, "I would never think that a bloody sword would fly down." Thanks to these weapons, he says, he will now be able to secure a free life. The last company was a girl named Lucy, who jokingly called herself a clown. She sincerely rejoiced in what was happening, and assured all this cheerful atmosphere, thanks to her talent. However, her comrades from the team completely neglected the girl. She was walking behind, reproaching them loudly for the committed. At that moment, Elma thought, in their group gathered a sword, a thief, and a clown. The new moon, squeezing a sword in her hand, noted that the girl managed to do very little, because they still were trapped in a dream. He sincerely doubted that it had happened due to her skill. The girl laughs, calling it a good joke, but notes, if you go through a little more, the difference will become obvious. She encourages them, claiming that they can all be able to do. The young man rotates, calls a girl named and asks whether she really thinks she can count on the fate of this sword, given her weakness. The girl replied that she also fights on the front line for her life. At least a fifth of it. At least a fifth, she added with a smile, and she would be pleased if the young man gave her at least a fifth of this sword. The man has wondered if the girl understands that without the true skills of the attack, even if she desperately fights for life, her only ability is to scatter attacks. So he states that she is not beneficial at all. The girl squeezed his fist and stated that the lack of attack skills is the guilt of a boy named Klein, who insisted that she would develop this branch of skills. She exclaims to him and reproaches that he speaks only when he receives a large amount of money. She seems a little cruel. The guy is interested in the girl and throws him being accused of cruelty. Lucy is frightened. He is blown by hostility, which causes alarming fear. The new moon with a hustle glance approached the girl and asked if she did not hear him. He only expressed several ideas, but the true creator of the skill tree was her, so all this is her own merit. Elma realized that the real reason is the wrong distribution of skills and badly scattered large means. In the magical world, they once encountered a similar problem. There, the talent system selected the skills, focusing on the compatibility of the group members, but after some changes, such attachment lost any meaning. At that moment, Klein throws coins with force, saying, "They say, here's your 100,000, take away." He was convinced that the girl considers such sums everyday life, so let him pick up money and go away. But Lucy did not even shift. The guy confessed that he made a lot of efforts to find himself on his team. He could not imagine that the girl was so lousy with this shiny little thing that he did not even hide her true essence. He contemptuously noted that it was just disgusting, and then turned to a girl named Ress, asking her thought about it. The girl glanced at the sword, and then on the client's hands, and in the end agreed, saying that in no case could it be allowed to get such a valuable thing that they got, meaninglessly. Lucy tried to justify himself, assuring that it was not meant at all. She worshipped and apologized Mr. Klein and Lady R.H. She barely holds her tears and assures that she does not need money from the sword. With deep regret promises not to repeat his mistakes. The client turns away and wishes the girl happiness in a new place. Elma believes that, as they say, when money is over, happiness is also bypassed. It seems to him that the system of skills is too cruel and ruthless. Due to the peculiarities of this system, if you do not hunt the demons of your rank, to claim that you have reached a higher level has no reason. However, if you have a bad combination of skills and you hardly give advice to the rivals of your own level, it will be extremely difficult to move. He thinks whether you spend strength and time to develop abilities in a branch of a weapon that you do not need. But suddenly he remembers the words of Klein that from the moment they were trapped in dreams, Lucy's contribution is almost imperceptible. He doubted whether all her skills were. Elma thought, and suddenly, these talents are the cause? He denies it and thinks about whether a person is worth expelling with such unique abilities. However, from the words of others, it is clear, there is no other way out. At this point, Lucy rushed after her former comrades and sincerely repenting in her own selfishness, assured them that she didn't need money. She pleasedly asked to stay in the team. Suddenly, someone's hand grabbed her, and the girl's heart squeezed with fear. Barely translating her breath, Elma suggested that the girl join one team. In response, the frightened Lucy burst in trembling, asking the boy, "Who are you?" He promised Lucy's full support, squeezed her hand, and assured that she would not allow her to lose a single penny. So he invited her to work with him. Elma looked extremely decisive, and the girl, meanwhile, was stunned. The guy suggested, "What about dividing 8 into 2 parts? 8 to you and 2, me?" The girl tried to reassure him, asking not to worry. She asked him to pick up her hands from her own. Elmo hastily pulled out and hurried to apologize. At the same moment, Klein approached them, addressed the girl and asked what was happening here and who was this young man next to her. The main character seems to Elma and reports that he learned of the girl's intention to leave their company. He came to offer her to visit him. Klein is surprised if the guy went crazy. Lucy was embarrassed and painful because during the fighting, she is too weak and even cannot develop properly. So this precipitous reproach was deeply offended by the girl. Elma confidently stated that everything was under control, but Klein denied. It could not. The new moon understood that if he managed to get rid of this helplessness, many mental wounds would heal themselves. However, Elma would have regretted more than once if she really decided on it. He just smiles and agrees. They say, "Take Lucy if you want it." The guy replies that he was not going to ask his permission. The client approaches the guy, sharply sending the sword to him. He asks who Elma is, what level he is, and whether his comrades are nearby. Alma replies that he is a lone knight of heavy armor 23rd levels, and still belongs to the E-class of adventurers. Klein is again interested in why Elma is one of a heavy knight of 23rd levels. He casts his gaze on Lucy and notes that, in his opinion, Elma does not understand how much this girl is worthless. Lucy shrugged back and timidly said that she has only the 13th level, so she was not sure whether the boy should take her to his team. Elma again assures that everything is fine and there are no difficulties. Lucy, without watching his eyes, carefully examines the young man. Then the Reese approached the clan and turned to him. The young man asked if something had happened. The girl replied that she was strange to see how an adventurer of such a level as Class E, so passionately trying to attract Lucy to her team. She asked if the difference between them was too much. At the same time, everyone was worried about not pushing the young man to such actions. Klein Whisperer is not even interested in what the girl says. She orders the boy to silence and let him go. If he goes quietly, it will only benefit him. Customers require our care. The single heavy knight cannot reach the 23rd level. It is either an accident or it was taken from a team. Or maybe he just tries to raise his own authority and create a good impression to others. Growing completely agrees with Klein. The guy nods his head approvingly, noting that it is good. He cannot tread how they could expel one of those who abused their abilities. Such a scandal only throws a shadow on their entire group. And they are not better. The girl agrees with him. The client taps on the sword and states with Umilka that he had long hoped to meet someone like Elma, who would be able to take care of Lucy. He is convinced that Lucy's best candidate is not looking for. The girl smiles widely and recognizes that Almi is extremely grateful. She sincerely rejoices in acquaintance with the young man. Elma nods, adding that she is also pleased to meet Lucy. It was at this moment that he felt for the first time that he had found an ally among new acquaintances. Klein begins to applaud and sincerely congratulates them. Then, with a light smile, she notes that the girl did not even have time to buy a worthy weapon. He does not hesitate to throw money to them and tells Lucy to pick up. Now it's her. He reports that it is another 100,000 local currency from them, so it can use this money for benefits. The girl sincerely thanks Mr. Klein. She was already leaning to lift them, but Elma strictly forbade the girl to do it. Then, turning to the young man, she said that they were only able to scatter money. Elma was genuinely surprised how they could brazenly pick everything he was so thoughtlessly scattered without even thinking about respect. He calls Lucy and reports that they go. The girl notes that 100,000 is a huge amount, but Elma convinces her that it is not necessary to remain guilty of such a person. Lucy agrees with that. Klein calls Elma stupid and emphasizes that it is not at all related to ordinary students, and both he considers them near, jokingly noting that they will come out of a beautiful couple. At this point, growing up to raise money from the floor, but Klein sharply forbids it. For a while, Lucy and Alma visited a cozy local institution to have a snack. The girl sincerely thanked the young man for inviting her to the team. She thoughtfully wounds a strand of hair on her finger and confesses that she still doubts her abilities, believing that he is not yet worthy enough to work in the team. Elma reassures the girl, assuring that if she heals in the right demons, she can easily raise her level. The girl is also interested in whether the boy did not save her because he fell in love with her at first glance. Elma asks what is being about. Lucy explains that she was interested in why the guy suddenly grabbed her hand. Apparently for him it was the only salvation in that situation. And after all, she is a very good person. She imagines that becoming his wife is true happiness. But she understands that it is best to just make friends at first. Start with friendship now. The guy suddenly interrupts her and translates a conversation on another topic. He is interested in the skills associated with the branch of luck, and asks Lucy if this girl really has this unique skill. What is a dream hole in a magical world? It is the horror of the Elsaros, the sleeping god, who created this world. Elzaros gave birth to many gods and worlds, but during this seemingly endless period of time, the ancient god gradually lost his mind. And then his own creations, the gods created by him, decided to imprison him by imposing a seal. However, the nightmares of the Alsar do not cease to influence reality. The horrors that are tormented by portals, from which a spooky monster swarms. Elma and Lucy went to exactly such gates. These mysterious passages are called the openings of dreams, and the girls came across one of them, called an angelic box of toys. Elma confesses to the girl who just can't without her. Sorked, she awkwardly asks whether the guy really told her. She is embarrassed and confesses that she has no experience in such cases, so she is completely relied on by the boy. Then, smiling, she is interested. Is it acceptable to talk about the same in broad daylight? The guy confidently states that he intends to earn 30 million gold and raise Lucy to the 30th. The girl exclaims that the guy was in mind, and Elma adds, "It is better not to display your features to others." The characters come to the dungeon, which is more reminiscent of the cozy corridor of the children's room. Lucy notes that this place is advised at least 50 levels, so she doubts that local monsters are so easy to overcome. Elma proposes to gain experience on the lower floors first. He will take on the distraction of the enemies as long as the girl will deal with them with their butcher knife. Lucy confesses that she was guilty. She did not dare to go to the boy, so everything went so far. Moreover, she has already acquired such a valuable thing, so there is nowhere to retreat. In the hands of the girl was a stone cutter, which adds 3 points to the force of attack. This knife effortlessly cuts even the strongest protection of the enemy, and each successful blow reduces the opponent's defense by 15%. The girl confidently waved weapons, assuring Alum that she could rely on her. She promised to do everything in order not to bring his trust. Alma in response noted that everything is fine, because the decisive mood in battle is of great importance. The girl assured that she would protect the boy with her carpenter, but Elma only laughed in response. In fact, this mission is his duty. Suddenly, he turned his head sideways and noticed his first enemy, Tsugi Hagi Bear. This monster has already reached the 20th level. His health reserve was 41, and the level had 17. Lucy noted that the bear looks very sweet, but its level does not correspond to the appearance. In response, the guy said that the attack of the beast is only 22 points, so even if the girl misses, it threatens her. However, a powerful blow can be unbearable. Although changing the rack, it is quite possible to repel. Lucy wondered where the guy was so thoroughly aware of this monster, and whether he does not like it, Tsugi Hagi. In response, the guy categorically denied this opportunity. He offered to distract the monster on himself and the girl, unnoticed the shadows, but warned her to beware of sharp claws and fangs. Lucy nodded as a sign of consent and rapidly rushed. Elma took advantage of the shadow suppression skills, which he received for the points obtained from the frenzied head of Ghoul. With this ability, it is about to increase the level of Lucy. The shade suppression technique is activated when the user comes on the shadow of the enemy, attracts his attention, and does not allow him to escape. However, if the leg is trembled or someone else comes to the same shadow, the spell is immediately dispelled. Elma warned that the shadow may be much larger than it seems at first glance, so Lucy should be careful. The girl assured that she understood. At that time, she was remembered how the young man warned her to beware of fangs and claws. But it seems that this monster was not at all. Suddenly, of delicate paws grow sharp claws together, and the tummy turns into a huge mouth full of sharp fangs. Lucy was quite surprised. Hadzi from Brat City rushed directly at the young man, but he immediately muffled him, pressing his shield to the ground. Lucy was surprised, and Elma noted that he had a shield. Without it, it would be extremely difficult to beat the blow without moving. He immediately ordered Lucy to attack the monster while it was lying on the ground. The girl disdainfully noted that now this creature has even lost all her attractiveness. She rushed at him, swinging her splitter. Soon the girl sounded, barely translating her breath. She said that the battle was exhausting. She had to strike a lot before the monster came. The young man wondered if she increased her level after such a victory. But the girl did not pay attention to him. Her look was chained to an incredible sight. She was surprised to watch her hands plunge into a fluffy bear fur coat. She collected the fluff in her palm and suddenly burst into tears. Tsugikage Bear left no drops. The girl thought in a confusion how Elma's hope would now be fulfilled if the monster did not give her anything. Elma assured that he did not need no drops. The main thing is that the girl raises her level. In addition, there are many similar monsters ahead. One of them will definitely leave something after themselves. He informs the girl that another Tadita Sugihagi appeared there again. Elma notes Lucy that opponents do not change the approach and use the same techniques. The girl agreed. Subsequently, the girl held a teddy bear shield. He looked charming, although because of his rounded form he got low ratings. Lucy rejoiced, because she got 2 such nice shields at once. She wondered if Elma was really lucky next to him. In addition, the girl asked if he was at least benefiting him. Elmo just shrugged and suggested, why not pick them up? The protagonist considered it surprisingly strange. Because these objects almost never fall out of Tsugikage Bears, he wondered how low the chance of getting such prey. He wondered why Klein and his comrades did not notice it. Here, in the world, few people at all in monsters, and what to say about the chances of prey loss. Then he guessed that they just did not realize how the key role was played in this team. Lucy asked Alma, who kept the shields, whether she really needed it. The young man confirmed this, sincerely saying that she was very pleased with her presence nearby. The girl laughed, and wondered if the young man really wanted to get this bear shield. She jokingly advised him to gather 10 of them today. The young man categorically refused, explaining that, in his opinion, they had already sufficiently increased the level of Tsugikage beads. The girl confirmed this, because her level rapidly jumped from 13 to 20. Elma reminded that today their goal is to catch a valuable frog. The frog became the first monster to overcome in this world. At the same time, it is considered one of the most common creatures in the field of magic. The world of frogs is amazed by the incredible variety of species. Among them, the precious frog is of particular value. It is the Elma and Lucy. In view of the circumstances, they decided to find this frog in the toy chest. The precious frog is reminiscent of a gold frog. It rarely appears, but if you are lucky to overcome it, an extremely valuable trophy will fall. By the way, despite its high level, this creature has a low attack and does not have combat skills. That is, this creature does not pose a danger on the battlefield. It will allow them to gain considerable experience, and perhaps even take possession of a valuable artifact. In the magical world, there are special monsters who give additional prey, and many players are delighted to search for them in search of rare trophies. They hunted this valuable frog in the depths of the dungeon. The young man knows everything about her habits, where she can appear and where to escape if he feels dangerous. Lucy noted that she was also known to the frog. One traveler said that you won such a creature, and a happy life for a few years forward you are guaranteed. The young man exclaimed that if the girl had already heard about her, then everything would really be easier. To which Lucy calmly replied that she would not have been asserted. It is extremely difficult to catch this bag, and even if you are lucky to hit, it seems that she has not felt the blow at all. Those who chased after her went too far and found themselves in the den. Who will tell how many bold adventurers have died because of this demonic puzzle? The young man realized that this world is far from a normal game. It will not be easy to destroy the valuable frog. The creature runs well and skillfully lures the pursuer in a trap. Then it is distinguished by incredible speed and strong protection, and in addition is not amenable to reducing the attack. Lucy asks how to cope with him. The guy, of course, handed this weapon to the girl. The stonemason is able to harm even those who have reliable protection, but it is not sure that it will be able to hurt the opponent a little. The girl is doubted. Will she be able to catch up with her at all? Elma notes that the protection of the precious frog is as much as 200 points, and its speed is 67. For her 15% of the punching of the armor of the butcher is little things. The girl asks what to do next. Elma is convinced that Toad runs more than twice as fast as Lucy, the clown from the category of the fastest, and exceeds its own speed more than 3 times. On her side plays that even a perfectly inflicted blow will not deprive her of any level, and the penetration of defense of 15%, even if you hit a weak place, will not help. Lucy doubts whether it is real for them. Elma confidently assures that everything is fine. They still have a chance. Even in this ideal defense, the frog has a weak place. Lucy has wondered whether the guy has a skill that can harm her. Elma smiles, and Lucy looks at her in a confusion, not understanding what is happening. Elma confidently assures that she can handle it. The girl asks as she asks why she is. The guy notes that the girl should get 8 skills for raising the level. He proposes to spend them all on Harlequin acrobatics. The 2 skills she will acquire will become the cornerstone of all their business. Lucy stops the boy and confesses that she is pleased to know about his trust, but at the same time asks, where does she get such an incredible force? Suddenly, Elma notices something in the dark. He is jumping to a square gift box. The guy quickly lifts the shield, defending himself, and sharply repels the monster sideways. Do not allow me to call Lucy and say it's time to run. The girl agrees, but still hesitates. Would it be better to get it now? Elma points out that this is a monster, not their goal. Feeling a threat, she immediately calls for the help of her comrades. Lucy has wondered if the guy is really convinced that it is worth focusing only on a valuable frog. She is sure that having such abilities, they will effortlessly raise another 3rd level, simply defeating the monsters. Elma agrees, recognizing the truth in these words, but adds that hunting for a valuable frog is the most favorable choice for their experience. Lucy admits that finding it will be a real challenge. It can take a few days in search. She asks whether they are really serious, and whether this frog is so rare. The young man assures that this valuable frog is really worth every effort. At the same time, he notes that even with the girl's talent to see her is not easy. If she becomes bad or feels fatigue, he must tell him about it. Lucy reassures the young man. Don't worry, I will not retreat and go behind Elma to the very end. Elma only smiles gently in response. Suddenly, Lucy attracts attention and she wary looks at the jump. In a moment, both notice a precious frog in the hallway. Elma looked at a valuable frog and thought that they found it much faster than he could imagine. This creature was called Precious Frog. It belonged to the 40th level. He has only 2 points, and magical energy, 36 points. Lucy, panic, began to whisper Elma that the frog is just in front of them. She asked the guy what to do now. Elma continued to stand still, carefully considering this unusual frog. Elma advised the girl to breathe deeply and exhale slowly. When hunting, the most important thing is to keep calm. The girl nodded in understanding, then took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. At that moment, the valuable frog suddenly jumped and hurried to move away from the boy with the girl. Alma, watching her, returned to Lucy and wondered whether he managed to increase the level of her acrobatic movements to the 10th mark. The girl, a little embarrassed, confirmed it. She also noted that she had already mastered the same 2 skills that the young man mentioned. Elma praised this achievement and advised the girl to follow the chosen plan. He told Lucy that he would stay here and wait for the frog, and her task, to draw this valuable frog directly to him. The girl stood silently aside, not answering anything. Elma turned to her in her name, trying to find out what she was worried. Lucy trembled, but she convinced herself. She cope, and finally brought the task that Elma has instructed her. The young man asked the girl if she realized that mistakes did not lead to anything wrong. He advised her to breathe again and exhale slowly to calm down. The girl listened to his words. She breathed deeply, exhaled slowly, and looking intently at the precious frog, confidently stated that she was going. The girl assured the boy that she could safely trust her, because she would accomplish this task without any difficulty. The valuable finger instantly throws heels as the adventure seeker approaches him less than 4 meters. The corridors of this dungeon have the exact width of 4 meters. So even if you try to get around it, holding the walls, she still rushes to run away. That is why you can get around this obstacle not on the floor, but on the ceiling. And this is a completely different story. It was at that moment that Lucy demonstrated her dexterity. The star jumped from the floor to the ceiling, pushed away from the wall, and in a moment she was on the opposite side. The precious toe appeared between the boy and the girl. Alma and Lucy exchanged views full of stress. The frog was amazed and confused because of such. Seeing the gap between the girl and the wall, she rushed directly to the rival. Lucy screamed that the frog did not escape in any way. She uses her illusory duel technique, and instead of 1, Lucy before the precious frog suddenly appears at once 4 of her ghosts. Due to the narrowness of the corridor, the illusion will bloom the path tightly, and the timid valuable frog will not even risk approaching them. Although this special frog cannot be blinded or stunned or fascinated, she has not learned the illusions. It was their first, but extremely prominent step towards the desired victory they sought to win, overcoming many trials and obstacles. Lucy, with a voice that heard like a moaning bell, exclaimed a warning. The huge and extremely valuable frog with which they have just fought, rapidly approaching Elma, threatening her serious danger. The young man instantly realized that the second stage of their plan was successful. He will definitely have to use the shadow suppression. This is the only way to slow down the lightning movements of the frog and gain invaluable advantage over time. However, in his calculations, there is still a risk of error. Despite the narrow passage, the gem is still 3 times faster than it, and the length of its shadow does not exceed 50 centimeters. Now he had no right to make a mistake. Too much weighing the implementation of their plan, and even the slightest miscalculation could have caused completely unpredictable and extremely undesirable consequences. Gathering with thoughts and discarding all the doubts, the young man carefully removed the magical stone of the holy element from his road bag. He knew well. This artifact, fueled by mana, could emit a soft healing light. He got the same magic stone together with Hosak Lucy some time ago. However, due to the extremely weak therapeutic force, he almost did not seek his help in battle. Now he has matured a completely different intention for this artifact. Focusing Manu, the young man activated a glowing stone, which at that moment flashed a bright light. Sudden movement, the guy threw the artifact aside. The stone suddenly flashed, radiating such a bright luminosity that for a moment he blinded all present. A huge gem, lined with a sudden and bright flash of light, threw a titanic shadow on the ground, which repeatedly exceeded the size of his own body. After all, the young man smiled satisfiedly. He realized that the idea was gradually beginning to be realized exactly as he hoped. Later, he activates the skill of shadowing, and without hesitation steps simply on the shadow of a precious frog. The poor, valuable frog is not able to move. The shadows tended in place. Elmo glowed with joy, finally managed to catch a dream frog. The precious frog could not escape and escape. Elma forever attacked her to her own shadow. And Lucy, with a satisfied murmur, shared with Elma impressions of their adventure. She ran to Elma and gripped with delight that they look real professionals. However, the girl suddenly asked, in what way did they plan to kill her? At that moment, The frog was convincingly trying to escape from paralysis. Elma focusedly stated that it would be possible to win it only when to strike a decisive blow during the offensive. A critical stroke is when you keep a close eye on the opponent's movements and then instantly strike the most vulnerable place. Such an attack causes 1.5 times more harm, and also ignores half the protection of the enemy. Lucy nodded, making it clear that she understood everything. Elma could attack critical blows as much as you like. The frog had no chance of escape. The girl sincerely wished the young man. He replied that even in the case of a critical blow, his power would be insufficient. The girl was amazed at this confession. Elma smiled and confessed. It is because of this that he rests on Lucy. In order to strike a truly crucial blow, you need both skill and luck. The young man does not even have time to attack. The body has stuck a fixed fear. Lucy wondered how a critical blow could be struck. The guy explained that in normal circumstances, it is almost impossible. The girl frantically squeezed the edge of her skirt. She covered a sense of helplessness and her own futility in this situation. However, Elma noted that this girl has an extremely important skill, the skill of throwing gambling bones. The girl wondered again with the result of a cube. Suddenly, she was remembered how Klein expressed the idea that the girl finally mastered the usual skill for attack. Usually, this skill of gambling works is easy. You throw a cube and falls from 1 to 6, and the result depends on this figure. The girl suddenly smays, and Elma nods to confirm. If the 6 falls, the attack will become devastating. If the 6 falls, the damage will increase by 1.3, and the attack will definitely be critical. The total increase in damage will be 1.9500 seconds. In addition, 15% of protection due to stone, and 50% of the punching of armor with a critical blow are also summed up. This means that the damage will increase by 1.9500 seconds, and the perpetration of the armor will increase by 65%. Lucy wondered if that was really happening. Elma replied that even if some skills are manifested only in certain circumstances or developing later, it does not make them in vain. No skill is in vain. There is no point in concern to the opinion of others about it. Klein with his company simply did not notice the true potential of this girl. He reports Lucy that it will happen again, and emphasizes, she needs the strength of that girl, because later he will need this power. The girl was deeply moved by these words. Feeling the rush of determination, she cleared the sword's arms and rushed with a frantic courage just on the burden. The girl exclaimed that she could handle herself. If she begins to justify the young man, she does not even deserve to be called an adventure. Alma nodded and assured that he was trusting the girl. The girl twisted and applied the skill of throwing gambling cubes. The disc on Lucy's weapons twisted at a dizziness. Elmo has stopped, and a valuable frog trembled with horror. The girl was completely focused. Suddenly the 6 fell, and the girl hit the frog. The precious frog for the last mournful worried. From a powerful blow to the girl, her body was crashing. The girl's level jumped from 21 to 27. She did not believe her eyes that everything turned out. Looking back on Elma, the girl happily reported success and noted that she instantly rose to 27th level. Elma only smiled mysteriously in response. His own level increased from 24 to 30. The young man said that a valuable frog brings a lot of experience, and even more importantly, he is generously awarding prey. However, the chance of getting a trophy is only 50%. Their views froze on the frog's body. The tension hung in the air. And suddenly, a shining frog blade appeared. These weapons increased the attack on as much as 12 points. Before them lay a shiny yellow dagger, dropped from pure gold. The eyes of a girl and a boy were shown from a happy find in their hands. There was a gorgeous, shiny rapard blade. Lucia looked surprised at the fallen. The glittering dagger of the frog had a +12 attack and cost a lot. The girl noted that they managed to win a thing worth 1,700,000 local currency without much effort. On this amount, Elma tissued her ears. He stopped the girl and noted that she was mistaken for 10. The blade was actually 17 million in local currency. The girl stunned in the price tag, trying to calculate the number of zeros in the name of the value of this blade. Suddenly, having realized that its price is as much as 17 million, she fainted from shock. After a while, Elma wondered in Lucy whether she managed to calm down. The girl responded uncertainly in the affirmative. She is easy to pinch for the cheek and confesses. He still cannot believe that they just got this valuable thing. The girl is surprised to look at the weapon that she was suddenly in her hand. She looked at the brilliant blade and noted that such a valuable thing would provide them with a carefree and wealthy life. She asked Elma to escape immediately with her and settle in some remote village. The young man agrees that everything is the same and adds that they should soon go. They did not have time to finish how the guy suggests to deprive another valuable frog. Lucy, stunned, looks at him and asks, he really implies that they can kill another such expensive creature. In 3 hours, the girl repeatedly resorts to her ability to throw bone. It throws the bones for the last time, a 6th, which causes a devastating blow to a maiden attack. The frog goes out, and another golden Zabel falls out of her body. Elma was glad that they again managed to overcome the frog. This allowed him to raise his level from the 31st to the 33rd. After that, his gaze turns to Lucia, who is silently standing without saying a word. The young man appeals to the girl not to be upset, because this time she just failed on the first attempt to defeat the frog. At that moment, the girl was in no way, because for 2 blades, she received a crazy 34 million local currency. In addition, its level increased from 27 to 31. Alma rushed to Lucy to prevent her to faint. The girl could still not believe in these 30 million. In her opinion, it is 10 times more than 3 million. Elma noted that it was only because of Lucy that they were fortunate enough to win the whole 2 shining blades of Crete. Now they have to decide what skills should be improved. The girl agrees, noting that it is worth thinking about the future, but does not have time to complete the phrase. It is unexpectedly encompassed a strange feeling. The girl turned sharply. Alma asked her what had happened. Lucy wondered if Elma really heard nothing. According to her, it was like a baby's crying. Elma asked again, claiming that the girl was sure that she was a baby crying. However, he denied, insisting that it was impossible, and explained, they heard not a baby, but a wandering king. Dream owners are dungeons that can usually be found in special halls, where they remain in one place without leaving the boundaries of their territory. At the same time, among the bosses there are unique, those that can leave their hall. They are called wandering kings. Lucy was interested in the wandering king again, this time, loudly emphasizing that his recommended level, as much as 50. It was really alarming news. Elma tried to reassure the girl, assuring that the situation is completely under control. He added that if they act carefully there is almost no chance of face. He proposes everyone to just go not to the voice, but on the contrary, to go to the exit. He is not going to pursue them with extraordinary corridors. Elma thinks whether everything is so easy and obvious. They were going to go to the city, so all this was to end. At that moment, Lucy noted that in this case it could remain calm. Suddenly, screams were cut around for help. Lucy and Alma returned to the side where these desperate voices came from. The hysterical screams broke out of the larynx of a man and a girl. The protagonist instantly realized, it is not a joke at all, and in such a state they do not escape. If they do not give their help, these 2 are doomed to death. Elma stood strongly, standing up for Lucy and 2 more people. He ordered the girl to take them to a safe place, and he remained resistant to the monster. Lucy replied that she understood Elma's order, but noted that the owner of dreams reached the 50th level. It is too dangerous for the young man. Elma also assured that he knew this monster perfectly, and only he can hold him back, winning precious time for them. In addition, to distract enemies on itself is a true purpose of the heavily armed knight. The young man said these words with adhesive confidence. In response, Lucy said his name. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a loud cry of the man. There was a monster known as a tin soldier. Elma stopped opposite the monster. He shouted that he would hold the enemy, and Lucy should rush and bring everyone to a safe place. The girl remained in place, unbreakable. Another young man who supported the wounded ally exclaimed to Elma, apologizing and assuring that they would remain grateful to him. Before Elma stood a monster named Tin Soldier. His level reached the 40th, the vitality was 47, and the supply of mana 31. But because of his wound, he had only 21 units of health. Elma noted that it was already damaged, and it was an absolute plus. Lucy grabbed the weapon and warned Elma, this monster is extremely powerful but wounded, so if they act together, they will be able to give him advice. But Elma insisted, there is no chance here, and the girl should run. Frightened, Lucy with a nervous tremor in her voice asked what that means. Elma replied that the Tin Soldier was not the owner of sleep. Lucy felt impressed with this surprise. By narrowing the eyes, Elma added that those are only ordinary servants. However, the story did not end there. Suddenly, 2 more Tin Soldiers appeared around the corner, and Lucy engulfed fear. 3 Tin Soldiers of the 40th level were already lined up in front of them. Elma exclaimed loudly that he would hold the enemy and immediately join them. Lucy has been panic. She screamed that she would not agree to such. Leave Alma and escape? She could not afford it because the guy did so much for her. Alma, in despair, also raised his voice. Was he not quite clear? He coldly states that the girl is too weak to resist them, so it will only interfere. Lucy released the weapon, agreeing with the young man, and then she sincerely apologized. She confidently stated that he should definitely return to her. Soon the girl rushed on the side. Alma was convinced that 3 tin soldiers of 40 level were in front of him. If it were their only problem, he would have coped with Lucy alone. However, the true threat has not made itself known. The young man, squeezing the shield and the sword, waited hard when suddenly a deaf moan came from the adjacent corridor. Alma only said Lucy that she would be able to divert their attention and escape, but it was a lie, because the heavy night burden was not able to break free. He may have escaped from the tin soldiers leading hand-to-hand fighting, but a Lord of Sleep with magic attacks awaits him. There was no opportunity to escape. Suddenly, another monster emerged from the horn, lifting a terrible howl from which blood in the veins ripe. Alma realized that this fight needs to be won right now. The monster emerged directly in front of him, an embryo named King of Dreams. It had a 50th level, 42 health points, and 60 magical energy units, although only 49 remained. Alma exclaimed, happily saying that the monster finally appeared, the King of the Dream of Dreams. The monsters did not like the greetings. She wondered in response to the girl's cry. Compared to other bosses, the embryo has quite modest characteristics, although it has reached 50 levels. All the difficulty is whether the guy will be able to do this monster at least some harm. His body is protected by a reliable shell, and the only vulnerable point is an eye on the head, to which it is almost impossible to reach without attacks. But if the boss has a weak place, even a young man who is alone and has a low level can still win. Alma makes some changes to the parameters of her status. He then turns to the embryo, stating that he is ready to start the game with him. He assures a monster that it will not worry. There will be no escape, because it will be an honest duel. At the same moment, the system of the system floated before the eyes. The Oath of Heavy Armor reached the 27th level, and at the same time a new skill was opened with a shield. The tin warriors moved forward. The young man struck a powerful shield, and the tin soldier flew a few meters ago. The young man took advantage of the usual technique of struck, which allows not only to impress the enemy, but also to throw it back. With this skill, you can easily break the opponents. Meanwhile, the tin soldier shook from head to head after the new wound received. Immediately another tin soldier rushed to Alma, but the young man skillfully applied the reflection skill and cleverly evaded the hostile blow. Without a second, he used the ability to depart and knock out the weapon from the enemy's hands. Alma did not retreat and inspired a fierce battle against 2 soldiers from the group 10, while the third of them, along with the embryo, watched the clash while staying away. Alma closely monitored the behavior of the embryo, and noticed that as long as all tin soldiers remain intact, the monster does not dare to use a magic silk cut or call a thunderstorm. So, for a while, discard your thoughts about this monster and focus on the soldiers. At this point, the young man strikes one of the monsters with his weapon. Alma rushed forward and applied disarmament skill. Only then did he realize that it was a second soldier, and 47 seconds have passed from the first use of this skill. Thus, all the requirements were fulfilled. The third tin soldier rushed to the young man. He involved the skill of reflection from the wall, which pushed the monster and caused him harm equal to the power of his attack. Alma concentrated, internally noting that the most interesting. Alma stood up and looked at the breathless body of an iron soldier who had just overcome. It seemed that this enemy had already completed his way. The monster lay with a deadly wound in the breast, and her vitality was completely exhausted. But suddenly the eye opened on the head of the embryo. The ugly creature applies its ability to repair, and the tin soldier comes to life again. Alma was convinced that while the embryo was alive, tin soldiers would certainly recover. Just the dead soldier came to life and regained his full health. However, as soon as the embryo uses the recovery spell, its most vulnerable place becomes open to attack. The guy pulls out a stone from the bag and rushes to the embryo. He rushes the stone in a monster. He hit the eye on the forehead of creatures. The stone hit the monster just into the forehead, forcing him to scream with pain. His vital forces were instantly fallen from 42 to 31. Alma was convinced that it was her only chance to defeat the enemy. She used the magic earthen stone that fell from the Sugi Hagi bear. Satisfied with mana, the stone released many sharp earth needles, The embryo howled the pain, and Elma cleverly rushed. It has to hide behind tin soldiers as soon as possible, so that the embryo cannot use magic. The young man hid behind the shield, not giving a tin soldier to injure any chance to injure it with weapons. In his thoughts, he was sure. He should at least lower the defense for a moment. The embryo would destroy him with one single blow. The young man applied his skill with a shield. Suddenly the tin soldier rushed to the side. Elmo did not hide his surprise from such a surprise. Suddenly, 2 tin soldiers arose behind the boy's back. Their swords had already flew in the air, ready to strike. Alma hissed, dissatisfied with such a turn of events. He covered with a shield from a blow to one soldier, and a mighty sword replied the attack of the other. Suddenly the young man struck the soldier with a reception that hit a weak place. One of the enemies is instantly disarmed, and the guy cleverly retreats. The protagonist realizes that these monsters are able to learn and develop. In this magical world, ordinary monsters did not even have time to react to players. But these tin soldiers have remembered the distance of the stroke. He almost confessed that he had not been waiting for such, however. Casting his gaze on the embryo, he realized, if they were doing that way, it would be more difficult to defeat this creature. To overcome this monster, you will have to throw at least 3 stones. If you delay, the embryo will quickly recover due to powerful regeneration. Suddenly, Elma is alert. She felt something strange. The embryo slowly opened his eyes, and immediately became noticeable how a tiny creature greedily absorbs Manu. Elma joked that this strange monster seems to not perceive what was happening seriously. Suddenly, Embryo applied his own self-spread skill and gave his head to one of the tin soldiers standing nearby. Elma, stunned by this unexpected attack, could not believe that this monster could have such a powerful ability. Immediately assessing the threat and realizing that it would not be possible to evade a rapid attack, Elma instinctively hid at a reliable shield at the last moment, desperately hoping at least to sustain a blow. However, the guy did not have time to focus on the defense when the shield hit his shield in the very center of his shield. From this, a wave of gulf vibration swept through his body. The young man, gathering the remnants of strength, desperately fights an incredible power, stubbornly holding the shield in place so as not to let himself be thrown back. However, the young man could not resist such a powerful attack. Loss of balance, he flew back as if a doll, and from the acceleration, he crashed into his back into a stone wall, pierced with acute pain from head to heels. After a stroke, the young man dizzy in his head. Acute pain pierced his temple. Dark spots floated before his eyes, and an unbearable bell was involved in his ears. The heart pounded in the chest, like a scared bird that beats the cage. The legs were completely numb, lost their strength, and refused to keep the body weight. To all, the protagonist suddenly came under the harmful and very unpleasant effect of stunning. This further knocked him out of the panther and deprived the opportunity to respond promptly to the events around. He felt that he was numb, and noticing how tin soldiers were approaching, he realized that everything was over. No wonder he thought that he was just not lucky. It was necessary to persuade Lucy to stay side by side. Suddenly he noticed the tin soldier missed, and some invisible force dramatically pulled him away. It was Lucy. The girl was glad that the guy understood everything, and even more, that he recognized her. Elma was simply amazed by the unexpected appearance of Lucy in this place. The girl involved a double illusion skill, and a few ghostly copies suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Elma started a quarrel, raising her voice in Lucy and asking why she was still here. She ordered to capture those two and disappear with them as soon as possible. Lucy burst into tears and assured that there were no monsters on the way, and she had already had 2 satellites to a safe place. She only returned to find out how the guy feels. She said that the young man promised to escape with her, but for some reason, he went into a fight. Elma noted that she was his personal business and advised the girl to leave here. Lucy rose from the ground and categorically abandoned the boy's offer. She screamed that she would stay here because she was her business. She noted that the guy saved her, enduring himself in danger to protect. Didn't he claim that it needed her strength? Is she still dare to call the young man and escape with him after all that happened? She said it was time to say goodbye to adventures. The girl's words were stunned by Elma, forcing her to get lost. Elma noted that it is unlikely that his only reception will work against this monster for the second time. Neither he nor Lucy have any skills that can harm him. Suddenly, Lucy exclaimed, asking why the guy seemed so fast. He trusted her just when she considered herself worthless. Stunned, Elmo quietly said the girl's name. Lucy smiled warmly and assured Elma that she was always ready to support her again. The young man looked at the girl carefully, smiled noticeably in response, and thought that he still underestimated this wonderful girl. He smiles and agrees with the girl, confessing that it is right now as never before. In response, she gives him no less sincere, warm smile. Elma was confidently prepared for the battle, saying that they would overcome the embryo together. The girls supported her, emphasizing that they had no other choice. It should be done. Alma and Lucy found themselves opposite the embryo, who defended themselves with the help of 3 tin soldiers. One of these soldiers rushed at the young man. He hastily hid behind his shield. Lucy exclaimed that he was on the attack. The tin soldier and Elma strongly rushed to each other to meet each other, getting ready to face the forehead. The young man struck a shield and pushed one of the tin soldiers, but at the same moment the other attacked it from the side. The protagonist cleverly struck the second enemy with his huge sword, while the first, after an attack by a shield, hastily flew up and disappeared. Suddenly, the young man shouted loudly. In response, she was lightly impressed with a tin soldier toward her weapon. The monster flew to the side and no longer got up. The girl exclaimed that everything was moving great, and they would certainly cope with everyone. Suddenly, the embryo opened the eye. He screamed loudly. All 3 of his tin soldiers were killed. Suddenly, he applied the recovery skill, and all 3 tin soldiers instantly returned, and their health reached a maximum. Lucy was surprised. Now these monsters are again intact. What she saw seemed incredible to her. Elma believes that it is useless to try to destroy the tin soldiers. There will be no chance of victory in the protracted battle. She insists. It's time to go straight at the embryo. Lucy wondered if someone had any ideas. Elma answered the girl that she had one idea. He believes that for success you need to knock the 6 on the cube. Thus, you can bet on a decisive blow. At the time when the eye of the embryo is closed, its protective level is only 88 points. If they manage to break the protection of a valuable frog with 200 defense points, then it is quite realistic to harm this embryo. Lucy asked how to get to the monster and immediately mentioned her acrobatic skills. However, Elma categorically denied it is not necessary to do so. On the contrary, it will only make Lucy the perfect target for his skill. The girl looked around and asked what to do now. Elma replied that he was going straight on him, and Lucy should catch up with the boy. If he manages to get close enough, he will swing the shield and forcefully throw the girl into the air. This is extremely dangerous, so if something goes wrong, no one will guarantee that they will remain alive. The girl answered what it means. It all now depends on the case, as if a throw of the gambling bone. But since there is no other way out, you should risk. She confidently added that they would definitely fall a 6. Elma Streamhead rushed into battle, shouting that he is counting on Lucy, because it will be decisive that her luck will become. The girl nodded confidently, and without seconds, hurried for a young man. 3 tin soldiers lined up in front of them. The guy first struck everyone in the most vulnerable places, and then gave Lucy a sign to act. He lifted the shield, creating a resistance for the girl so she could jump. Using the skill of a shield, he threw the girl up and flew rapidly like a bird. Elma decided that they still managed to break through, and now it was only necessary to rely on the favor of the fortune. They stubbornly tried to overcome the extraordinary frog, but Lucy managed to make a brilliant throw and score 6 points only on the 7th attempt. The guy is aware that the chances are small, but hope still remains. At that moment, the girl demonstrates her skill in throwing cubes, and the arrow on her mysterious device begins to rotate rapidly. Elma watched the events, thinking that probability was 1/6. She looked closely at the dial. It was then that the embryo opened his eyes in anticipation of the attack. Elma was hot to fall out of the 6. Suddenly, the figure 4 appeared on the dial. Lucian and Elma did not hide their surprise and fright, seeing this mysterious number. The girl swung all his strength to impress the embryo, and her attempt ended in vain. At the same moment, she smiled predatory and exploded with a spooky, ominous laughter. Alma realized that the situation deteriorates even more than before. Lucy climbed into the air and flew rapidly after an unsuccessful attack, and the embryo exploded with a sinister laughter. Elma, having clasped his teeth, watched the events and painfully realized that their plan had fallen. He wondered if there was another way. After all, it was impossible to risk your own life here. It is not a game of luck. The young man was looking for how to fix everything and doubted whether there was at least some way out of this trap. He squeezed the weapon firmly, but his hands trembled with fear. Elma convinced himself that it was impossible to retreat. 3 tin soldiers stood in front of him. He realized that they should first distract their attention to make Lucy safely land. Suddenly, Elma caught a pile of heels and turned sharply. Before him was a girl who still did not fall to the ground. At that moment, Lucy took advantage of her agility, and as if the cat landed on the ceiling behind the embryo boss, she rushed forward. She threw to his comrades. This time they had a last chance. The girl activated the skill of throwing gambling cubes, and surprisingly, the 6 fell. Without hesitation, she enclosed the Tessac directly into the nape of the embryo. The monster's eyes suddenly looked as if he had covered his entire head. The girl struck a deadly blow. The monster loudly glowed to the earth, finally losing all the forces. Lucy managed to win him. And at the same moment, as if by some magic signal, all tin soldiers were also scattered into piles. In a moment the girl easily touched the ground. Information was shown before her eyes. 2,117 points of experience were obtained, and Lucy's level jumped from 27th to 31st. Elma watched in surprise. Everything was happening without saying a word. Her level suddenly jumped from the 33rd to the 41st. He believed that he made a fatal mistake, trusting the luck of this girl too much, but did not weigh about her relentless desire for victory. At that moment, the girl sat on the ground, stunned by her own act. She still did not believe that she managed to overcome this insurance. Elma lifted the girl's hat, approached her, and carefully returned him to the place. The young man turned to Lucy, confessing that without her help he would no longer be alive. Elma thanked the girl for salvation. Lucy launched a hat on her eyes, and with an excited smile uncertainly asked if the guy actually was telling the truth. She rushed and asked, "Does Elma know that she was given confidence when she was exploring the dungeon together? She was constantly claimed that her class was absolutely worthless, but it was with him that she managed to get many trophies, and even a cube-throwing benefit." However, Elma intervened, cutting off that the merit is not in the classroom. He explained that this was made possible by the forces of that girl. Lucy was surprised from such news, and Elma was in a hurry to reassure. They would tell the rest later. He realized that he was also used to evaluating people only at their position or level. So in this sense, he was similar to his father or client. The only difference was his own judgment criteria. When Lucy is in danger, she instantly evaluates the situation and makes decisions. Moreover, returning to support the main character, Lucy first took care of the safety of others, and then managed to overcome the embryo. This girl skillfully shows her abilities, especially in difficult moments. Alma believes that there are more reliable comrades than she. Sleeping the cheek, the girl noted that Alma clearly overestimates her. Suddenly, they began to look at the real fools. Lucy did not please this glory. However, she rejoiced in another. They got valuable trophies. Tin swords worth 2,400,000 local currency. Elmo could not believe his eyes. Valuable things were just with ease, which was difficult to imagine. The young man inadvertently felt that at such equipment he would look very lightly, and it was even a prey from the embryo. However, it is much more important that this thing passed from there. Did he ask the girl, asking, "Did a bow with an attribute of wind that had to fall out of the embryo among the trophies?" The girl wondered again about the onion, and then suggested looking at immediately. Elma sighed in response. They say, they were unlikely to be so lucky. Suddenly, his gaze stops on an unexpected find. On the floor lies a book in the skill of higher magic of wind, the cost of which reaches as much as 20 million local currency. This rare volume opens access to the section of advanced air elements. In addition, thanks to MG, they have mastered everyone, from single attacks of wind blades to large-scale magical lightning blows. Elma was amazed at the heart, learning that they managed to gain a book of skills. Suddenly, Lucy approached the boy and asked what he was busy in trying to hide. Elma replied that it was something terrible, disgusting, and even able to kill them. He decided that he would be wiser to convey this book to that old woman. Suddenly, the entire underground prison shuddered at a powerful shake. Lucy looked back and turned to the young man, trying to find out what was happening here. Elma reassured the girl. "There is no reason to worry. This is just a dungeon dissolves in the air. The Dream King is already overthrown, so they will soon find themselves out." Lucy wondered with fear whether everything was happening. She had no idea that the situation was unfolding in a similar way. They were enveloped by the white haze, and here Elma hesitated a little. She said that it may be too early to rejoice, but they have already earned more than 65 million local currency. They got a book of skills, 2 dazzling glittering frogs, 2 tin sabers, 2 bear shields, a couple of magical stones of the embryo, 3 stones of a tin warrior, as well as many different artifacts. In total, they received 65,140,000 local currency. The forest was stunned by these numbers. Elma rushed to her with anxiety. "Is everything okay? What happened to her?" On this forest, she only barely shook her head and hastened to be silent. She is not yet ready to speak. After a while, the story is transferred to a girl named Reese and a Klein boy who was once associates of Lucy. They returned from the next dungeon. Klein noted that their coordination has recently deteriorated. Even the healing mushrooms, which seemed to have to fall out of tango almost 100%, never appeared. With annoyance, recognizing that Lucy's luck still played a role, and the pursuit of Matango was a failed idea from the beginning. The client was only annoyed, they say. It was a common accident. If Lucy did not require a part of the swollen saber, he would not put it out of the door. Rice noted that Klein could simply turn her back. The young man asked the girl to listen to him, emphasizing that pride for him was not an empty sound. Finally, he confessed. So she really wants him to turn to her again? The Rise answered nothing. Their adventure begins on the Golden Way. Klein notes that they are lucky. Thanks to the profit from the sale of the sword, they still have money, so there is no need to hurry. When they cross the threshold of the guild, a noisy hall filled with people opened before their eyes. Klein wondered what was happening here, whether something was extraordinary happened, for example, whether someone could not overcome a mighty monster. In response, the guy learned that the adventurers of the ranks E and F had just successfully cleaned the dungeon, the Angel Toys. Klein noticed Elma with Lucy. He was surprised that these two were those people. Elma explained to the administrator that they did not intend to pass the dungeon at all, and it was the Dream King who attacked them first. If it is difficult for them to believe in this story, let two adventurers rescued by them. The girl agreed and noted that they would only receive a reward when everyone is convinced that the dungeon was really closed. Often, in settlements near the dungeons, there are orders for their cleaning. After all, monsters are pulled out from the openings of dreams, giving rise to bizarre phenomena that can turn into real disasters. The recommended level of origin is determined depending on the region in which the dungeon appears. They say that the reason lies in the streams of mana, which penetrate the earth itself. Maybe it is just another whimsical trace of a sleeping god, a secret that is inaccessible to the human mind. Truth is sometimes so distant that only guesses and shaky hypotheses remain. Experienced adventurers are usually settled in cities, near which there are complex dungeons, because such a location benefits both the adventurers and the whole state. Because of this, there was no one left in the city who could overcome the Yangle toy box, so the mayor decided to declare a reward for his passage. This news caught Elmo by surprise. He had no idea that for the passage of the dungeon you could receive some reward. Without holding back curiosity, he asked what amount was intended for this task. The girl on the reception reported that they will receive 10 million in local currency for cleaning this dungeon. Klein was incredibly impressed with this sum. He did not believe his own ears. Elma noted that to give up such a significant amount of 10 million local currency is really surprising. In response, Lucy confessed that she would now be in the seventh heaven with happiness, but she has not yet recovered after they were robbed. Klein was again interested in the trophies, and noted that it was thanks to Lucy that they had such a rare prey from the owner of dreams. He suggested that Alma knew from the very beginning about the unusual fortune of Lucy, because of which the chance of getting trophy was growing, which is why she took her into her team. That is why they went hunting for the boss without delay. Lucy and I did not get shake when she earned 10 million. He wondered how much they got in that dungeon. The administrator reported that according to the guild statute, they will also be raised to the adventures of the D class. However, Mrs. Lucy managed to jump immediately from the rank F to bypass E and to become a D class. Klein wondered if Lucy belonged to D. Lucy was now D. He did not have time to blink his eye as the girl had already reached such a high level. The guy rushed to Lucy, and the ride, looking away in surprise, asked what he conceived. Hearing the guy said her name, Lucy, the girl turned sharply and saw Klein lean forward. The young man recognized his mistake and reported that he had changed his opinion. He then asked if the girl could return to them. Raising his head, the guy stated that the girl would get a part for a shrouding sword. Elma and Lucy were quietly watching the events without saying a word. At that time, Elma turned to the girl and suggested that her go, because they were still in many things. Lucy in silence agreed. But here, Klein tried to stop the girl and asked at least a moment to listen to him. At that moment, she grew up with a disgust for everything that was happening. She was indignant at how Klein had recently boasted her own dignity. And now, through Lucy, he was humiliated through the floor. For a while, Lucy from Elmo was already sitting in a cozy restaurant. Elmo, smiling, reported that they are now belonging to D-Rang. In addition, they were quite fortunate. They had a premium in as many as 10 million local currency. When they reached the level of adventurers of the rank D, the skills were raised to 45 points. He wondered if this would be enough for his burning fangs. Meanwhile, Elma thought whether it was worth making a plan to make even more money. At that moment, Lucy wondered at the young man whether he had happened to him. Elma smiled warmly and asked the girl to apologize. He suggested not to spend time and celebrate this wonderful moment, because today was a special day. The girl gladly supported this idea, adding that it was time to decorate her face with genuine smiles. She said that today you can order anything you want. All her life she dreamed of eating in the King of Alchemy. She always dreamed that one day she would succeed as an adventure seeker and come back here to celebrate with teammates. She was once confident that this group included a client and LIS. The girl opened the menu and almost lost her tongue with surprise. A cake with a royal crab and a black mushroom sauce cost as many as 8,000. She turned to Elma in surprise. Why did she not warn that the prices here are so overwhelmed? The girl turned the page and informed Elmi that they did not take anything from this section. The maximum that can afford is something that costs no more than 4,000 local currency. At this point, Elma made an order. She asked the waitress to bring them a pie with a royal crab under black mushroom sauce. Lucy was surprised to ask if Elma was really sure that she wanted such a dish. Elma only smiled mysteriously, mentally noting that the situation is not the best. He says they need to discuss how to dispose of prey. For starters, a book of skills. He asks the girl if she will use it. After all, the possession of a powerful magic of wind could be a real advantage for her. The girl wondered if the boy needed this book. Elma replied that it would be good, but it is more important for him to acquire other skills. The girl lays the menu and confesses that she does not need this book. The guy clearly clarifies if she is sure. After all, with him, the girl would easily find a new company. Lucy smiled and assured that she was not going to stop. It seeks to become even stronger and reach new peaks. In addition, she had no idea to say goodbye and no idea. Ilma replied that in this case they would just sell it. To be honest, he even rejoiced that everything happened. The girl wondered if the young man was missing. Elma reported that their total profit is 57 million. He decides to divide everything as follows. 80% by 20%. The girl gets 46 million, and he leaves only 11. Lucy exploded with a cry, hearing the young man's words. Elma was confused and asked if even 80% is not enough for the girl. Lucy denied. Everything was not true. She apologized and wondered where the young man in general took such figures and why he decided that she would take away such a large proportion. The girl also suggested that he probably just invents this data on the move. Elma assured that they always share everything. But Lucy struck her palms on the table and was indignant that the boy was openly cheating. She said she couldn't take such big money. It is thanks to Alma that she reached this level, and now does not find a way to thank her for it. In the end, Elma and Lucy decided to divide the money equally. To sell the things found, they went to the bookstore Broken Magic. The young guy, along with the girl, crossed the threshold of the shop. Noticing them, the elderly woman immediately recognizes the young man, and with a smile, notes that he had visited her again. However, this time he did not come alone. He was with him. She wondered if this little girl was familiar to him, and whether she was his girlfriend. In the meantime, Lucy looked carefully from behind the young man's shoulder carefully. Alma wondered with the serious face of whether he was still thinking about. The woman replied that burning fangs were still with her, and with a slight reproach asked whom this young man had it. Lucy interrupts their conversation and is interested in Elma, why he came here and what he planned to buy. The woman called Lucy a naive girl and asked the young man if he was sure that she wanted to convey this tree of skills. On this, Elma sharply burst into the interlocutor, asking not to weave nonsense and not to knock Lucy from the panther, because he is about to use this book. The woman sighed and said that she was sorry because the young man still did not leave this idea. Lucy only left to guess what exactly was talking about. Elma explained that they brought things to the rating. The woman asked if she was really, because she was sure. The guy is smart enough not to offer her a worthless junk. Then the young man gets 2 golden frogs and a couple of tin swords. The woman stared carefully at the objects laid out in front of her. The woman spread her hands and stated that the young man had a lot struck. In his hands, 2 shining blades were shining with a frog. She asked why the young man did not confess at once that he had brought something ordinary, because then they would be able to communicate quite normal. Elma was cold that she did not need his courtesy. Suddenly, she thundered her palm on the table and categorically stated, "Either give me 30 million and pick up all the blades, or I was to sell them in another store." The woman smiled and noted that it was too much for any store, but she did not want to lose such money herself. Elma was silent. A woman with a strict look stated that she was ready to lay out 25 million for it. Elma became angry, and in thoughts she showered the rival with abusive nicknames. He hoped that they would be able to do without it. Lucy turned to a young man named and asked if this woman was wrong. 25 million is also a very good amount. Elma, however, appealed to Lucy to not succumb to this woman. If Lucy demonstrates weakness, the woman will instantly take advantage of it. Of course, the amount of 30 million is enormous, and other stores can offer even less. But if you do, it will reduce the price even more. Elma advised the woman to weigh again, because it gives her these things almost for nothing. However, the woman replied that he had no right to force a young man. But in the end, the woman only suggested, and then asked, because the young man seemed not just to get rid of 2 blades and 2 swords. Hearing this, Elma does not hide her astonishment. He says that this book of skills fell from the Lord of Sleep. The young man wanted to take advantage of her, but if the woman was offering a favorable price, he would rather sell it to her. The woman takes a book of skills and confesses that now her surprise has no limits. With this trend, he and Lucy with Alma will soon begin to consider glorious heroes. She does not let the book out of her hands. At the same time, she is interested in whether the guy really intends to sell her textbook. Elma believes that he seems to be interested in this woman, but it is still unclear how much she is ready to pay him. Elma voices her price, 20 million. He thinks that this amount seems modest. The woman notes that the guild will not offer the boy more than 7 million. She also notes, the young man is not naive and understands what is happening. The woman is ready to pay $14 million. Elma notes that she will acquire a book for that money and then try to resell her 3-year-old. Elma said it was a high-level win magic. She instantly finds her addressee. The young man pretended that a woman is able to lay out as many as 22 million for this book. The woman just looked at the boy silently, not to mention a word. She began to indignate loudly, complaining about the stubbornness of Elma. Like, I could also reduce the price for him. In response, Elma raised his voice so that the woman finally thought about her behavior. Someone, and he is her permanent buyer, so she could at least once offer the human price. Suddenly, Lucy attracted the attention of everyone. She wondered how much the book of smoldering skills costing the guy was looking for. The woman smilingly replied that this is the funny situation. The arrogant guy encroached on a unique skills book, which is estimated at 55 million local currency. Elma added that even the market price of this book is at least 33 million. The girl replied, about 50 million. Although it was morally ready for that amount, it still sounds too expensive. She was silent for a moment, delving into thought. The girl exclaimed to Elma, calling that carefully listening to her, because she invented a wonderful plan. Perhaps they just need to exchange a textbook of skills that Elma brought to the book of skills, Burning Fangs. A threatening tone woman warned that the girl was at risk of calling for herself, and that she was better not to interfere with negotiations. After that, both Elma and the woman fell silent for a long time, plunging everyone into their own reflections. The woman realized that it was a profitable offer. If she exchanges all Lucy and Elma goods on a burning egg that is unlikely to buy, he would get much more from this exchange. Alma believed that Lucy's proposal to his pleasure. He would receive a burning fang, and they still have money on magic stones, and to clean the dungeon. The woman turned to the girl and strictly warned, "It is better not to interfere when adults find out the price." Lucy was scared and trembled with fear. However, she assured that she has nothing against the bet on their future hero, and is quite satisfied with such conditions. Lucy blossomed with joy, and asked if it was true. Elma pointed to everyone, and then turned to Lucy and reported that they would give that girl the part that was intended for her. Lucy replied that she had nothing against this agreement, and Elma can perceive it as her gift to him as a sign of gratitude. However, Elma categorically refused, emphasizing that he could not accept such a proposal. They were lucky this time, but what if their team breaks up? The girl will then stay with nothing. Lucy glanced at Elma with a threatening expression and asked if he was really going to leave her or get rid of her. Elma assured that he had no thoughts and did not intend to do so. The girl was glad and assured that then no obstacles would occur. She then turned to the woman and reported that they were ready to conclude an agreement. The woman also blossomed with joy and praised Lucy, calling her a smart for having managed to drive her into a dead end. At that moment, Elma wondered how Lucy and this elderly woman got so well. At this point, unknown persons sat at some dungeon. The door of the cage dissolved, and Maris confidently stepped inside. The girl waved his sword skillfully. After that, she did not leave anyone alive in that camera. Suddenly, a man approached the entrance and turned to Mrs. Maris, asking her to stop dismembering the bodies, because the transfer of life has already ended. At that moment, the girl felt, although Elma was counted, she was certain. This young man is not one of those who just seem. The girl, immersed in a blood puddle, replied that it is important to rush to them. It is important to move carefully but confidently. She was completely stunned by all that happened around. On her face blossomed happy admiration. The girl gently spoke the name of her dear Elma. At that moment, the head of the Elma family struck a fist on the table and asked sternly, "Did Elma really make a mess in Random?" The Bogretsky confessed that they are not sure, but the informant said, "A man, like Elma, achieved some success." Elma's father was indignant at what right he sows chaos and intimidates members of the guild, hiding behind his name. Even after the expulsion, the guy does not stop shame on his native name. His father's patience finally broke into. The butter looked at the man and noted that Mr. Elma was a virtue man, and would do that way. He asked Mr. Isis to let him check this information first. However, the man was scattered, they say. Let him check in person. If Elma really attaches to himself, using his family's reputation, the Bogretsky must give the guild to its exclusion. In addition, he should prohibit her register and strictly warn that such a pranks should not happen anymore. Suddenly, Azus was knocked on the door of the Azus office. It was Maris who called this man with a boss and reported that she was already on the spot. The man invited the girl to enter and asked her not to stay so distorted. He noted that she is the heir to the next head of the family, so he could safely turn to him as a father. However, the girl only stood silently without answering a word. She repeated her opinion. He still believes that the man is too condescending to Elma. Now he comes again on the same rake, because exceptions from the guild are too easy punishment. If the young man fails to make money in the guild, he will try to find another way of payment. And what? How does his path lead to robbery? Then his choice will only be further disgrace the good glory of their family. Azaz nodded, confirming what this is really possible. After that, he addressed the girl with the question of how, in her opinion, it is worth acting if it happens. Maris stated that together with the head of the family, he will personally check everything, and only then make a decision on the situation with Elma. It was at this point that Elma and Lucy left the woman's store. The young man sighed and noted that they still purchased that book. Lucy said with a smile that she allowed him to spend some of his money. She did not deny, so it could be considered a kind of gift. The guy purchased a weapon for her. Elma agreed, but noted that the prices were completely different. Lucy wondered, with such a tree of Elma skills, will be able to earn even more. The young man, holding a book in his hands, confidently replied that he would now be able to make much more profit. The Burning Fang of Skills costs as much as 30 million in local currency. It opens access to the skills of the same name. Even the god of death does not compare with the cruelty of the one who does not know the measure in his fury. The guy asked the girl if he could use this book skills. The girl said without hesitation that he could well do it. However, she thinks whether it is really so powerful. Carefully reading in the description, she feels some fear in front of this book, and begins to doubt whether everything is so safe. It is covered by anxiety. Elma replied that she was experiencing extraordinary power, and she had no doubt. If you put enough skills points, it is quite possible to turn. Burning Fang skills are designed for battle in the most difficult circumstances. Thanks to them, even a heavily armed knight is capable of striking. The guy warns Lucy and puts his hand on a book of skills. At the same moment, everything around is filled with a bright glow. The young man, focusing, opens his status window. He states that he will replace the skill of increasing protection. Subsequently, the ability of steel protection is transformed into smoldering fangs. Alma gladly shares that everything was successful. He shows Lucy his status window and smiling says, thanks to her support, he now has this ability. Treatment. The girl smiled and noted that Elma personally did not warn her not to show her status to outsiders. She also added that if the guy is glad, then she was happy. After that, she wondered if he wanted to share his skills immediately. Elma refused, noting that first it is necessary to spend on heavy armor, and the rest could wait. With these words, Elma, together with Lucy, entered the guild. There, a young man reported that now, when their level has risen, it is time to take care of improving the equipment. In this case, Lucy proposes to use the equipment from the dream hole. Elma points out that the prey still appears with the girl, but it is better to refrain from this idea. At this point, the guild door of adventurers suddenly dissolves with a loud roar. Elma looks back involuntarily, and cannot hide her astonishment from what he saw. The guild leader turns to Mr. Izos, and with interest, he has led him to their humble adventurers. The man said he wanted to discuss something serious, so he asked the leader to expel everyone else. The leader of the guild replied to this that they can calmly talk to him in a room where no one would interfere with them or listen to them. However, Azaz wondered if the man really had hearing problems, because he ordered to expel people from this place. Frightened by Azaza, that man asked everyone to leave guild immediately. At the same moment, Elma turned to Lucy, reminding that they were going to leave too. The girl replied that this husband was Isis. Perhaps it is only her own judgment, but the Edvin family really likes to abuse his power. Elma only silently rested. Suddenly, Isis ordered her to stop from Lucy immediately. The girl shuddered and shouted out of surprise. Lucy tried to get out of the situation. She hurriedly apologized, justifying herself that she did not understand what she was saying. Elma reassured the girl. They say, there is no reason for panic. Idol will definitely not come. The young man turns to the man and says he needs help. At that moment, Azaz flicked and boiled from anger. Ayazaz from Mara stood just opposite Elma and Lucy. The young man wondered what the respected aristocrat desires from them. Asa Scott was angry and asked sharply when Elma managed to become so bold. At that moment, Lucy, who stood next to Elma, lost the gift of language from excitement. She hurried to warn the young man and advised him to choose the words more carefully. But Maris intervened in the conversation, saying that the girl is too incendiary. She approached her and wondered who he had a young man. If Maris was really Elma's girlfriend, the young man suddenly turned to the girl and sharply ordered her to go away, convincing that this question concerns only of himself. Lucy said that the guy had such trouble and promised to never leave him. Suddenly, IS turned to Lucy and strictly stated, there is no room for ordinary people, so she should go away immediately. Suddenly, Mara interrupted him, calling his father. The girl warned him, do not dare touch Lucy. She looks at the elm somehow wary, so it is impossible to let her go. It is likely that she is his accomplice. Izas agreed and allowed her to stay. At that moment, the head of the guild came to Earl Izas. The man noted that the respectable gentleman learned about the guy's success and decided to invite him to his team. He described a young adventure seeker as a bold and strong real hero who could be proud of their whole community. After these words, Isaac turned to the head of the guild. He ordered him to stop pretending because he was up to date. He shows a young man and reports that he once belonged to the Edvin family. The leader of the guild was distrustful whether it was true. Isa directly stated that someone from this guild no doubt has a secret conspiracy with Elma, so he ordered him to bring these people here. The man replied in surprise that he was hearing about it for the first time in his life. Isa looked at the leader with a cold suspicion. He only nodded silently and assured that he would execute the order. Lucy, she wondered in Elma if he was really his father. The young man nodded, confirming her assumption, though he confessed that I was not happy at all. The man, looking at Elma, wondered if his son had forgotten about their last conversation. In these words, he made it clear that if the guy calls himself again Edwin, he is cut off his head. Elma fell silent for a moment, and then wondered if he really said seriously, and whether it brought him here. Elma noted that he never used the name of the Count. Lucy confirmed his words, adding that the guy achieved everything with his own efforts. The man suddenly grabbed Elma by the strap on the armor, and suddenly Maris appeared and interrupted it. She noted that their purpose was to investigate, so the man should not hurry with his conclusions. The man wondered what the girl meant. Maris turned to Alma and suggested that if he had reached everything alone, he would have about 40 level. She smiled and advised him to see it personally. Thanks to the transfer of vitality, the girl has already reached the 45th level. She proposes Elmi to test her true abilities in a real duel. Isis replied that the sword above all exceeds the heavily armed knight, Everything is clear here without words. Elma agreed with the girl, but put forward her condition. If a man is aware of his own power, he will never interfere with himself again. The Isis became angry. Maris only smiled cunningly and noted that it was wonderful, and she was absolutely not against such developments. Isa assured that the girl realized he really struggled with her, but it should not be killed. Lucy exclaimed that Elmo was really incredibly strong. It passed for a while, and Elma and Maris were opposite each other. The young man noted that they were training together since childhood, but he had no idea that the girl disliked him so much. Maris smiled, not clearly hiding her self-esteem. At the same moment, she rushed ahead forward, heading just to the boy. Lucy was amazed. Such a lightning attack on the part of Maris caught her by surprise. Elmo repelled the girl's offensive without any effort. Elmo focused on the edge, and in a moment he rushed to the girl. Marat bounced sideways and noted that it seems that a rather interesting enemy would come out of it. The young man looked at her thoughtfully. The girl was overwhelmed by the admiration of everything that happened around, because it was their last dance with a young man, the one she dreamed of. Maris jumped sharply from the table and rushed to the young man rapidly. On the move, she exclaimed that she first cut off his left hand. Elma quickly removed the shield, preparing for the defense. The girl with a frantic force struck, but the guy skillfully reflected the attack thanks to her shield. Without stopping for a moment, she destroyed a series of rapid cutting attacks one by one. The guy persistently hid behind his shield. Maris laughed, asking him what was the matter and why he was only defending, instead of fighting for full force. At this time, Lucy, who carefully observed the duel, noticed that Elma began to take positions. Maris was constantly pouring in blows, persistently demanding Elma finally to fight. The young man clenched his teeth. He dropped his eye at his level of health, 61 out of 100 points. The Isis smiled boldly and noted that Elma has no chance, because Maris still has only fun with the guy without even worried about a serious fight. At that moment, the young man cast his gaze on his health. Only 61 points remained. He was surprised to realize that Maris had already selected as much as 40% of his life forces. He lowered the shield and swung with a weapon. The girl smiled slyly and noted that Elmo is too slow. At that speed, he will not get it. She already wanted to bounce, but suddenly realized that she could not break away from her own shadow. Maris looked around confusedly, not understanding what was happening and why it seems to be attracting something to the floor. At that moment, Elma jumped to her and struck a mighty sword mightily, using the skill of blowing in a weak place. The girl did not have time to defend herself and flew away. Lucy was glad when Elma intervened and was able to strike her. Isis watched the events with surprise, thinking that the difference in their abilities seems to be just huge. The boy's attack is simply unrestrained, but at least now he managed to strike Maris a powerful blow. However, this technique will work only once, because the Bafu without the title tower will not be long enough. Fortunately, he does not lack the speed to fulfill his plan. Maris looked carefully at the young man from under her forehead, after which she rapidly waved his sword and released his leg from the shadows. She struck, but Elma immediately answered. Their swords collided at one point, meeting the blade with a deaf bell. The girl smiled and confessed that she was happy to see. The young man remained the same as before. She worried that in so much time the young man could change beyond recognition. Elma looked at the girl with anxiety in her eyes, but she confidently stated, once the new moon dared to raise her hand, she would show him what she was capable of. At the same moment, the girl waved a blade. Immediately, she took a fighting position and demonstrated the skill of a true fencer. An accurate, directed blow. The next moment, the girl suddenly disappeared from the field of view. Lucy exclaimed that the girl was no longer visible. Suddenly, she was just in front of the boy's face and gave her sword lightly in his chest. Elma managed to evade, though it was extremely difficult for her. The girl suddenly turned behind the boy's back and rushed forward to strike another blow right on him. However, Elmo had time to lift the shield, skillfully reflecting the attack and protecting himself from the wound. The young man was genuinely surprised that he managed to stand in front of this frantic attack Maris. The girl screamed widely with her crazy smile and immediately rushed up, struck from below. She confidently stated that she was going to repeat her attack. The blow hit the boy just into his chest, forcing him to pull out the blood. Lucy, who watched this horrific scene, covered real fear. From Maris fan, anxious, vicious energy, Lucy, trembling with fear, exclaimed that it was just unfair. The guy did not leave the battle rack, while Maris seemed completely relaxed. In Elma, he reads unwavering confidence. Maris immediately noticed. The young man gave the impression of a true, unbreakable defender. However, the young man was already on the verge. At that moment, he dropped on his knee, covered with trembling with complete exhaustion. Maris watched this with apparent pleasure. She approached the young man and said quietly that it was time to finish. Isis smiled cunningly, and in the meantime, Lucy shouted to Elmi so much to stop. He had already reached the limit of his strength. The young man cast his gaze on Maris. He noted that he has 3 goals in this battle. The girl only looked at him silently without saying a word. Elma continued, explaining that the first task was to check how effective you can make accurate blows. The second goal is to identify the weakness of this girl. The third goal was to bring its health to less than 40%. Of 100 possible health points of the guy, there are only 38. Maris was in surprise that he could only help him with a pre-triality or cunning. Elma replied that the technique of this girl's sword is called Water Crow. Thanks to the transmission of vitality, it has already risen to 45 levels. The young man focusedly stated that he had calculated everything in detail. He now has the opportunity to spend the skills to improve Smoky Canine. He took this skill from Lucy. He also remembered how Lucy assured that he would not leave the boy, because he understands his difficulties. Alma realized that this girl really stands on his side. He was sure. She was scared to death, watching everything that was happening. At this point, the young man receives Burning Fangs, reinforced by 5 levels. In addition, he is given a unique skill, the Rage of a Dragon that goes into eternity. The young man explains that it is for this reason that he needs to win in this battle. Maris replied that it was only empty promises. The Rage of a Dying Dragon is only awakened when your health has dropped up to 20% or less. One thing is a mistake, and death catches up with you before you have time to apply this ability. But a heavy knight has a skill that allows him to activate this skill without fear of dying from the next blow. When Elma activates a Shield of Life, his health is partially absorbed. Using this ordinary skill, it immediately loses 20% of its maximum stock. The body is covered by a shield, the strength of which is equal to the amount of health consumed. Izat wondered if the guy was really using the Shield of Life. He seemed to be deeply despaired. Elma, with particular confidence, stated that she would put an end to this battle with a single blow. Suddenly he squeezed the sword, and he flashed a dazzling lightning. His eyes opened, having acquired wild verbity. The young man took advantage of the skill of an angry die dragon. He promised the girl to demonstrate what was really capable of the knight. Mara noted that the guy seemed to have just used some special skill. However, she immediately warned him, "Do not think that at least it will help him." Suddenly, Elma Starhead rushed to the girl. His body was enveloped by a mysterious, unfamiliar aura. He rushed to her. Maris clenched her teeth, not believing that it really happens. His speed and strength were now fully equal to her. Alma realized that due to the strengthening of the Rage of Dying Dragon and Crazy, his attack and speed increased by as much as 115%. It was these advantages that made it possible to match the characteristics of Maris. They attacked in turn without resting. Maris smiled cunningly and noted that Elma never fails her hope. She asked the young man if he heard about the legend of an angel with wings with wax. The guy did not answer anything. The silent shadow flashed in his eyes. The legend of the angel, who came into the world without wings, is legend and was expelled from heaven. She was so crazy to return home that she decided to create a wax wings. After flying high under heaven, she felt the wings began to melt because the sun was very close. When the last feathers dissolved, the angel fell down rapidly and spread on the ground like a thin pancake. Maris states that Angel is just a wet spot, and her favorite moment is death. She gets a real pleasure from this moment. She likes to see how people try to see and eventually defeat. Her greatest dream is to witness how Alma does not stand and breaks. The young man instantly applied the reception of blocking. He apologizes from Mary because she won't see it. The girl laughs and notes that Perry's boyfriend is only a 2-week copy of her own Perry. The girl used the technique of flowing water, and a magical water aura immediately appeared around her sword. The guy in response barely noticeably adjusting the direction of his blow. The girl realized Elma was able to repel his attack. The girl asked in surprise how it is possible and why she is only forced to defend herself. Elma explained that then the girl managed to win only because there was a gap between their abilities. But now she did not have the chance to win. Then the girl skillfully applied her accurate blows and asked what he would answer in such a situation. She also wondered what he was still capable of. Suddenly, Maris rushed forward and aimed at Elma with an attack. She tried to strike the sword diagonally up, and the hero managed to parry this attack with his huge blade. The girl cunningly turned her arms and struck with new force, now from top to bottom, but this shell Elma confidently smashed her sword. Maris swept rage. She screamed and made a rotating stroke, which is why she remained completely unprotected. Elma did not reflect the attack, just skillfully bounced sideways. The young man loudly noted that in such a series of accurate blows, there is one weak link. At the same moment the young man waved his sword, and the girl barely kept on his feet, shaky balancing and was about to fall. After a young man, her bell sword flew out of his hands. He landed and stuck in the floor just next to Zeus. Elma explained that the ability to strike accurately affects the strength of girls' attacks, but the number of blows in a row depends only on the abilities of the girl herself. He watched closely at her angry face and how she clapped her teeth. And here Maris lost control. She rushed forward, screamed frantically, and rapidly rushed to Elma, entering a lightning hand, two-hand fight. The young man hid behind the shield, securely covering himself with danger. He believed that the girl had already lost her sword, but despite this, she did not leave attempts to give the opponent. Her self-confidence was striking. Without weapons, she struck her fist on the shield. At that moment, the young man struck a powerful shield, from which Maris flew a few meters ago. The abduction girl crashed into the wall, breaking a huge hole in it. Elma fully relaxed and stopped calmly just before Maris, which half led on the floor, losing consciousness. Her energy dissolved in the air, and in the room was a depressing, almost spooky silence. Lucy, who watched the duel from the beginning to the finals, could not believe that this young man was able to overcome such a powerful opponent. The girl rushed directly into the embrace of Elma and exclaimed excitedly, reported that he managed to win. The young man was confused, not hiding the awkwardness, and asked in Lucy what had happened to her and why she was so unusual. The girl, with tears in her eyes, replied that she was embraced with unspeakable happiness. At first, she believed in the victory of the young man, because it was her greatest desire. This girl was so frightened by Lucy that she was seriously afraid. That's about to kill Elm. However, Elma calmly laid the girl's hand on her head. He began to gently stroke her, thanking her for support, and confessing that Maris had only overcome thanks to Lucy. The girl smiled gently in response and turned her gaze on Elma. Lucy looked carefully at Maris and asked if the girl was still alive. Elma assured that everything was fine with her. She only fainted because he knocked her out of strength. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted by Isaac, shouting that it is simply impossible. It cannot be that Maris is defeated by some seriously armed knight. The man approached the girl to look closer, but he was distracted by Elma. She returned to Count Isaac and wondered if the man of her acquaintance was finally recognized. A spooky silence reigned in the hall. Alma from Lucy froze, without bringing his eyes from Earl Isaac, who was carefully staring at Maris's atonement. The man threw an angry look at Elma, and his face was squeezed away from rage. After that, he said calmly that he recognized the young man. All his achievements were well-deserved. He turns to Alma and assures her that he has no doubt. It was the young man who has defeated the owner of Sleep. After that, the man lifts Maris's sword, and then takes the girl herself, going to go away. Elma looked silently at his father's back. In his memory, he came in a moment. He stood in his father's office, where he taught that the young aristocrat had no right to demonstrate warm feelings or afford his commitment to others. Above all, your own dignity should be maintained. They are obliged to protect their people and protect their native land. Elma felt that he no longer had a blind faith or respect for his father, because he was cruel, stubborn, despotic, and extremely selfish. However, these words, spoken by him once ago, forever fell into the soul of the hero. It is because he grew up and raised his successor in him. The hero became who he is now. He calls his father, and then, bowing his head in a bow, thanks to the man for everything he did for the boy. The man continued his journey without saying a word. Suddenly, Lucy was interrupted by their course. She appealed to Earl Asek to stop. She insisted that the man apologize to Elma. The man ran here, began to shout angrily, and blame the young man of all the mortal sins. However, having realized his mistake, he just turned and left. Elma begged Lucy not to imitate him. The girl turned to the young man and reported that Earl Isis was Elmo's father. Now that he realized that it was only an unfortunate mistake, it was not pointless to go so suddenly. The man stopped and called her a girl. He ordered her to follow Elma. The guy, holding his breath, escaped his dad, and could not hide the surprise from what he heard. The sun shone above the city. The next day, resting in a cozy hotel, they decided to leave London. LMA asked Lucy if she was sure that she wanted to leave her hometown with him. The girl firmly confirmed her decision, explaining that she made such a choice not by chance. Her father instructed her to take care of the boy. In addition, Lucy added that he never asked. Elma noted that his father could not show weakness or apologize. However, the guy firmly believed. His father pleaded guilty and apologized, just made it in his own way. Lucy replied that if he feels it, then everything is fine. However, Elma confessed that he did not think that his father would instruct Lucy to follow him. Obviously, the old man also recognized the girl. Lucy laughed fun. In the end, the cart slowly slowed and subsided. Our heroes finally reached the city of adventure, Luckneys. Elma enthusiastically looked around, confirmed that the city was really as giant as they were talking about. Lucy also did not hide her astonishment, and admitted that she first sees something like that. The planning of the city was impressed with the imagination. Everything looked incredible here. In the vicinity of this city, there are increased dungeons. That is why many experienced adventure seekers settled here, turning Lai Kalen into a true adventurer's shelter and a headquarters for new achievements. Lucy noted that her native London was not inferior to Leccolini. She wondered if she was right. Elma answered that he may be. At the same time, he noted how sincerely the girl loves her homeland. Elma opened the status window and said with a smile that they could now consider themselves strong enough to leave the starting location. It's time to think about how to get new levels at this stage. Having glanced his new weapon, he notes that it is time to get rid of the old one and take up the modern arsenal. Lucy noted that as soon as they would finish all the cases in the Adventurers Guild, they immediately moved to the next dreamy anomaly. Alma supported her, adding that they would act according to the prepared plan. Lucy opened her status window and said that if so, she should not burden the boy. So it is time to immediately distribute the accumulated skills. The girl glanced at her skills, hesitation, what to do next. Without resisting, she reached out to the boy's hand and, having shouted, suggested that he made a decision, because she had no idea how to act properly in this situation. Elma noted that the girl said herself, "It is not necessary to discover her abilities and characteristics by outsiders." But in response, the girl smiled and said that Elma could entrust them. Lucy had 39 levels already, and among its qualities the most distinguished agility, as much as 52 points. She has 18 retained skills. First of all, the further development of Jester depends on the chosen strategy. If you prefer a balanced or magical branch, then pumping luck is only the least. Lucy also assured that she always chooses the most powerful option. Elma noted that in this case, a critical collection would be appropriate, and it could put 15 points in luck. The girl replied that she understood everything, and immediately began to distribute points. Elma struck that Luska did not even think for a moment. Suddenly, Lucy exclaimed that her charming neuron turned into the realization of angelic joy. The girl felt the incredible force gradually growing inside. She was overwhelmed by the realization that the strategy chosen is the most successful, and she would do her best to show herself as best. Elma said that the girl would have to find a suitable book of skills. Given that hot fangs cost as much as 50 million, it will take almost 1 billion. Lucy froze, squeezed away from the herd. She did not expect Elma to call such crazy sums. Elma replied that sooner or later they will still have to spend such significant amounts. In the future, they will earn much more, so Lucy should not be worried. The girl confessed that for some reason she had her legs. In the Elma Adventure Guild, we, together with Lucy, gathered all the necessary information. Not far from the city, in the forest, a mysterious pit of sleep was recently formed. Using Lucy Castle and updating your equipment, there is the best solution for them. The characters reached the assigned place, and Elma immediately advised Lucy to take up the task. Together, they came to the entrance to a dark, mysterious tunnel. The level of complexity of this dungeon is at least 60. Elma tells the girl that they will try to get the gear out of black steel. The girl nods in response, agreeing with this plan. They instantly find themselves in the dungeon, reminiscent of a dark cave where flickering lights are hung along the corridors. Lucy noted that this time the recommended level was higher than their own. To which Elma calmly answered, "It is not surprising, because this level is appropriate to the level of the king himself." He reassured Lucy, saying, worrying nothing. A smiling monster, whom they were going to hunt, did not pose a special threat. It could be obtained from black steel equipment. It is quite convenient to use, often falls out and has a good price. Such a find is a real treasure for middle-level seekers, because now their main purpose is to gain this equipment. Lucy did not resist and asked Elma as the guy can know so much. His awareness was not only learning, but also a mysterious dream hall. The young man was surprised by Lucy's questions, so he answered that his father had instilled this knowledge from his childhood. Lucy was surprised, and then she apologized, because she guessed that the young man, apparently, would rather not be mentioned. Elmo assured that there was no reason to worry. Thanks to that girl, the guy was able to say goodbye to his relatives without regret in heart. He realizes that he would not dare to tell her that all these memories belong to his past life. In addition, it is unlikely that anyone will believe in this. Even the one who survived it on his own skin could not immediately accept what he saw. Lucy noted that the aristocrats opened many sources of information. But if this young man was really so aware, why did he not share his knowledge with the Guild of Adventure Seekers, or with other adventurers? In this case, a lot of money could be made. Suddenly, Lucy realized something important. She said with horror, "If so, the new moon will no longer need her help." She squeezed Elmi's hands firmly and pleasedly asked them to remain together in the adventure world. She promised that she would try out all his strength. Elma reassured Lucy, saying that she would not be worried in vain. He did not think to say goodbye to this business, because he really likes the life of an adventure seeker. Lucy exhaled and assured that she had already calmed down, but suddenly silence pierced a sharp gnash. Elma immediately noticed, finally the one they were waiting for. A monster appeared in the corridor, a smile of 45th level. His health was 60 units and a mana stock, 45. Lucy stunned frozen, learning that the monster level is 45th. She quickly called Elma and reported that this stone jug has the same level as Maris. So, in front of them, a real new head of the family. The young man asked in surprise, noting that Maris seems to annoy Lucy. However, despite the fact that this smiling enemy is not inferior to Maris, the fight against the monster is significantly different from a duel with man. Smile moves quite differently than Maris. His actions are easy to predict. Elma noted that it is worth hitting his shield before the smile is gaining speed and starting to accelerate. The guy rushed to the monster, which was bent and jumped sharply. The smile rushed directly to the young man. Elma protected the shield, closing from danger. A smiling monster crashed with his forehead at Elma's shield. The girl cleverly bounced sideways, and the monster from the scope of the skeleton glowed into the ground. The guy landed to the ground and rolled forward, directly to a smiling monster. He used a shadow suppression technique to put a monster on the spot. He assured that if you limit the motions of the monster, it will not be able to accelerate and strike a stronger stroke. Elma applies the skill of neutralization, then with a smile notes that now the enemy will barely harm. At that moment, Lucy, she cleverly broke on the wall of the cave and strongly announced that her turn. After attacking the monster, she confidently stated that it was time to break through the enemy's defense. The monster survived after the first blow, and so she escaped from the power of her shadow and rapidly rushed to the guy's shield. At the same moment, Lucy rushed to the monster again. Her smile began to melt, scattered with small stones. The screen was notified. 689 points of experience were obtained. The level of Elma jumped from 41 to 43. He was delighted and happily noted that everything was fine. They had everything. Alma praised Lucy, adding that with such success she would soon be able to defeat the King of Dreams on her own. The girl only laughed in response. It passed for a while, and Lucy began to collect the trophies that had fallen out of this monster. In her hands were the nucleus and magic stones. She then notes that a weapon has fallen, a dagger of black steel, which increases the attack by 13 units. Such a thing costs a lot, as much as 4,300,000 local currency, and the black steel itself has long become synonymous with impeccable quality. Elma believes that even with all Lucy's fortune, it was difficult to believe that the first monster would leave a weapon behind, and even the dagger that they needed right now. Lucy noted that these weapons cost as much as 4 million, so she is about to handle her as carefully as possible. Elma insisted that Lucy would immediately arm this dagger. The girl, on the advice of Elma, was armed with a dagger, after which she wondered whether it is worth hunting for smileys to get new things and raise levels at the same time. Elma replies that with so many potions they need to overcome about a dozen monsters. Lucy is amazed, hearing how many more monsters will have to neutralize. Lucy notes that they quite managed to cope with one enemy. But now she is wondering whether Elmi will have the strength to resist so many monsters. The guy replies that the clash of Embryo and Maris has not passed for him in vain. Now he has strengthened enough to withstand this pressure. He would like to earn at least as much as he received from the glowing frogs. It would be an ideal option, because the prey does not always fall guaranteed. Lucy notes that the young man's idea is clear, but she's wondering why they have so much money. Elma refuses that without money, it is impossible to become stronger. Lucy smiles extensively, and is interested in whether the boy's goals with the methods of achieving them have been confused. Elma turns to the girl and notes that this smile is not a terrible enemy at all. It can be dangerous, but only in special circumstances. Suddenly, Lucy caught some sound and listened alert. She warns that new monsters are coming on the opposite side. The girl waved his sword and added that there are many. Elma noted that usually smileys are not going together, so the situation seemed extremely strange to her. Lucy looked at the guy worriedly, wondered if it was a threat to them and whether it would be necessary to flee. Elma denied and noted that they have the ability to accelerate. Maybe you should agree to a match? In addition, is not this a great opportunity for them to show themselves? They will be able to increase their level and get all the necessary equipment. The guy turns to Lucy and advises to focus first on the weaker monsters to reduce their number faster. The girl nods and replies that everything is clear. Suddenly, the young man cast his gaze on a monster whose face did not resemble the usual smiling smiley. It was a monster named Edge. Its level reached the 45th, with a health reserve of 60 units and a mana of 45 points. Elma shared with Lucy interesting news. Among the usual mucous membranes, sometimes there is an extremely rare monster named Wedge. Luck also affects the likelihood of rare monsters. It seems that Lucy's luck was the cause of the Ender monster. Elma returned to the girl and noted that it was thanks to her that a rare creature appeared, the Edge. A frightened girl asked if there were so many monsters in the world. Elma shook her head negatively. The problem is not in their number, but in the fact that a real rare monster was pulled into the world. The monster began to come on Lucian Elma. The protagonist confidently stated that he would take the distraction of the monsters, and the meadows, meanwhile, should aim primarily at that whistle. The girl nodded in response and promised that she would make every effort to make this idea. Elma made a step forward, and a smile immediately blossomed on her face as she approached him, and then changed her expression. The young man instantly jumped sideways and grabbed his sword, waving him in the air. She struck one of the smiling enemies with a scope, after which she looked at the monster near the edge. He shouted Lucy to be attacked from above. Lucy responded to the moment, confidently flew up and prepared for the attack. Elma bent rapidly, covering his shield. At the same moment, the Krays rushed forward and powerfully rolled the guy directly into the shield. The young man so smartly tilted the shield that the insurance ricochet flew straight to Lucy, which at this time was already on the ceiling. The girl took advantage of the skill of throwing a cube and knocking out a 6. It enabled her to strike a monster of a crushing critical blow. There was a notification on the screen. He was charged 772 points of experience. The new moon immediately rose from 43rd to 45th. At the same moment, 2 smileys were threatening and became ready to fight. The girl exclaimed the boy, warning that these smileys were going to surround him. The smiles attacked the guy on different sides at the same time. Elma asked them, who are they without sharp angles? Then he skillfully applied a protective technique, putting a sword and a shield at such an angle that the monster instantly jumped and faced directly over the guy. He cast his gaze on them and noted that they were ordinary paintballs. However, it was at this moment that Lucy rapidly attacked one of the smileys. Her blow fell directly into the head, and the monster immediately crumbled from a powerful blow. Elma watched the other smileys closely. She used the ability to blow to a vulnerable point and kissed the monster. From the force of attack, the monster immediately fell to the ground without causing harm. Elma turned and reported that another monster remained. Smiley tried to downs, but as soon as Elma pressed his shadow with his foot and loudly stated that it would not allow him to escape, taking advantage of the ability to suppress the shadows, Lucy struck and ordered Smiley to give black steel. The monster fell, and the inscription broke out over the heads of the heroes. 613 points of experience were obtained. In the worst case, the boy would have to resort to a fury of a dying dragon, but fortunately he went without it. Lucy noted that Elmo took on too much. She should also fight with all the power she has. The monsters left behind a black steel hammer, which adds as many as 16 units to the force of attack, and costs 4,600,000. In addition, a black ingot, a valuable material for making black steel equipment. In the hands of Elma, a black steel saber flicked, adding 15 units to the attack by the owner. The cost of these weapons was a considerable amount of 4,500,000 local currency. Elma noted that they managed to get all the necessary weapons, so the minimum plan was completed. Lucy happily emphasized what good were. Elma noted that this weapon can be improved using the materials left after the battle with the monster of the region. Lucy looked at the stone in the boy's hands, wondered what it was, and noticed that he was very dropping on the core of a monster. Elma noted that this stone is too large for the core is a rune. Runes can be inserted into the weapon to enhance its properties. However, only one rune can be integrated into each weapon. This will require the help of a blacksmith. The young man was kept in his palms destructive, giving the weapon the force of attack. Its value is 20 million local currency. By installing this destructive in your weapon, it is possible to strengthen its fighting power. The attack increases by as many as 30%. Alma glowed with delight, stating that it was exactly what he needed. Lucy could not believe that these ruins had paid 20 million. Alma explained that the reason is that they increase the force of attack by 30%. He could not think what this could happen at their level. Meanwhile, the girl exclaimed that he did not lose his rune, and ordered her to hide her in a charming bag. During the race, they fell a powerful hand to Hand Quest, Black Steel Hammer, Black Steel Sword, Black Steel Dagger, Black Steel Ingot, Blade Core, and Smile Nucleus. In total, they won 41,500,000 local currency. The girl noted that the amount was larger than she expected, but gradually began to get used to such figures. Elma reminded that 6 more opponents remained ahead. He suggested that she continue to earn points and raise her level. The girl wondered if the young man took into account the number of monsters on the verge. Elma believes that black steel weapons are only needed for their present level, not the best option. In addition, they will need a considerable amount to buy a book with new skills for Lucy. The young man thinks whether they can really earn the amount. It is at this moment that a sound suddenly sounds in the dungeon. Lucy carelessly walked the corridors, quietly singing her favorite tune. Suddenly, her path crossed Elma. She stopped the girl sharply, stretching her hand in front of her and burning the passage. Suddenly, the dungeon was filled with a strange, spooky sound. Lucy shuddered, and staring in the darkness, addressed Elma to the question that she was noise. She suggested that it could be a giant smiley, but Elma immediately denied, assuring that creatures did not exist. In her opinion, the Wandering King was unlikely to be able to make such strange sounds. This dungeon is still quite fresh, so it has no task for it. And so, there are hardly adventure seekers who could annoy the traveling king. The young man immediately thought that the local king did not make such sounds. He guessed that he was probably a Mitri, Ghoul. Elma was amazed. Listening closer, he became convinced that it was a truly deaf roar of the steps of the same monster. Lucy wondered with a mithril. The young man nodded, noting that they were incredibly lucky today. Mithril Ghoul is a real rarity in these dungeons, and this time the matter did not end. If you defeat it, you can get a powerful Mithric weapon. Lucy did not hold back the admiration and sincerely rejoiced in such good fortune. However, Elma warned that this monster is extremely powerful. Do not break the Mithril Golem with one blow. Its strength lies in incredible defense. In the game, everyone attracted his rarity and a chance to get a valuable trophy from him. But in the end, everyone died from his hands. Only here, unlike the game, the second one will no longer be a chance for life. The young man fell and noted that the great risk always goes with the big reward. Even if they do not suddenly cope, it is always possible to escape. But when they are trapped in other monsters, they are no longer escaped. It would be the smartest to just not pay attention to them and go their way. But through Mithro, they will become more stronger. As in any fantasy game, one should not explain how valuable this material is. Mithril armor repeatedly exceeds everything made of black steel. Lucy interrupted the young man's reflection and noted that if necessary, you can take the risk. Although he is a coward, but without bold actions in adventure, life cannot do. So she suggested that the boy get a mitre. She notes that if Alma is still hesitant, they still have time to think. In addition, it does not leave the feeling of guilt. She is convinced that this monster originated precisely because of her fortune, though a little bit of conscience. Elma trains, most likely, it is. Beating with monsters is a common thing for adventure seekers, but Mitrilov's Golem is not found not every day. The young man gets out of his knees and involuntarily asks himself why he feels so powerless. While Lucy is ready to fight, he is still doubtful. Elma, with a sincere regret, asks the girl to forgive her own indecision. He compresses his fists and announces that it is time to get mithril. First of all, they need to decide on the place where they will fight with this monster. Lucy is interested in what terrain the young man speaks of. Subsequently, they go out to the space. Alma snatches the sword and makes a sweeping attempt, evaluating what distance the blade can get. Elma announces that it is here that there will be a fight. Lucy looks around, staring at the rocky landscape, and asks if he really is sure that it is a good place for the battle with such a powerful monster. The young man agrees and reminds the girl. When they hunted the radiant frog, the width of the passage played an important role. But now the cave is quite different. Narrow, tall, and many stones are scattered under your feet. They are unlikely to find the best arena for battle. Considering the giant size of the Mytol Golem, it will not be easy to maneuver in this space. By the way, the Mithril Ghoul has a level 55. Its attack is 78 points, and the protection is 66. For everything, it also has automatic regeneration, so the battle with it promises to be a real test. Lucy was surprised to exclaim why Elma had not previously warned her about the existence of this monster, because it was incredibly strong. Elma noted that they would hardly be able to harm him with the usual methods. She advised to rely on a fatal blow again thanks to the ability to throw bone. The girl nodded and was strongly prepared for battle. Elma decided that usually if you miss a cube throw, it would be difficult to evade, so that is why he chose this place for battle. The boy suddenly notices the monster's paw and exclaims that it is already here. Just in front of him and the girl appears a monster, a mithril. It is a 55th level of 117 health points and 48 mana units. Elma became angry and threatenedly stated to Mithril Goblin that they would take away all his mithril. The Mytol Ghoul screamed as soon as he noticed a young man and a girl. Elma immediately rushed into the battle, promising to distract the monster so that Lucy could attack. The girl strongly supported him and rapidly rushed to the monster. Mytril's Ghoul swung his fist and escaped on people with a piercing roar. It was at this moment that Elma applied her parrot skill. The monster struck a powerful blow directly into the guy's shield. Elma clapped his teeth. The power of this blow was incredible. From a powerful blow of the boy, he dropped away. However, he was able to gather and land on both legs. With fierce hiss, he appreciated the unexpected agility of the monster. Elma was convinced that he certainly knew about the power of the monster from the magical world. But in fact, his power was even more frightening than it could be imagined. The young man was convinced that he would be able to disarm the Marililov Golem with one blow, and everything was much more difficult. At this point, Lucy cleverly and easily chopped to the monster, using her acrobatic skills. Elma realized that he managed to distract the monster, and now Lucy was just behind him. The girl assured that everything is fine, and everything unfolded as it was conceived. She rushed to the monster, she was ready to strike, and suddenly the monster sharply turned around, which was frightened by the poor Lucy before her death. The girl fell and frightenedly confessed that the monster scared her to death. At the same moment, Elma came up to them and suggested that it may be really powerful, but in such a close passage it will not be able to turn into full force. At that moment, the insurance turned to the boy and swung on him, but Elma instantly took advantage of the skill of Parrot and reflected the attack. It seemed to him that everything was going the best. If you keep the monster at the wall, the blows can be repelled straight into the wall, so it will be able to seize the initiative. The monster's hand stuck in a massive stone wall. Elmo rushed directly at the Mithric Golem, trying to attack, but the monster fiercely roared and, freeing his other hand, reached sharply to the young man. Elma approached him almost close, and he took advantage of the skill of striking a shield. The shield he powerfully rolled into the hole of the golem. During the stroke, the characteristics of the main character and the opponent are compared. The result of the attack and protection of both sides is formed. Who gives way to this comparison? He retreats back, feeling the force of attack. The young man realized that he would certainly lose this competition, so he decided to retreat at a safe distance. So the boy was thrown even deeper into the narrow passage. The monster tried to stretch on both sides of their massive hands, but they stuck helplessly. The monster was almost incapable of moving. Elma smiled cunningly, seeing both the monster's hands were trapped. It was at this moment that Lucy, taking advantage of the moment, attacked from the rear, sharply clinging to the back of Marilov's golem. She activated her skill of throwing cubes and struck the enemy of a crushing critical blow. Its number of lives fell sharply from 117 to 56, and the mithril Ghoul, pulling both hands out of a stone trap, again put on the entire space. At that moment, Lucy rapidly bounced back, finding herself at a safe distance. Lucy smiled cunningly, satisfied with the result of her actions. Elma, encouraging the girl, addressed her. They had to repeat this maneuver again to finally destroy the mithril golem. Suddenly the Ghoul rushed at the girl. She shouted frightened and froze with fear, but it was at that moment that Elma boldly erupted forward to intercede them. He stepped directly on the shadow monster and activated the ability to suppress the shadows. The young man clenched his teeth. Keeping this huge monster turned out to be incredibly difficult. The Mithrician Ghoul screamed loudly and tried to break forward. In response, Elma firmly squeezed his massive black steel sword into the ground to stay in place. Finally, the monster had froze and could no longer take a step. Elma noted that she managed to stop him, but now she would focus on the young man. Mithril's Ghoul turned to the boy and rushed at him. Elma begged to give him a little rest, but the Ghoul only pulled out his hand, heading just to the guy. The Industry waved his giant hand, trying to hit the guy, but Elmo cleverly held his foot on the shadow. The Ghoul fell to the ground, losing balance. The guy exclaimed loudly, calling Lucy to start the attack immediately. The girl rushed directly to the golem and activated the skill of throwing a cube. On her weapons, the dial rapidly swirled. Suddenly, the girl threw a 3 on the cube and hit the monster with a rapid blow, but did not cause him fatal harm. Angry, he swung his hand sharply and threw the girl sideways. Lucy was upset when everything went wrong and did not appear. Elmo believed that there was no point in worrying, because the moment seemed wonderful. He wondered if they would be able to collapse the monster again. If you delay, the beast recovers and completely restores all the wounds caused during the last attack. If Lucy does not knock the 6, they will not have any chance. He thinks whether the attack should be continued. The boy's health was only 47 in 110 points, so he decided to activate the protective barrier skill. The young man strongly hit the back of the mithril golem. The monster turned and tried to attack the guy in response, but he cleverly and boldly evaded the blow. Elma confidently stepped on the shadow of the monster, activating the skill of suppression of shadows. He then pressed the shield simply to the body of the monster and instantly applied the technique. A stroke. The shield threw his hand back. Mithril Ghoul began to lose consciousness again. The young man released his shadow and shouted loudly, "Lucy, right now it's time to attack." The girl threw a cube, and again a 4 fell. She was genuinely surprised, because for the second time she did not receive the desired number. Elma shouted loudly to the girl so that she would not worry and prepared for the next attack. Not a minute, he rushed directly at the monster that was already getting out of the ground. The young man cleverly applied the skill of parrot when the Mithric Ghoul clung to his fist. It was not possible to hit. The blow came to the ground. Elma gritted his teeth. This monster had incredible force. Meanwhile, Ghoul rushed at the guy again. Elma realized that the situation is critical. Her hands were already noticeably trembling with tension. He closed his eyes, and relying on his shield, reflected a powerful stroke of Marilov's golem. The blow turned out to be so powerful that Elma literally threw it into the wall, and he crashed into it. Mithril's Ghoul seemed to be satisfied with a successful attack. He approached the guy, swung his fist and rushed on the offensive. Elma narrowed his eyes, realizing that he would not be able to protect himself from this blow. Suddenly, the skull of the golem was covered with cracks. It was at this moment that Lucy struck him in the nape of Lucy, activating the skill of throwing a cube. Having entered the 6, she enabled her to inflict a crushing critical stroke. The monster's head split in half. The girl exclaimed that he finally received on his merit. The beast was defeated, and the girl, along with the boy, gained 1,343 points of experience. Lucy managed to climb from 44th to the 47th. Elma smiled happy and praised the girl. Elma herself raised her level from the 46th to the 49th. The girl ran to the boy. With his glowing eyes, she exclaimed, as she rejoices that he is whole and unharmed. She almost burst into tears when she did not hit for the second time. Elma noted that the 6 of the 4 beats had fallen twice, so it is a real luck. In response, the girl scratched and unsuccessfully tried to erase tears. A little time passed before the body of the mithril golem melted, opening his giant nucleus. The girl was genuinely impressed with his unusual size. She sat down by the stone and noted that such a treasure will definitely pull at least 2 million local currency. After all, experienced adventurers hunt for even more scary monsters. I wonder how much do they earn for their feats? At the same moment, Elmo tried to pull something out of a pile of stones. There was a heavy ingot in his hands. Elmo was surprised that it was quite strange, because the real mithril Ghoul did not have this face. Elma, with a smile, noted that the cost of this ingot was considerable. In her hands, a mithril ingot was split, estimated at 25 million local currency. Mithril is a magic metal that flickered from excess mana. Lucy from surprise burst out loud and asked if this item was really worth 25 million. In such a simple dungeon, can such valuable things happen? Elma noted that the mithril Ghoul is a real rarity among the monsters, so though he hesitated, he still dared to go into battle with him. Mithril equipment is really invaluable. Of course, I would love to sold this ingot to the boy, but even better, to withdraw weapons from him. He offers as soon as they return to the city, find a skillful blacksmith. Lucy agrees and adds that they will do so. Elma reasoned that they should choose what to do, a sword or a dagger. Among the options were a shield and armor. He watches closely at Lucy and thinks, perhaps the wisest will now be a dagger. In her movements there was confidence. They became more harmonious. Lucy became the true support of their team. Without it, no matter will shift from the place. In addition, the girl helped the boy a lot, so he sought to express her gratitude. Meanwhile, Lucy plunged in the dream of Myfrilov's weapons. She did not suffer to find out what she would be like. The admiration and anticipation of it overwhelmed her. After the visit, Elma and Lucy became the owners of the ingots of the mithril, the runes of attack, a hammer made of black steel, a sword and a dagger of the same metal, another black-stemmed ingot, a Golem core of mithril, the nuclei of the end and 4 nuclei with smiles. As a result, they managed to earn 68 million. The young man was convinced that this amount even surpassed their winning from the drawer of the angel. He was frightened by the infinite power of the Blaza. He believes that at such a pace they quickly raise money for a book of skills for Lucy. The guy suggests that the girl on the way to solve all the questions, and so far insists that they should go back. Lucy agrees with the words of the young man. Going down the dark corridor of the dungeon, Lucy points out that they have already disappeared. She hopes with the hope that on the way back they do not have to deal with some insidious monster. Elma replied that they had already coped with the Mithril's Golem, so there were no more dangerous creatures left here. Mithril Ghoul is a much more dangerous creature than a local Lord of Dreams. Since they have managed to increase their level, it is unlikely to be surprised if they are now able to overcome even the owner of dreams. After that, he turns to Lucy and offers her another option. If she is tired and does not want to walk, then they can get out of the dungeon much faster. The girl lifts his eyebrows in surprise and is wondering what kind of way it is. Elma reminded that they once used it when they won the King of Sleep. The girl, with fear in her voice, asked if they really handled them. The young man replied that the local dreamer is slow. Its strokes are easy to predict, and there is no special power in it. In addition, he believed that much more strength and resources would go to the destruction of the Golets, so now they have enough power to cope with the owner of dreams. The healing elixirs return forces, but fatigue remains. If Ghoul had forced the young man to take advantage of the dying dragon, he would have rushed to the exit without hesitation. However, if their condition allows you to fight the boss, it would be impossible to give up. At this point, Lucy wondered about the Dream King. Alma replied that this dungeon is also known as a deep tunnel of 100 legs. The owner of dreams in this dungeon is a stone hole, also known as a stone centipede. On the face of Lucy immediately had a clear disgust and disgust. Elma cast a curious look at Lucy, and once again told about the stone Sorokonag, imagining something really spooky and alarming at that moment. Elma offered to go to the exit, but Lucy only shook her head and replied, she intends to take a fight with this monster, and would surely give him advice, because they just before them is a giant insect. Elma thoughtfully, silently. Lucy suggested that she could gain the acrobata skill. If Elma increases the level of Jester's acrobatics by the 18th, then this special reception will certainly master. Elma noted that the description of the skill was clear enough for the girl. However, he decided to explain it in more detail. Lucy agreed and prepared carefully to listen to the boy. The young man explained that the girl pushes his foot from any surface. This allows you to put magic in a jump, so the impulse is very sharp and speed is lightning. The girl carefully put the sword on the ground, nodded as a sign of consent, and sincerely thanked the young man, saying that she understood everything. It passed for a while, and massive gates grew before them, which probably belonged to the owner of the dreams. The girl assured that she was all right, and reported her intention to invest skills in gestures and acrobatics. She hesitated, and wondered whether she was doing the right thing. Alma agreed, adding that this technique opens only at the 18th level of skill, acrobatics of the juggle. In the hands of a skillful juggle, this skill turns into a real deadly weapon. The girl noted that after the impact she would feel defenseless. Elma assured her that she would get used to this technique over time, so you should not worry. The guy will always be near to protect her. A girl can choose any attack against a stone centipede. It is almost impossible to miss. Lucy once again clarified why the attack would almost certainly hit the target. The girl nodded as a sign of consent, noting that if the guy thinks, victory for them is a matter of time. Alma assured that at their level it is simply impossible to be defeated. She knew how to overcome this centipede, so she was sure everything would be the best. At that moment, behind the walls of the Owner of Dreams, the local monster was scaring, cautiously seeking the prey. The stone centipede is distinguished by a considerable stock of vital forces, the striking power of attack and high protection, yielding only speed. It is able to strike both in melee and attack at a distance. In addition to her giant physique, she does not deserve the title of Queen of Dreams. Elma and Lucy have already prepared to fight her. Lucy noted that the real test would only wait for them when they overcome the last hall of the dungeon. Elma supported her, adding that unlike the embryo, the centipede is not a wandering dreamer. He noted that the victory is quite possible, but it is too early to relax. Their rival, after all, the king himself. Lucy has uncertainly agreed with Elma. Alma dissolves the door to the Holder of Dreams and confidently reports that they go inside. Lucy was already ready by this moment. This place impressed the imagination. Lucy could not hide the delight of what he saw. It was especially fascinated by a deep tunnel and the last hall. The girl looked at the surrounding space with interest. Elma noted that he has never admired the local landscapes now. Lifting his head, he looked at the Lord of the Dream, who swore on the ceiling and muttered something there. Suddenly, the centipedist fell right in front of Alma and Lucy. Alma exclaimed that it was the Dream King himself appeared before them. They were a nightmare king, a stone centipede. This monster had a level 60, the health reserve of 156 units, and the mana was 71 points. The young man confidently stated that they would certainly overcome him, take possession of a valuable thing, and then immediately go to the city. The centipede rushed right at the guy. Her paws were squeezed at frantic speed, filling the room with a disgusting, creepy noise. Lucy scared and said with horror that this monster looks extremely disgusting, and his paws are just nasty. Elma cleverly evaded, and Sinapai crashed directly into the wall with a deaf roar. She immediately realized, if the attack was successful, they would have died on the spot. He ordered Lucy to act on plan. The girl nodded briefly and jumped quickly at Elma's shield. The guy used the shield, throwing Lucy high up. The girl flew just over a giant centipede room and landed her back. The main defect of a stone centipede room is that it is difficult for him to get to those who jump just on his back. It was in such uncomfortable for the monster position, and now Lucy, the fortnight again twisted with its rigid gait. At that moment, Elma whispered Lucy, who will try to attract the monster to himself and distract his attention. Lucy gathered with the spirit and activated the skill of acrobatic blow. Her movement walked all over the body of a stone centipede like a sharp saw. Many magical seals shook in the sky with pain. The monster applied his ability Stone Flash, and from the magical seals, the real rain of spicy blocks fell. She directed her devastating attack just on the guy. At that moment, Elma exclaimed Lucy's name and managed to defend himself from the blow, putting up a shield. The girl with passion announced that she would not stop and try to attack again. At the same moment, she performs an agile acrobatic blow, and starting to rotate around herself, causes stones of destructive damage. The monster issued the last shrill cry when his forces were completely exhausted. Lucy and Elman were able to overcome the Dream Monarch. Elma praised Lucy, and the girl smiled happily and then bounced lively from the stone stool. A message came into the sky. 2,379 experienced points were obtained. The monster was completely destroyed. Lucy landed, happily noting that everything was succeeded thanks to the cunning plan of Elma. Mithral's goal became more powerful, and it was at this moment that the level of girls increased sharply from 47 to 52. Elma loudly called the girl to descend from the place where the centipede just appeared. It was at this moment that his level jumped rapidly from 49 to 54. In response, the girl exclaimed that she was very hot. She wondered what it was for a couple and why she was so hot. Elma was surprised at such a high temperature. It turned out that the massive body of the stone centipede, after death, evaporated. He was surprised by the strange physical laws that prevailed in this world, but suddenly it came to him. Everything was not at all as it seemed at first. He immediately ordered the girl to jump from the body of centipedes, because the monster could not have fallen dead yet. Elma wondered why the body of the monster should produce so many couples, and she had already met a similar phenomenon in the game. At that moment, Lucy did not have time to bounce and was rejected with hot steam. Elma, realizing that this should not happen here, he rushed lightly at the girl. He picked her up in his arms and later turned his gaze to the stone centipede and suddenly realized the King of Sleep began to reincarnate. Elma kept the girl in his arms, addressed Lucy with apology, and recognized his mistake. The girl, hearing the conversation about the evolution of the monster, shook her head and denied. They say, "It is simply impossible. Evolution is inherent in only individual monsters, and for each of them there are unique conditions for its onset. Even in the game, players have not yet been able to solve what monsters are capable of evolution and what is needed. The bottom line is that it was not necessary to complicate the game specifically, inventing certain conditions for evolution, because the guy knows so much about what circumstances the stone centipede can evolve. First, you need to absorb many magic stones, then eat a certain number of bodies of adventurers, and after that the monster should fall from the hands of another adventure seeker. At the same time, the probability that all these conditions will really coincide is extremely small. For the most part, they can only be done by wandering kings who move freely by the maze. The young man learned that this dungeon has recently appeared. Moreover, if the Traveler King wandered here, the guild would certainly have this data. Although the laws of this world and the game themselves differ, the basic things, in particular the conditions of evolution, should remain unchanged. And if this is true, then someone purposefully created all the conditions for evolution. But even if it is true, there is no logic. Why did anyone do? And the guy doubts if there will be someone else in this world to whom the secrets of evolution are open, except him. Only one, he is confident. Because of his own carelessness, he retracted Lucy into an uneven battle. Alma made a sincere apology to the girl, confessing that he could not even imagine such a development. Everything went so smoothly that he relaxed. However, the girl exclaimed that she had no apology. She suggested that the boy throw her into the air again with the help of a shield so that she could repeat the attack in the same way. Elma noted that an improved monster is unlikely to seem so simple, because the focus with a lot may no longer work. To knock out a 6 on a gambling cube, you will have to throw it at least 4 times. And for victory, you will need at least 10 times to hit this monster with a 6, and all this, provided that it will not evade again and again. The monster has time to heal between the blows. At this stage, its evolution ends. A stone centipede turns into a real deadly fleet, and its level jumps up to 75. Before Elma and Lucy, the owner of dreams, the armament of death, its level reached 75 and health and mana rates were 274 and 134 units respectively. Armada of Death screamed, lifting a spooky scape. At that moment, Lucy realized with surprise that this monster had as much as 75 levels. Emma rushed to Lucy and shouted so that she immediately moved. She grabbed the girl by her hand and with her cleverly evaded the blow of the monster. Elma realized that the deadly armada became noticeably more aggressive, more powerful than before. The difference in levels was felt by the naked eye. Now there was probably no chance. The monster threateningly quickened, and Elma, squeezing her teeth, asked Lucy to ask if she was ready to stick to any of his plan, even if he seemed quite crazy. Lucy wondered in Elma that he conceived. The young man did not move out of place. He stood still before the monster, as if weighing his every breath. He realized that it was time to prove why his class is called the most dangerous and most foreseen. The deadly armada was distinguished by powerful protection, impressive endurance, and extreme resistance. The health of this monster reached as much as 274,000 units. Elma thinks of how to get out alive. He will have to demonstrate this world the true power of a difficult knight class. Lucy squeezed his fists and bit her lip with excitement. Then she firmly stated that she would fight the boy to the last. Alma watched in silence, and later thanked her. However, it is almost impossible to select a weapon with such an opponent. Continuous attacks will not produce results either. The boy will only have one opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, the monster began to release some magic attack. Elma instantly realized that it was incredibly dangerous. The young man shouted Lucy so that she would immediately hide behind a stone. The girl agreed and rushed to the shelter without hesitation of a second. Armada of Death used the ability of the Needle of Death, and from the seals of the swirl, many black thorns broke out. Suddenly, one of the thorns touched the stone near Lucy, and he immediately began to melt. The girl returned to the boy anxiously and exclamedly exclaimed to tell him what to do next. Elma reported that with the help of his shield, he would send the girl directly to the deadly armada. The young man noted that the girl has a weak place. She should be struck on the tail of this deadly armada. Due to its incredible speed, Lucy could break forward. She once again voiced that she should strike a tail, and assured that she understood everything. Armada of Death cast her gaze on a stone that had just thrown sharp thorns with her skills. The rock crashed, and the creation rapidly rushed to it. The monster with a frantic force crashed into a massive boulder, but Elma and Lucy are already pierced. The deadly armada turns his head and suddenly notices the threat that chats in front. Lucy jumped cleverly at Elma's shield, and the young man, using his skillful stroke, sent the girl directly to the giant boulder, which stood behind the Dream King. The monster was rushed by Lucy, who flew to the stone. Elma grabbed a stone and threw him just in the monster, shouting that a true opponent is him, so the cursed insect should pay attention to him. The deadly armada frozen, casting alert views on Elma, who had already pulled the sword from the vagina. At the same moment, Lucy landed on a stone stove. Elma was convinced that until Lucy was distracted by the monster, holding onto his tail, he needs to stand anything. Even at the cost of his own life, the guy will not retreat. Protecting a shield from vitality, he remained strong, although his health was barely 22 points. All the requirements are fulfilled, so the young man activates the skill of Rage that calms dragons. If the attempt is unsuccessful, they are waiting for death. There will be no chance to correct the mistake. The deadly armada was fearlessly opposed by Elma, who released the rage of a dying dragon. Due to this ability, its speed has doubled. The monster rushed to the attack, rapidly rushing on the young man. Elma also rushed forward, knowing that this monster moves even faster than her, and he will not be difficult to catch up with the boy. Elma, having unsuccessfully stepped, slips into a narrow passage. The deadly armada rushes rapidly behind a young man, but huge cars are not able to squeeze through a close course. The monster begins to rake the earth, trying to get to the young man, and it is at this point that the guy realizes that things are much worse than he thought. The monster again rushed after the guy. Elma ran out of last forces to escape, but suddenly the deadly armada flies on the rock and is hopelessly stuck between them. The guy throws a stone into a monster, but it again turns all his rage to Elma. The deadly armada activates its unique skill. In front of the frantic storm of the Fleet of Death, which collapses one by one thanks to the skill of the Needle of Death, the energy barrier of Elma turns out to be powerless. Any scratch from these needles would mean death. He remembered how one of the needles crashed into the stone next to Lucy, and he immediately straightened. The monster lifts his head, preparing for the attack. Elma recalls that it was before the blow that her fatal armor remained open. The monster resorts to a deadly reception. He releases needles. However, it is at this moment that Elma jumps ahead and applies a shield. The young man cleverly jumped into a stone, and the deadly armada tried to understand where the one who stood before her disappeared. She sprouted all the way in search of, and Elma felt the heart-squeezing fear. The monster was moving extremely rapidly. At that moment, Lucy leaned closer to the monster and involved her skill in throwing gambling cubes, and she fell 6. The girl cleverly hit the most vulnerable place of the monster, his tail. Armada of Death grinded with unbearable pain. Elma noted that, unlike her whole body, her tail is extremely gentle, and it is not capable of using it for counterattack. In other words, it was its most vulnerable point. Elma stood on top of a huge rock. A deadly armada hung before the young man, and Lucy was behind her. At that moment, Elma clearly understood. Now they have a real chance of winning. Suddenly, the dangerous armada turned sharply and noticed Lucy behind. The girl exclaimed that she managed to cope and attack the monster, but did not imagine what to do next. After shouting the name of the girl, Emma ordered her to quickly run to the giant boulder who stood nearby. The girl immediately rushed to the rock and stated that she understood everything. The girl rushed directly to the stone, and followed by a deadly armada. Elma noted that this dangerous force is very fast and effortlessly caught up with Lucy, but it took some time to accelerate. Elma cleverly jumps from a stone to a stone, thinking how this time to take a favorable position and put a decisive stroke. Lucy ran around the stone and, breath, turned to Elma. What to do next? She was no longer running away from this deadly invasion. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Elma exclaimed that the radius of the stone is almost equal to the length of the entire deadly armada. Lucy struck it. Elma shouted to the girl, "The tail of this deadly monster and run!" The girl did not delay, struck the tail of the monster and rushed on the side. The deadly armada howled the pain, and then sheaned and rushed to the girl, trying to cling to her sharp fangs. Lucy rose into the air, and the monster with sharp claws cut off part of the tail. It curls from piercing pain. At that moment, he was imprisoned. Lucy looked out of the giant boulder and, glowing with grip, announced that she had succeeded. She cut off the tail of this monster. Alma praised the girl, adding that further worries took over. Meanwhile, the young man directed 10 points in the development of the skills of Burning Fangs. The Burning Fangs reached the 15th level, opening the Without Regret skill, which can be used only when health levels do not exceed 50%. The protection is reduced to almost zero. Instead, the force of attack increases by the amount of lost protection. To maintain this skill requires constant management of its use. Elma was delighted with the fact that he managed to master such ability. After activating this ability, protection is reduced to zero, so its use is extremely dangerous. However, in return, Elma receives a huge increase in the force of attack. This skill is unlikely to be popular with players, because most classes have a much higher attack on protection, and a slight reinforcement for several units does not justify effort. However, the class of a Heavy Knight differs among other significantly increased protection. His skill is especially effective in combination with the Fury of a Dying Dragon. This skill doubles both the force of attack and speed, including the indicators that it has received due to the absence of pity. In other words, its protection turns into an additional attack, and then the entire level of force obtained is multiplied by 2. Having 2 Burning Fangs, armed with a blade of black steel, and having the title of the Unprecedented, the young man reaches impressive 277 units of attack. A spooky lawn soul of aura wandered around him. Lucy watched everything, hiding behind the rock. Cold ants ran all over the body of the deadly armada. Alma was full of determination. He believed that he could put an end to just one powerful blow. A spooky halo, from which the frost walked through the skin, wandered around Elma. Lucy was literally loose from what he saw, and the deadly dangerous armada was already in a state of full shock. Elma activated the reception without regret. Breaking out of the giant boulder, she rushed to meet the deadly armadi. In his current state, the guy could hold the technique without regret, only a few seconds. His stock of mana was only 12 units, but with the help of Lucy, it should be enough. Elma looked at the monster. His amazing endurance, strong defense, and crazy speed left no chance of ordinary soldiers. However, Elma had no value for Elma. The deadly armada threw forward and moved forward. Lucy loudly exclaimed that the action of paralysis had passed. The monster activated his skill. Armada of Death involved the skills of her deadly needles with a frantic speed, releasing them directly from the guy. Lucy fell into a cry, shouting the name of Elma. At that moment, the young man rushed towards the monster. The needle threw himself directly into his direction, but Elma managed to evade. However, his protective barrier was scattered into piles. Elma lifted his massive sword with a scope and rushed rapidly at the monster. The deadly armada was surprised to be frozen when Elma was suddenly face to face with the straff. Elma, in full voice, challenged the monster, seeking it to receive on merit, and one rapid blow to the deadly army. Suddenly, the room of the dream stirred up a spooky roar. The upper body of the monster with a deafening roar flew away. At that moment, Lucy held her hat firmly because after the death, the monster rose, a powerful frantic wind. Elma fell silent for a moment, and then without unnecessary hesitation ordered to turn off the skill, without regret. The room floated in the room. 4,057 points of experience were gained. The level of Elma rapidly rose from the 54th to the 62nd. Elmi sighed and confessed that he did not like such risky clashes. Meanwhile, Lucy, looking out from behind the stone, exclaimed that it was incredibly cool. The head of the deadly armada flew to the side and fell near the young man. At the same moment, Lucy jumped from the rock and rushed to Elma. The girl happily exclaimed that they managed to defeat truly, because this deadly armada far exceeded them by force. They gained a great experience for this battle. Elma noted that the victory was difficult for them. The girl supported the boy's opinion, agreeing with him. But unexpectedly, Elma asked the boy to apologize to her. He should have predicted that she was capable of evolution. The girl was surprised that the young man had nothing to apologize, because even though Elma managed to overcome this terrible armada, Elmer laughed and noted that this time the victory was won thanks to a young man. The girl was surprised and wondered if it really was. Lucy noted that the boy's blow was impressed with incredible force. Only one powerful reception was able to overcome the whole deadly armada. Elma noted that the ability to act without regret is a really powerful feature, but at the same time extremely dangerous. He managed to attack the fatal armada only because the monster was stunned. If it were not for the skill of protecting the life that disappeared during the attack, the guy would not survive. After all, Lucy and Elma won the honorary title, the winners of the nightmares. Lucy told about the nicknamed Nightmare. This title testifies to the victory over the King of Dreams, who reached at least 70 levels. The owner of this title is given a bonus. The attack against Kings of Dreams increases by 7%. Elma explained that this honorary title was given only to those who overcame the boss. However, to get it, the boss must evolve, so few intentionally hunt for such a reward. It is extremely rare. Then Elma quickly translated the conversation to another topic, noting that they were glad to be their safety. Now, he assured, it is time to get the core of this monster. Suddenly, Lucy called and informed Elmi that she had come across something incredible here. She began to explain, but the young man broke her half a word, saying that she did not understand what Lucy meant, because he already has the nucleus. Lucy assured that everything is not true, because the boss remained a rare trophy. In the hands of the girl shouted a dagger, in which the poisonous snake was hiding. The recommended level for this dagger was 70. It increased the attack by 28 units and cost 28 million local currency. This knife was covered with a deadly poison of the scolopendra, capable of paralyzing anyone who comes across his blade. Elmo was surprised that the King of Dreams really missed something. He remembered the moment when Lucy was scattered with rare objects, as if it were a common junk. He looked at the blade and felt relieved. At least it was not her head. He thought in his thoughts how these weapons were able to poison the enemy. Most likely, everything will decide the case, whether the effect will work or not. Thanks to their acrobatic skills, Lucy will be able to strike more, and therefore her chances of success will increase significantly. This dagger is as if created for her. Elma noted that if he guessed that this blade would get them, then ore would no longer have such importance. Lucia was already screaming with fear and horror, imagining that they could do this blade, for which 28 million were asked. The girl rushed to them with the question of whether they threatened them for the fact that the very appearance of such an object breaks the entire financial system. Lucy confessed that she was too precious thing for her, and she does not know how to handle her. She even wondered if it was worth throwing it away. Elma also advised Lucy to calm down and keep a cold head. Soon they got cities. Local residents looked around, because Lucy's behavior caused them a great suspicion. Elma turned to the girl and wondered what she was doing and why was so close to all those present. Lucy replied quietly that it is quite clear, because all these people got rich, and now each of them wants to snatch their piece. Elma and Lucy are approached by the Guild of the Adventures. Elma states that she wants to hand over the monsters to the exchange, and if such an opportunity arose, he would like to communicate with the head of the guild because it was really incredible. This time, they were not only attracted to money. The evolution of the King of Sleep is an exceptional and extremely rare phenomenon. This boss would not be able to evolve without taking many lives. It is strange that the guild had no data on the dead. Elma believes that the organization should notify it in advance. The administrator from the Guild of Adventure looked around and announced that these adventurers have rank D, Hard Knight and Clown, as well as Lucy and Elmo silent without saying words. The girl replied that she would give their request, then asked to deal with the question faster and not delay the queue. Lucy was surprised to raise her eyebrows and wondered that it should mean it. Is it about some exquisite service? She pushed her sponges. The girl appealed to them to listen carefully and stressed that they were in the Guild of the Adventures of Lecolin. She proudly added that each of them was part of this fraternity, which gave the world many famous adventurers. Lucy noted that it was terribly annoying her. In response, Elma advised the girl to entrust the conversation with the administrator. They say, if you talk calmly, they will definitely find common ground. Elma replied that he understood what impression he made a girl, and asked if he somehow offended her. At the same time, he asked him to give him time to prove his intentions and change his mind about himself. Elma replied that the case is really extremely important and cannot be left unaddressed. The girl asked how they could not understand it. After all, they have a serious guild, not some provincial office where they worked earlier. Guildmaster will not appear at the first call of a regular, low-level adventurer. Their guild is much more influential than it seems to beginners. In her benches, there are hundreds of experienced adventurers, and payments of rewards begin with at least 1 million, and for them, it is a real, everyday life. However, she very much hopes that they will become clear. She does not have the opportunity to contact the guilder. At that moment, the young man removes something interesting from his back. He turns to the girl. They say, if she is really interested, let him first list all this wealth, and spreads a whole mountain of magical stones in front of her. The administrator girl shuddered at the surprise, and drops of sweat were immediately on her face. She began to think feverishly what was happening. After all, it is an amount exceeding 10 million. The administrator girl was quietly coughing, asking the young man with a companion to wait a little and hurried somewhere in her business. She returned to her husband and reported that there were adventurers who brought trophy for more than 10 million among visitors. In addition, these guests want to meet the head of the guild personally. She asked her husband to treat them with proper respect. The man wondered where 10 million came from, and immediately asked what rank they were. The girl without hesitation replied that they were D rank. At this point, Elmo has already thought, when they bring the colonel a monster to exchange, they will definitely have to meet with a guild. When an ad marking D rank is trying to exchange such a large number of nuclei, it obviously promises trouble with additional tests and paper. However, for unknown reasons, the administrator was surprised and rushed to spend them just before the start of the queue. She ordered her husband to act immediately, because it depended on the further fate of the Lyrican. The main thing is that they will pay. In addition, they seem to have a meeting with the head of the Aventurist Guild. She is usually very busy, but fortunately, the meeting is very soon. For a while, the young administrator led Elma and Lucy up, where the stairs led to another span. The secretary knocked on the door and turned to Ms. Galleon. She reported that the adventurers who wanted to meet her had already arrived. The girl asked in surprise what the administrator says, because she hears it for the first time. The administrator girl in surprise noted that it had to hand over to her. However, the head of the guild waved, they say, it is not necessary to pay attention to such little things, and allowed the newcomers to go. The administrator apologized before the young man, explaining that obviously there was some confusion. They were ready to assure that nothing wrong, you can still talk. Alma and Lucy were included in the office of the head of the Guild of Adventure. A rather young girl appeared in front of them. It was she who headed Guild. The girl looked at Luciana Elma and noted that the combination of such a gesture with a difficult night hour was not frequent. The girl turned to an administrator named and wondered who these people were. Matilda replied that the guests arrived from London and belonged to the assaults of rank D. The leader of the guild scored and again asked if they were really seekers of D-class from London. The tension in the hall has slept somewhat, but the doubts did not disappear. The girl replied that they had overcome the dungeon of the level 60 under the name Deep Tunnel. Despite the fact that they both have only rank D, they clearly do not lack the strength. The girl wondered if it was true. Is the night really difficult? And whether this gesture was able to make them through a dark, deep tunnel together. She sat down at the table, and saying that Lucy and Elma classes are unlikely to be suitable for victory over the owner of dreams. She added that that is why she was especially interesting to know the details. She confessed that they were a little interested in her. Elma noticed how tensions had hung in the air, but it was clear that they would not go out of here. The head of the Guilders of Adventurers looked so shrewdly and suspiciously, as if Elma sees through. The girl said that the adventurers of level D dared to challenge the King of Sleep, although this task certainly needed a team of at least rank C. It seems that the boys sought to gain glory and quickly break through the career ladder. She laughed and noticed that these people either who seek to quickly meet bony death, or they openly opened what others do not even suspect. Elma noted that the girl, even without waiting for the words, grabbed everything on the fly. She was indeed a worthy leader of the prestigious guild. However, he believed that her exclusivity was not limited. The girl smiled slyly and noted that Elma had good posture and sophisticated facial features, so he probably knows about the local Dream Lord. She said Elmo was a real aristocrat. They say he arrived from London himself. She assumes that one of the local nobility has a son, about the same age as this guy. She needs to think about everything. Elma scolded, thinking how much else he would have to guess. At that moment, Lucy looked at the boy with an alarming expression. Elma realized, there is no point in lying. Lucy is too sincere and she will certainly give them out with little. Alma told that his name was Alma, and the girl is called Lucy. As the guilder noted, they are travelers from London. During the study of an underground tunnel, they encountered an unusual situation, so they decided to turn to it. They worship, and Elma sincerely thanks the girl for finding time for them. The girl laughed and noted that Elma was trying to divert her attention, but advised to leave her anxiety behind. The girl calls herself Healy Harlwood and reports that he heads the local guild. She is convinced that the guy has already realized she comes from the Marquise Harlwood family. Elma finally realized why the girl is so well aware of the intricacies of the aristocracy. In Laquille, adventurers have a much greater impact than in any other city. There are representatives of noble families at the head of the guild, so the local aristocracy cooperates closely with the guild, sharing power and responsibilities. The girl said that Hard Knight and Clown were able to overcome the tunnel together. The King of Sleep here is considered to be a stone centipede. Thanks to the incredible strength and survivability, even the most experienced adventurers are warming this place. Lucy warned that the owner of Dreams was really a great danger. Elma also thought that to talk with the head of the guild is risky, so it is better to deal with this situation as soon as possible. If you tell her too much, she immediately guessed that Alma is not from our world. He is absolutely sure of that. He does not give him the thought. If this girl, only from the average branch, what creatures are in the main? He is convinced that the whole family gives up true fear. Maybe some of the famous Harlwood 7 has already achieved the level necessary for evolution. Even cooperation with the Guild of Adventurers gives them easy access to all the necessary information about these conditions. However, he does not see any of his own benefits. Whatever it is, he should pick the words with extreme caution and avoid careless statements. The girl wondered if Elma wanted to tell her something. She added that she listened to every word carefully. She is wondering if something really happened in the dungeon, and the guy with the girl want to discuss it with each other. Elma suspects that the one who stands before him could become the one who fulfilled all the conditions for a terrible reincarnation. The girl asks if all these stories are lied about strange circumstances. She suspects that all these words are fictitious only to draw her attention to their achievements. Elma remained silent, and the girl confessed that the guy was curiosity, so she decided to have a little fun. However, she added, do not consider her a simple target for someone's games. Elma hesitates whether the girl really says frankly. He absolutely cannot understand whose words contain a threat, an invisible warning or something else hidden by this mysterious speech. Guildmaster Halyai was more aware of Elma than he suspected himself, although his true purpose was only to report about a new form of evolutionary centipedes. He believes that it is better to just tell the truth and go. Alma turns to the girl. They say, the fact that he wanted to tell her that both the boss and the tunnel were changed. The girl wondered the evolution of the boss. Elma continued, explaining that the transformation of the King of Dreams is a real catastrophe. The guild, she said, should keep records of the conditions of such evolution. He explained that a girl could turn to these records to find out more. However, Elma did not have time to say how Galen interrupted her, again interested in the evolution of the Dream Lord. Elma nodded and added that he tried to explain everything to her. Suddenly, Helen exploded, asking whether the dreamer really changed deep in the tunnel. She and Grook lowered her palm on the table and exclaimed that only about 2 weeks have passed since his dungeon appeared. So how is it possible? Elma looked carefully at the girl, thinking about whether she was just doing. The frightened Helen decisively ordered Elmi to say immediately whether she was really sure that she had not been mistaken, and whether it was true. In the end, Elma realized, her face clearly confirmed. The girl does not fit. Elma confidently answered and explained that this is why she sought to communicate with the head of the Guild of Adventure. Helen, having calmed down a little, asked Matilda why she did not immediately tell her anything about it, to which the girl answered with confusion that she knew nothing. Matilda noted that these were really bad news. She believes to increase the recommended level for a deep tunnel is not even worth it. Galen loudly exclaimed that the level recommended for passing should be raised a little. She also shouted that Stenoga, who had just been 60th, suddenly turned into a real 80th monster. Cases of evolution of the king occur so rarely that almost no one has ever met. The girl has no idea what is now capable of this monster. Now, it will win a group of experienced 70 adventurers. She appeals to Matilda, asking whether she really believes that there will be so many strong adventurers in La Colhan. Matilda agreed with the girl, recognizing that she really underestimated the seriousness of what was happening. Elma thought, and suddenly this panic was only skillfully played? Can it be all this is a solid boat? Helen has mastered herself and reported that the owner of dreams had undergone a wonderful transformation in the dungeon. Now they need to find out what really happened there. The girl, with trembling hands, stretched to collective hugs, and then said that if Elmo is telling the truth, she will have to declare a large-scale set of adventurers not lower than B. Suddenly, her mug slipped and crashed. Helene stopped sharply and asked Elmo why they returned alive. He asked if they had helped them to escape the Wandering King. He demanded to tell everything because the girl was not going to give them. Elma was silent, and Lucy does not understand what the head of the guild is leading. Then Elma finally said that the fact that they had already cleaned a deep tunnel, and it was a pure truth. Helen looked at them with distrust, clearly waiting for explanations. She wondered if they really managed to cope with the dungeons. Elma asked in surprise, did he not tell her about it immediately? He suggested that the girl probably thought they only escaped because they fled. It seems that the renovated owner of dreams seemed so horrific threat that Galeen was difficult to accept this truth. He couldn't believe it. She noted that even without proper equipment, their strength is enough, because they are experienced high-level adventurers. Elma inadvertently thought that this girl can now be considered absolutely sincere and innocent. Elaine addressed Matilda with the question of whether they brought the body of the monster. The girl nodded and reported that she had already handed over the award, and the prey was brought to the guild. Kaelin noted that the Corps had already joined their guild, so Elma really told the truth. And yet it was hard to believe. At that moment, she tried to remember the feeling of a cup of tea she recently missed and broke. Matilda turned to Mrs. Halen and wondered if she wanted tea. The girl uncertainly admitted that she had just dropped the cup, and she crashed. Miss Halen was ashamed of shame. Then Galen ordered Matilda to bring it here. The girl decided that she was talking about a cup of tea, and in a hurry. She was already running. She moved to the door. But Galen was indignant with the nucleus. Matilda stopped, nodded, and briefly assured that she understood everything. Lucy quietly confessed to Elmi, who first considered Helen scary and harsh, but in fact she was surprisingly friendly. Aline praised Elma and Lucy for the perfect task and sincerely thanked them for getting rid of the evolutionary king. Their help greatly simplified his work. She noted that the knight seemed truly crazy, and that clown, probably, made a lot of disasters. It was not easy for everyone. But most importantly, she wondered how such a deep tunnel could happen in general. However, after closing, no study was conducted. Elma wondered if the girl did not have any assumptions. Helena replied that, as the head of the Adventurers Guild, he has no right to share his not fully clarified assumptions with any adventurer. However, in her opinion, she may well share them with Elma and Lucy. Previously, such a disaster has already happened in the north of the Forbidden Forest. Elma was convinced that he knew everything about the mysterious thicket. This forest was considered the most dangerous place on the whole continent. Many of the highest-level dungeons were hidden here. There, catastrophes have long become a commonplace. Elma assured that the girl did not mean at all, as soon as something like this would happen here. Helene replied that Elmo is undoubtedly smart. However, it is difficult for her to be absolutely confident. The young man recognized it quite reasonable. After all, the girl only guessed. Helen assured Elma, which was treated with all seriousness, and promised Guild, along with the Hereward family, would conduct a thorough investigation. She sincerely thanked the young man for the information provided. Elma thanked the head of the Aventurist Guild, but at heart he did not leave him anxious feeling. It is possible that this transformation was profitable to someone and happened not by accident. At that time, Galen was at all point out that Matilda was not in a hurry. It was at this moment that the door opened, and the girl with a slight smile asked for a little late. She rolled a cannon core on the room and cheerfully announced, "Here is your cannon core and a fresh cup of tea." Helene shouted and reminded it that she only asked for the nucleus. Talking to the head of the Aventurist Guild, Elma and Lucy could not learn anything new about the evolution of centipedes. Who has taken care of all the conditions for this transformation remains a mystery. Elma announces that in this case, they will leave Lucy. Helen suddenly asks them to wait and adds that he generally understands the level of their abilities and does not make sense to deceive it. That is why she proposes to increase Elma and Lucy to rank B among adventurers. Elma of Lucy are amazed by such unexpected news. Matilda is wondered if the lady is really confident in her decision, because even an increase in the S-class is not easy, and not everyone. Helen nods as a sign of consent, and proudly states that it is she who heads the Guild of Lacalan Adventurers. No other guild dare to deny its authority. Alma confesses that it is definitely grateful to this girl, but still hopes that she will not require anything in return. Gaining smiles and asks the boy not to interrupt, because as a guild leader she should inspire brave adventurers. Everyone in this community should find their place. After all, it matters not only for the guild but for the whole kingdom. Lucy exclaimed that it was really incredible. Then Gelaine added that this is not quite true. In fact, they were keenly lacking in ranking B and above. She just sought to replenish the benches of strong warriors. That's what the real cause hid. For some time, and despite all their refusals, the heroes still increased to the desired level. Now they have become adventurers of B. Elma noted that, having gained a new rank, they definitely need to find a masterful blacksmith. Lucy completely agreed with her. The girl notes if it is normal to use such an expensive blade as a dagger with a poetic worm, whose cost on the market exceeds 28 million. Elma nodded, noting that the blade significantly increases the attack, and still has a special effect, which in combination with the incredible attitude of the girl, turns him into a real treasure. To put such a thing for sale would be a real waste. Lucy, shouting, stated that as soon as they sell it, they would be able to eat goodies daily and still enough for various desserts. Elma laughed and promised that they would certainly go to the restaurant. By the way, he intends to use the ingots of mithril and black iron to expel his weapon. Elma is wondering if the girl does not object to it. However, it should also be considered that the blacksmith will have to pay a lot. The costs will be considerable. Elma assured that she was indifferent. The number of equipment they will have to get was simply astonished by the imagination. According to Elma, in order to work with mithril, a blacksmith's blacksmith is definitely required. Yes, even in Lachlan, the capital of adventurers, such a master may not be found. To process materials from dungeons, a true skill is needed. In this world, a skillful blacksmith is probably even more valuable than in the game itself. As he beware, all experienced blacksmiths were still intercepted by aristocrats. Even the largest workshops of the city could not shake someone better. The highest level of the master you could meet here was barely 40. They wandered the shops and trade rows in the south, learning about all sorts of local rumors. In the end, they managed to obtain information about the blacksmith's 60 level. However, they say, this grandfather is extremely stubborn and difficult to communicate. The young boy was advised to stay away from him. His character is difficult to call pleasant. If you get old, no money will make him go to cooperation. Subsequently, Elma from Lucy approached the abandoned house. Elma notes that you will never guess that the blacksmith lives here. Lucy confesses that she is anxious and does not rest. The girl knocks on the door timidly, and when he opens them, apologizes and asks whether the blacksmith in the name of Berg lives here. At that moment the man was buried on the anvil, and suddenly exclaimed that he had come again. He stated that he did not create weapons for such as he. Lucy was scared, and in a trembling voice began to apologize. The man wondered who dared to visit this time, thinking that again, those annoying window heads came. He apologizes to the girl for his unrestrainedness. Recently it has been quite annoyed by two annoying adventure seekers. Elma decides to keep quietly so as not to spoil his mood. The element says that he has heard about the abandoned skill of the man in the forge, but adds, no one can offer him decent work. Berg, laughing loudly, said that he, of course, was pleased to hear that. He wondered if the guy really hoped to see such a reaction. With a smile on his face, he advised not to scare him. At that moment, Elma realized he was even more insidious than it seemed. The man called the boy to attention, ordered to listen carefully. To speak frankly, an interesting work had one condition: not to hide the truth. After all, two things in this world have been given up in this world: light-hearted children and affectionate, and no praise is needed. All modern adventures combine these two elements. Alma agrees with this, but she is surprised why she is reproached for banality. Lucy asked Mr. Berg whether he was really concerned about the adventures of our time. Berger replied that this is not about the new moon. They are all looking for someone who will be able to expel them with an unsurpassed sword, and the money here does not play. If this man needed money, he would hardly live in such a shack. Elma was convinced that they got out of their hands, because she also had a desire to offer him any amount. But everything is not so easy. Berhaz is unlikely to be so easy to bribe it. For Elma, he seemed like a completely different person than she expected. She understands that she is forced to give up the thought of hiring him. Elma assured that they are going. Berga also stated that he could not let go of the boy and a girl with empty hands, because they listened carefully to the old man. So he called them to follow him. Elma is interested in the girl, whether Lucy is worth going after him. Lucy suggests that he may be just lonely and he has no one to spill over. The man exclaimed that he heard everything perfectly, added, "If they do not want to go, they can safely return home." The girl raised his voice in response. "They are already going, so you should not worry." For a while the man said that it seems that the guy with the girl is not so hopeless. They may decide that you managed to test, though barely. Alma and Lucy were genuinely surprised by such words. Lucy has wondered if they should also insert their hand. Elma agrees that the girl is right. He is really going to use the mithril sword properly. He puts a 20 million in local currency on the fleeing table. In addition, this rune increases the attack by 30%. The blacksmith looks carefully in the flea and jokingly notices what happens infrequently. He could not imagine that he would have to deal with such a wonder. As a result, the work, the black iron armor, the mithril sword, and the inlay were assigned a price of 4 million local currency. Ilma was pleased. He did not want to deal with ordinary iron armor at all. While the blacksmith was completely absorbed by the work, Lucy and Alma went to explore Lakalin and collect information. After a delicious snack, the girls went to the store where they were waiting for books with skills, the prices of which, however, were outdoors. Some time passed and they went to the blacksmith. Elma noted that the mithril sword should already be ready. It was then that their attention was drawn to the open door to the blacksmith. They hear loud exclamations. Someone shouts that he is indifferent and that he does not insist on the return of the sword, but only wants to sell it. However, the blacksmith denies. They say he cannot give anything, because it is an order made at a special request. Elma realized, things are bad. Lucy exclaimed that he should go immediately. The guy and the girl Stremich headed to the house. The guy asked if he was all right with the man, because it seemed like a robber had been here. A stranger approached the young man and wondered if he was really the same client, adding that he was interested in seeing what this guy looks like. Elma seemed as if he had heard someone's voice, but did not see who was addressing him. The stranger noted with the laughing that the blacksmith really killed a metrilic sword for such a weakness. Obviously, Berga finally went bankrupt and was forced to take any job. Lucy looked at the young man and quietly said that the strange sound came from below. The guy bows his head sideways and notices a girl who, a little mockingly, calls him a shackles and is genuinely interested. Does he really consider her stupid? Elma, meanwhile, thinks about whether the baby is talking to him. The angry girl was strongly approaching the hero and asked if she considers her stupid. The young man looked silently at a small angry girl with sharp teeth who flashed from anger. The night Elma was surprised so much that a drop of sweat performed on his face. He was embarrassed by the girl if she is not a baby. However, he mentioned that the ceremony is not held with those who have not yet turned 15. The girl denied that she was 17. Her explosive reaction was puzzled not only by the boy but also by another girl standing next to the hero. The girl angrily decided that the guy underestimated her. Narrowly clamped, she leaped her hands in the sides. After that, she turned to the knight and wondered if he heard about the magician-knitted nickname of the Blade of the Black Flame, which had 2 names. Her question was somewhat puzzled by the hero. Elma, known as the Heavenly Light, hearing this nickname, thought at once. He seemed to have already come across him when he collected information in Lekolina. The Black Flower Blade rose to the rank of A. He was rightly considered a true legend. Then the girl, putting her hand to her heart, proudly said that she has nothing to hide. She solemnly announced, before them, a great guild, a famous student of the Blade of Black Flames. After that, the girl was silent for the answer. The young man said uncertainly, "They say, guesses who she is, and sincerely rejoices for her." The girl reached out and pointed her finger on the old man standing behind, and said that now, when the real sword owner finally appeared, it would be much easier to agree with him than with this stubborn grandfather. The man watched their conversation carefully without interfering. The girl added that she needed only one thing from him. She wants to buy this mithril sword from the young man. Elma immediately denied and insisted that she needed the sword, because she was not just looking for a blacksmith. The girl immediately made it clear that she was not going to buy for nothing. Gelma cheaped a proposal, to stay on 300 million and 6 more coins. She noted that, for such as he, this amount is just overwhelming. But this time he refused, adding that 300 million with 6 coins were not worth it. Her angered his categorical denial. Nilda struck the darkness, but he cleverly bounced back. Her actions were angry with a young man and at the same time a great stunning girl who was near him. Elma's companion, not hiding surprise, turned sharply to the young man. From a strong stroke of the guilds, the custom tools and clay accessories were sprinkled on the floor of the workshop. A black fiery sword student aimed her giant blade at Alum and noted that his answer was truly impressive. She added that it was a border for such a hard night. He was lucky that she was still holding herself in her hands and did not put it on the place on the spot. Her sword was still directed at the hero, and she angrily ordered Almy to behave politely and give her a blade for rest. Lucy rushed forward and excitedly asked Elma if he was injured. She was outraged by Hilda's act. According to Lucy, the girl suddenly attacked the boy without even warning him. The warrior replied that she only demonstrated his lack of choice. Elma explained that she attacked from her back to emphasize the difference in their skills, and with irony added that it was a very bold act on her part. Hilda summed up and asked Elma if she was going to argue with her. It is irritated by adding that in this case it is possible to resolve the issue in the duel, and the mithril sword will be at stake. Elma wondered what she had to put in that box. The girl was surprised by such a question, and confidently stated that she could not lose. Hilda pointed to the sword and added with a smile, "If he wins, the weapon would get to him, and she will compensate for her value because she is not going to risk." The old man exclaimed the boy that he did not take an example from her, because the magicians of the Knight's Order are known for his skill in the fights one by one. Such a duel from the beginning is dishonest. Elma severely ordered him not to interfere. The hero stated that if she is really ready for it, he would gladly accept the call. His answer was sincerely surprised by Lucy and the old. Lucy shouted Elma that the situation had worsened. Their opponent was a knight magnifying rank B. The girl added that even her class could not compete with such force. Elma replied that he first planned to go with the weapon in his arms, but Lucy brought him out of her. In his opinion, to give up the opportunity to earn millions is true stupidity. Hilda was mockingly wondered if he was in goodness, and added that he would not be able to deceive her because she was about to call a member of the guild. After a while, the boys came out. Elma used a shield of life, donating 20% of his own health to create a barrier, but immediately destroyed it. The blacksmith was surprised. It was unclear why Elma cancelled the recently activated skill. The knight noted that, so he only undermines his own health. The old man only sighed and said that he had not yet realized him. Lucy turned to Elma, trying to find out if he could win this duel. The girl wondered if he really intended to rely on the so-called anger of a dying dragon. She warned, "Isn't it too risky to choose a path that has no place for pity?" The hero nodded confidently as a sign of consent. He noted that if you take advantage of this skill of no regrets, it would be too powerful. Elma added that his defense would fall to 0, and then they both can accidentally destroy each other. The young man noted that the strength of the knight's magician lies not only in powerful attacks and preference in melee, but also in the ability to lead a magical offensive at a distance. The old man noticed that it would be wiser to just pick up the sword and go away. Elma assured that they should not worry. He would surely win and escape, like a coward. The young man twisted in a sinister smile and stated that the most important flaw of knights mags is their overconfidence. His words and behavior were scared by Lucy. From afar, the crunch of the branch came. It was an angry Hilda. She ordered the Nitzjau with indignation immediately. An annoyed girl asked if he had broken her sword until she was. One of the guilds was unnoticed by the girl. She confessed she had just heard a spooky challenge to guild, immediately remembered Lucy and Elma. Hilda watched everything on the side. Her gaze was fierce. Elma of Lucy only looked at them. Then Elma and Hilda came out to meet each other. Hilda impatiently stated that it was not possible to delay. It's time to start. The knight's overshadowed knights cast a look at the rival, full of dissatisfaction. The magician of the night and the mysterious Hilda together opposed the powerful knight of Elmi. The girl boldly grabbed a black sword. Her face illuminated a smug smile, as if the result of the battle had already been decided. The young man immediately became clear. Before him, an extremely serious rival. She skillfully attacked both spells from distance and lightning and melee. He had to think hard, looking for a way out of the situation. Elma knew well that Nastmaid always had a very high thought of herself, and she was absolutely sure that she was no exception for him. The hero addressed his partner for clarification. The girl standing nearby was curious about what was happening. The employee listened to Elma with sadness, who was worried about what would happen if he would take advantage of his skill. And suddenly something went wrong. Let's say he is able to kill his opponent without hesitation. The question he asked was angry with Hilda so much that she, barely holding back herself, even chased her teeth. The employee replied that both parties were aware of the potential danger when they come into battle, and at the same time, everyone realizes that it can cost their lives. She added that if they were restless, they could cancel the battle before it began. Elma assured that there was no need for this. He just sought to clarify the situation. The hero squeezed his sword's hand and turned to Hilda, saying that it was time to start. The warrior replied that it was only a pathetic provocation, but asked the young man whether he really believed that such a trick would work. A little time passed, and here, under the cloudless sky in the very height of the day, Elma and Gilda came face to face. Both grabbed the swords, stretching them and instigating the edge of each other. The official slowly lowered her hand. It was a sign that the duel was about to begin. She raised her hand sharply and firmly, clearly commanding the fight. Her gestures and posture immediately made it clear that there would be only one winner, as well as defeated. Hilda rapidly rushed forward to the opponent, firmly squeezing a huge sword with a sharpened blade in both hands, her face frozen in focused determination. Elma instantly occupied the battle and activated techniques: the Rage of the Death Dragon and the Shield of Life. At the same moment, her body enveloped a powerful aura that flashed with incredible force. The Rage of a Dying Dragon flashes as soon as the health level falls below 20%, double the strength and speed of attack. Elma lightnings fly through the streams of mana, forcing the girl to froze in place. She tried to understand the abilities shown by the hero. Elma clasped the sword's hand in his palm, and without hesitation, he activated the skill of No Regrets. This skill is only activated when the username reaches 50% or below. At the time of activation, the protection is reduced to 0, and its entire value goes into an increase in the force of attack. Supporting this effect is constantly consulting Manu. Lucy was extremely surprised. She warned the young man about the danger of using this skill during a duel. Such confusion swept the Hilda. She could not help but notice how Lucy reacted, but also paid attention to the fact that this skill really looked a little strange. He will create a fiery ball in her palm and immediately bounce back. The girl decided to stay away and carefully monitor the events. Elma lifted a sword overwhelmed by a magical glow. It was a lot of angry and alerted the warrior. The young man struck with his sword on the ground. The blade almost touched the girl and a deep crack stretched in the lane. The crack came out of the dark energy, which was a lot struck by the guild. The old, Lucy, and the second also confusedly froze, surprised by what they saw. The power of the heavily armed knight was a great girl. Hilda watched with horror how Elma was covered by a powerful wave of magical energy. The darkness of the night slowly and ominously approached the girl. He will quickly intervene and ask him to stop him. The girl will also turn to the second, calling at least for a moment to stop this fight. Alma confidently and strictly approached the girl. He threw a weapon to the ground and again asked the opponent to stop, because he released a weapon from his hands. Alma was approaching, ready to attack. Hilda, having shouted in a confusion, stated that she refused to fight and admitted her defeat. Nastmagi always have a high opinion about themselves, and panic is afraid of even the slightest blow. Elma was convinced that at least a real threat should be argued, as the night magician would immediately retreat, saving her own life. In fact, magical knights have one fatal defect. The impressive power of their weapons, both in melee and at a distance, is striking. But a modest stock of vital forces does not give them the right to mistake. Elma ordered his second to announce the victory in the duel. The embarrassed girl reluctantly agreed. The second has confidently proclaimed Elma's triumph. Lilda exclaimed in despair that she was only asking for a break. She added that she could not contain her words about her refusal precisely because he did not stop. Elma noted that she was no longer turned back. The second reminded Hildy that she was a witness, so she could not raise any objections, because it was Hilda who invited her to supervise her compliance with the conditions of the duel. This caused surprise to the warrior. He will only become confused, realizing that she guessed everything. Usually she would never behave so pathetic during the duel. Hilda asked Elma not even to think about seeming. The girl wondered if 20 million would be enough for her sword. Hilda immediately corrected, "Her boundary is 30 million. Lucy and Elma, with distrust of the girl's suggestions and doubts, glowed in their views. However, Lucy could partially understand their emotions. Grandpa turned to Alma. The blacksmith, hearing a little, confessed, "It is difficult for him to talk about it, but the sword does not pull for 30 million. The boy lifted his eyebrows in surprise and immediately asked if he or she was fake, the materials. The grandfather asked him to allow him to personally check the characteristics of the sword. because no one would believe in the word. The sword had an attack plus 4 to 6, the recommended level for U70, the price 51.5 million, and the blade was inlaid with a stone that emitted Manu. Seeing the true value of the sword, Hilda frozen in surprise. Elma suddenly remembered that he had overlooked the fleece. Hilda annoyedly stated that it was an absurdity, and she could not pay such a large amount, because she could not even imagine that everything would be so expensive. Anger, Hilda dropped sharply on her knees and begged the young man to agree at least 40 million. Elma noticed that Gilda was angry, but still touched her knees. Lucy acknowledged that she was sorry for Gild. Hilda begged Elma to reduce the price. The second advised to borrow money from B-Rang Insurance Savings. The employee reported that Hilda had already received a reward, 50 million. Elma was surprised to be quite surprised because the entire amount was possible to collect in just 2 days. The employee explained that she has repeatedly resolved the disputes between the adventurers of the guild. Her inflammatory mood was a little scared by Lucy and Elm. The girl did not have time to register how she was interrupted by Hilda. A black braid, a round shield depicting a bear. In anger, Hilda quit reproach. 50 million was lost through a girl. Moreover, this catastrophe seems to be pleased. The hero noticed that the girl had purchased a weapon and immediately ordered Lucy to flee. Lucy, without hesitation, was stuck on a proposal. However, as they left the guild, their company was intercepted by a young girl. She was interested in asking where they were going. Near the stranger, the man turned to the guild and asked if he was the same heavy knight. Hilda strongly pointed her finger on the young man and declared the teacher that he was the cunning of her money. Elmond and Black Flame Blade exchanged silent views, everyone immersed in their own thoughts. Feeling a shrill, heavy look of the young man, the hero immediately realized, there is an undeniable blade of black flames. It was a thin, pale man with a long sword in the vagina. The Black Flower Blade was introduced as a top-rank adventurer and a magician named Karos. He confessed that after the story of Gild, he was taught to see them with his own eyes. The adventurer wondered if Alma was in fact around his finger and drove money into him. There was a significant increase in tension between the boys. The hero realized that the blade of black flames resembled an explosive on his feet, and he could not even get closer to him. After a short pause, the young man replied that Hilda threatened him and tried to take away his Matrillian sword with force. Therefore, they came together in a duel from which he came out of honestly, without resorting to any tricks. Karos met with a calm look. Elma kept an unmoved appearance. Karos moved slowly towards Elma. The knight was eloquently confirmed that everything happened as it predicted. Hilda shifted a curious look at her mentor. Karos approached the guild and cracked her on the nape of the neck so that it was asleep. The girl shouted loudly with pain and asked the teacher in a confusion why he hit her. Carlos confirmed Hilda's assumptions and told that it was because of this that he appointed a meeting. He sincerely confessed that he has never been his desire to become a teacher. Hilda splashed tears, and Carlos only sighed heavily. The man bowed to Elmi, confessing that these words only looked like an attempt to avoid responsibility. He acknowledged that he did not follow her, and because of this, they were in a difficult position. Kara, however, expressed their apology to the boys. His words were embarrassed by Alum. The young man replied that the curse should not apologize, and noted that he should behave more reasonably. Still, he succumbed to provocation. After that, the guy was about to say something about money. Carlos confessed that he was a newcomer here and had not yet managed to know people well, but he was able to recognize their essence. He sincerely praised Elma, which is why she blushed. But in a moment, Carlos returned to talk about money again, and this topic clearly embarrassed the young man. Carlos stated that guilds are time to grow up and not demand a refund, because responsibility lies with it. In addition, he said, to feel the bitterness of the defeat will only benefit her. Hilda was stunned, and the young man gloomily confirmed his words. After that, Caro reported that he had another request. The adventurer suggested talking about it during dinner. Some time passed, the boys finally got to the restaurant. There, Elma turned to Karos, asking what he wanted to talk about. Karos leisurely eaten his lunch, noting that there have been too many dangerous creatures and mysterious verves recently around the city. The traveler added that in a recently cleared voice, the evolution of a boss has occurred, which could not happen at all. Kirsta was unknown whether it was a pure accident or someone intentionally fulfilled all the conditions for evolution. The man said that to find out this, he decided to conduct an investigation inside. Elma alertly suggested that Karos refers to some deep underground cave. Karos smiled. He was clear to him that a desperate adventure finder like Elma immediately caught the essence of his words. The man added that for 2 weeks he tirelessly devotes himself to this case, trying to conquer the dungeon alone. In a confused explanation, Alma confessed that no attempt was successful. He also remembered Kairos belonged to the ranks of Class A. Percy replied that the monster became so much that it is almost impossible to go through it all over. From time to time, Dream Failure is filled with so many monsters that they become unbearably unbearable. Overcoming this swirl of monsters on its own or even a small team is almost unrealistic. Such clashes turn into a real test. Elma finally realized. It is not only an evolution. Some force, or maybe someone is specific, purposefully causes one catastrophe after another. The young man with anxiety noted that if the number of disasters is not reduced, the monster will be more and more, and the area will become unusable for people. The frightened Lucy denied, they say. Elma exaggerates. But Carlos calmly supported his opinion. He finally believed that the moment had come to the case. The Blade of Black Flames invited Elma and Lucy to join his raid. Their purpose was to clean Sorrow's self, and for this, he would need their support. Lucy and Elma listened carefully to the proposal of an experienced adventure seeker. Lucy wondered in her companion what they intended to do next. Alma replied that such decisions should not be made in a hurry in this place, and suggested that Kairos has significant motives so hurried. Elma realized that they would be governed by an adventurer of the rank A, the one he taught guild. However, in the character of this man, there was no blind courage, so thoughtlessly, rushing straight into hell. There was something wrong here. The guy squeezed his fist and said that they had time to move, and Lucy nodded with approval. If in the world is something scary in the world, it will have to stop it. Only one who was born in this world, preserving the memories of the magical dimension, is capable of similar. Hilda joyfully clapped her palm, confessing that she had not been beating side by side with the mentor for a long time. Carlos has carefully said that it is probably not too hurried to test her new equipment. Hilda heard it with surprise. Soon the whole company was near the gloomy forest. In the first rows of the detachment were Kairos, Elma, Lucy, and Hilda. Many people gathered in order. All the boys were seriously except for one light-hearted archer and sorcery with a sly smile. Elma and Lucy, following the order of Kairos, went to the Crypt of Sorrow to solve the mystery of the disaster that is being stamped there. The Desperation Band paves the path through a dark, thick forest. Alma noted at what incredible speed the guild was able to gather experienced highest classroom adventurers. Lucy suggested that the A-class searches were trusting the guilds, and therefore without hesitation agrees to provide support. At this time, Gilda was walking side by side with the detachment commander. She turned to her mentor with a straightforward question, whether they really should keep these failures. Hilda was hotly assured that if they had at least 2 healers, they would have coped themselves. The curly turned to the girl and suggested that you call people not to complicate the situation. But Hilda assured that everything is under control, because they only need a little meat. Both adventurers monitored the couple in front. The man in the mask addressed his friend with the question of why the Black Flame student armed with a braid. He just shrugged, saying that he had no idea. Perhaps the girl opened in her skills a branch dedicated to oblique. Walking next to the tired after the sleepless night Elma, Lucy asked him, why did Carlos decide to take that little Hilda and a student? Hilda suddenly appeared right next to Lucy, and annoyed that this baby was hearing everything. This behavior was very scared of Lucy. The girl hurriedly grabbed her head and immediately apologized, after which she noticed that she failed her opinion. Carlos noted that calling himself a teacher is an exaggeration. Suddenly, Hilda, annoyed, cast a humble look at Carlos, and then Elma from Lucy thought she looked more like a pet. Carlos added that he once considered his class best. Carlos turned away from the boys and noted that in fact, their only power is a powerful weapon. Without coordinated cooperation, the guild would have long been broken, and the adventure seekers would decline and decay. Hilda listened carefully to Carlos's monologue, staring interestedly at the interlocutor. The man added that he already had to see with his own eyes what loneliness could lead to. Elma supported Carlos, remembering the greed of magical knights in the world of magic. Carlos added that impatience was only interfering with a real understanding of people, and frankly acknowledged that he did not know about it. True success does not grow out of someone else's pain. It is unlikely that anyone will shed a tear for someone who has only cared for themselves about themselves. Carlos added that he was missing a person nearby who would teach him before. Carlos came to the conclusion that he decided to take Hilda with him so that she would not come on the same rake as he. His recognition caused in Lucy and Alma joy, and Hilda himself forced him to get rid of. Hilda proudly boasted that the teacher saw in her both a strong character and a good soul, and then immediately began to catch a young man. Elma noted that she should take over the modesty and character of her mentor. It was a great pleasure in the guild, and Carlos seemed fun. The detachment, meanwhile, was already approaching the cemetery. Lucy confessed that it was difficult to imagine how Carlos had to endure such a terrible trial. Elma advised Carlos not to open all the details in the presence of the guild. Lucia supported this opinion, and then the commander asked the boys to stop the dispute. The detachment stopped in front of the cloudy section of the cemetery. Carlos reported that they had been attacked. A flock of monsters suddenly jumped out of the cemetery. Wolves and bonebirds, each of them, 52 levels. Lucy was amazed by such an opponents. Carlos immediately ordered to prepare for the battle, reporting that these were monsters from Dire Dreams, went on the offensive. Once the monster approached the detachment, Carlos killed one of the wolves. One of the wolves rushed rapidly towards Elman and Lucy. The young man felt off the attack of the beast and shouted the forest to act. The girl enclosed the dagger just into the wolf. He immediately fell dead, tight by a poisonous curse. Lucy exclaimed to the partner that the poison was really working. Elma, with delight, noted that the result is wonderful. The poison was instantly from the first blow. She noted that Lucy has now received additional weapons, and the poison is perfectly combined with her phenomenal attitude. If in this world everything happens in the same way as in the game, then this action also slows down the movement of a poisoned opponent. Lucy was already preparing to strike the enemy of the final blow, and suddenly the wolf was stitched by an arrow. Lucy received 174 points of experience for this victory. The wolf has done one of the adventurers. It was struck at all. He cast his gaze on Lucy. Elma noted that the enemies are still coming, so they need to reduce their number. Lucy supported her opinion. The detachment did not stop the battle with the monsters. Finally, after a tense fight, the boys overcame all the enemies. Lucy sighed with relief and reported that no one had left around. Elma, with a light smile, noted that it was a kind of warm reception, and wondered what surprises were waiting for them further inside. The young man was glad that the old man had managed to complete the equipment on time. This time the night was heavy, and the usual armor was left behind. Elma praised the effect of a new charm on Lucy Dagger, and wondered if she was fine with her after-injury. Lucy replied that she had a slight injury from new weapons, but she feels quite normal, and asked if she should use the healing potion. Behind the girl was a healer who used her magical healing ability. It was a great stunning Lucy. The girl thanked the healer timidly, turning to her. However, she hesitated. The woman did not know the name of the woman. The girl who helped Lucy called Mabel, a nun and an adventurer of Seaside. She gladly reported that she would join their team as a healer, and enthusiastically expressed her pleasure from the opportunity to cooperate with the adventurers of the B class. Elma came to the girls and smiled warmly. After that, they introduced themselves to Mabel, and reported that they recently joined the company. A proven friend took the role of the healer. Meanwhile, the archer, which he kissed Lucy, went closer and reproachfully accused everyone in the mana for the little things, although the group did not even step inside. Alma, Lucy, and Mayabel just watched him silently. Celt's gaze was harsh and sharp. Elma suddenly realized, a hunter, an experienced adventure seeker with rank B. This raid gathered a lot of fighters of the highest level in this raid. The algae have warned that excessive consumption of man can lead to its lack, so it is better to simply watch than to waste the forces in vain. May Abel was guilty of apologizing, confessing that she did not think about it at all. Elma cast a strict look at the hunter. The hero stated that it was the only right solution. There are too many enemies, and in this situation, it is unreasonable to act differently. In order not to delay the battle, you should reduce the number of opponents as soon as possible. Elma noted that it was not necessary to walk in circles, if his only goal is to offend his comrades. On this, the kelp was parked. They say, nothing clear to the young man. It is a real plaque, and it has lasted for a long time. Their quarrel was scared of the girls. Celt noted that their goal is not only to investigate what was hidden inside this dungeon. Kelp scored, noting Elma that he should not be justified, and the newcomer webtail of Elm generally called the beginner. The hero glanced angrily at the archer, and there was a tense, heavy silence between the adventurers. Elma noted with indignation that she has the same right to be here as he is, so if he intends to provoke them, let him not even approach. On these words, Kelt just smiled quietly. They have not even had time to go inside, but a dispute over the expenses of mana has already arrived. But in vain he was worried. They were the avant-garde fighters. The avant-garde assumes the main blow of the enemy while Keldis from the cover detachment is behind. But for an unknown reason, he suddenly decides to make his claims. The fault that Elma felt easily touched the young man's shoulder. She warned the hero. If he did at his own request, it will make the best impression on others. The hunter promised, if necessary, he will always put his shoulder support. Celto approached the wolf's breathless body, and Elma stood near the girls with indignation. The algae looked at the boys carefully and said that they had been introduced. The trophy got to the one who causes a decisive blow. Therefore, this prey will get to her. Lucy noticingly noted that it was because of her that he had fallen. Elma answered that Kelt should decide how to do him. The young man advised the Isabella not to pay attention to the Kelta. He only appeared to get them out of himself. In response, the nun reassured that it was not the first time for her. She faces whole companies with such people. The girl smiled cunningly, promising occasionally to treat Kelta so that she became soft, like silk. Then she suddenly reached out to the boys' friendship, which led Elma and Lucy into a slight embarrassment. However, they did not refuse, and Lucy, a little hesitant, added that she also seeking to be friends. Musting to the failure, the detachment came across the rebels several times and, after all, got the entrance to the Crypt of Sorrow. They were faced with an old, dilapidated church. Seeing her, Elma confidently stated that they should be here. Before the detachment, the Manifloses suddenly turned. Carlos told in detail, their task is to carefully explore the spaces that are hiding inside. For efficiency, the team will be divided into 5 subgroups, each of which will leave its own route. Each dungeon is created with a peculiar and unique atmosphere that is accidentally generated every time. Researchers, when traveling, make maps and then sell their guilds. Carlos added that when everyone is completing the investigation, they will gather together to destroy the king and divide the award from the boss. In addition, he assured that each of them would also get a special distinction from the guild, so there is nothing to worry about. Carlos said that the owner of the dreams of this area is a night skeleton, and you can only defeat it by combining strength. He warned that the dungeon does not forgive lightness. The detachment listened carefully to his every word. Carlos added that they will be able to organize distribution in groups on their own. Hilda enthusiastically insisted that Carlos would certainly take her to her team. In response, Carlos noted quite strangely that with her current equipment, he could not pass it on to other teams, because it remains her mentor. The Kelt approached the boys with a proud posture, and threw them so that they would not be confused under his feet. Lucy and Alma were angry with the hunter. Mabel gladly approached the boys, and sincerely admitted that she is very pleased to be in their society. Lucy gladly answered the same, radiating sincere warmth. The nun was happy to say that Elmo is trusting even with its appearance, and Kelt's experience will inevitably help them to deal with any difficulty. In turn, Kelt confirmed that the girl was thinking quite prudently, and added that the respect between them was of great importance. Selt with a smug look headed into the depths of the dungeon. Mayabel joyfully confessed that she has respect for her elders and always listens to their advice. Kelt with a smug smile noted that it was not a wonder, because he, not, is taking the highest step behind rank. Mabel smiled insidiously and whispered in a whisper that she would do everything as he asks. He would not waste Manu in vain, only a little use of it, but will not allow him to die. The embarrassed Lucy wondered in Elma or with the girl everything is fine. The young man, with uncertainty, expressed the opinion that apparently they still do not have to wait for a blow in his back. The group stepped into a sulfate, a moist crypt, where a mournful darkness, similar to a cemetery, prevailed. Elma, Lucy, and Mayabel went ahead, and Kelp was quietly walking behind. The boys felt contradictory emotions about this crypt. Lucy, trembling with fear, cautiously grabbed Elma for the cloak. She confessed that no matter how much she looked, this place is terrifying. Elma just agreed, adding that this place was not at all liked. He asked his girlfriend to ask if she seems creepy for her. Lucy confessed that only the appearance of a stone ceiling is already caught by horror. They looked into a statue that made a spooky impression. Looking back, Alma realized, Lucy was right. Something is clearly wrong here. He knew this game perfectly, but now everything looked suspicious differently. The deviations fell into the eye. Smiling fun, Mabel reminded that their mission was to destroy the monsters and explore the dungeon. The nun, adding rest, advised not to worry with unnecessary thoughts, because the past remains a secret. Lucy eagerly supported her friend, agreeing with her words. Kella ordered the Chinny Knight to go forward. He explained in detail how to act in the event of an unexpected attack, especially if the healer accidentally is at risk. Kelt has stated hotly that Elma did not understand at all how to perform his duties. The hunter hoped that the knight would give her a shown. His behavior was extremely incendiary. He looked at Elma from above and with contempt. Elma cast a sharp look at his partner. He was well aware that heavily armed knights are too irreversible. So as soon as he moved forward, in case of danger he would not have time to go back to his own. The hero realized that there was no sense to argue with Kelt. He always acted in his own way, and succeeded in his own way. To persuade him to change his views or teach something new would not be easy. In addition, it will only get angry even harder. The Kelt smiled insidiously. Elma stressed the gaze to the dark passage that had spread before the detachment. The remote roar came to our ears. The hero rapidly took a fighting position and warned his comrades about the approach of the monster. Everyone immediately unfolded in a combat system, grabbed weapons and wary prepared for a fight. There were 55 mummified frogs on the horizon, each of which had 147 health points and 99 megapixels. Lucy noted that the monster looked quite everyday, but Elma warned her. It is not necessary to judge their power only by appearance. Frog Starhead rushed into battle. One of them cleverly slipped past Elma, causing surprise to Meeble and Kelt. Both were immediately alert. Elma used the suppression of the shadow, directing the swing to the frog, and firmly pressed it to the ground. When the other jumped on him, he reacted instantly and rejected the attacker with a thigh. Elma turned to Lucy and gave her a sign of acting. The girl immediately understood and rushed forward, without a moment. This gesture managed to wrap the frog with warmth, as if the mother's womb. The algae was surprised, and asked with irony if this guy was a regular shield on his feet. She added that they could do something. Meeble was uncertainly noticed. To confront 4 rivals alone, the task is almost impossible. The girl specified that she used the magic of the attack. However, Kelt interrupted her, assuring that there is no need for it. The hunter rushed forward, grabbed his bow and quit the nun to beware of mana. The doctor called him not to break forward. Otherwise they could catch up. Meanwhile, the algae jumped forward and released an arrow straight into the frog's forehead. The projectile hit the target perfectly. Elma looked around and shouted that the runny nose did not respond to blows, so Kelt would not be able to throw her back. Meanwhile, the mumia and the hunter were rapidly approaching, like magnets attracted to each other. Suddenly, Kelt grabbed his dagger. An instant, accurate movement. He threw the blade just into the head of the monster. Kelt inserted a knife just into the skull of the monster, and then from all the scope he dug it. Thanks to this, the hunter had time to jump back and push the frog. But she rolled, but landed on her paws. The shooter shouted Lucy so that she did not pillage in place like a monument, and he roughly called her fool. Lucy agreed with his words, and then involved her skill in acrobatics. It is thanks to this skill that she managed to overcome the monster and gain 639 experiences. Having bounced back, the hilt the Hist sarcastically remarked that the boys probably consider him a dishonor. In addition, he emphasized, there are only 3 enemies. Elma looked at Kelt and decided that it was he who did not give the magician struck, immediately rushing into the melee. Probably Kelt wanted to pick up trophies and gain experience. Elma came to the conclusion that the title of In-Early Adventure Seeker he received no wonder. A mummified frog froze behind the archer, already accumulating energy in the mouth for a long attack. The algae suddenly shuddered and filled with fear. Kelt did not have time to respond to a frog attack. The poisonous saliva splashed straight into the shoulder, causing him pain. Cursing an opponent, he felt a poison in his body, imposing a dangerous debate. The algae turned to the healer with fear, asking whether she had a poison medicine. Mabel replied timidly that she could not help him. This was a lot of surprise. Isabella added that the healing of the poison is a long and complex process. If she does not monitor Lucy carefully, it can suffer severe damage, and this will jeopardize all their foremost. The Kilt was annoyed, they say. Their avant-garde simply does not seem, and they still have enough time. Mabel noted that for everything, this spell during the battle absorbs many mana. Her words were annoyed with algae. Hunter exhaled and assured that he heard it. The hunter glanced at the nun, thinking, as if her refusal to heal his caused by fear. He would take away all the prey. The hunter smiled evil and stated that he would share his prey with her. Kelt wondered how she was treating it. Abel felt uncomfortable. Elma realized that the hunter skillfully manipulates it using the whip and gingerbread method. and it seems really determined to act decisively. The medicine was quietly denied. They say that she is unable to do so. She added that he is well aware of his much more experience in the study of the dungeon. However, as a healer, she is responsible for the lives of her comrades, and now nothing threatens his life. May Abel said with confidence that she is the most important for her now, and she is obliged to ensure her safety. Determining the staff, she was ready to use magic if necessary. Elma looked at the girl and smiled. She thought she had received a real healer, although she had previously underestimated this young helper. Kelt fell asleep and turned away from his comrades. The nun turned his gaze on the upset hunter. A smug smile appeared on her face, and it knocked down Elma from the Pantelic when he thought about his own words. Lucy gave a smile to her ally and confessed that at first she seemed a little brilliant. However, she is now feeling kindness and trust from her. Elma mentally remembered her promise to save Mana. All the monsters were defeated. Elma and Lucy stood confidently on their feet. The boys got the total amount of experience, 1,932 points. Kelt with anger swayed the question. They say, "What? All the prey was removed in their hands?" In response, the Mayabel called the guys standing behind Kelt. In the next moment, the hunter turns sharply to the healer, and she immediately fades, stopped waving her hands. The nun offered healing, but Lucy politely refused, and Elma chose the healing elixir. He believed that potions were helping healers to save Manu, and recalled Lucy's advice to carefully explore magical stones. Lucy looked interested in the prey that fell from the frogs, and noticed some weird things among her. Zombie mushrooms fell from the mummified frogs. Their cost reaches 400,000. These mushrooms have a characteristic sharp odor and contain poison capable of turning small animals or insects into real zombies. Kelt noticed that these mushrooms were scattered suspiciously. Recently, hesitant, he wondered what they were like. Lucy wondered if there would be someone who wanted to buy such miracles. Elmo assured that this material is highly appreciated by alchemists. The hunter Kelt watched how a fun company was vigorously discussing the prey with Anve. The hunter approached the allies and stated that it was enough. Mybel was interested in switching his gaze to him. The shooter confessed that he underestimated her, considering a young nun, and recognized his mistake. The nun explained what Kelt meant. The hunter replied that he's seeking to prove his value, and understands why she did not want to treat it. The Kelt, meanwhile, noted that she was already taking care of the two. Elma and Lucy listened carefully to the lively conversation of their comrades, full of curiosity. The algae sighed, complaining that she did not even pay attention to him, and he could not tolerate the feeling of the exile. The hunter added that not so stupid to make enemies in the dungeon. After that, the adventure seeker climbed into the inner pocket of his jacket. The algae climbed into your bag, looking for some prey. He added that they should have a relationship. His act caused an indignation in Elm. She immediately guessed that the hunter was trying to bribe it. Mabel was exclaimed with rage that Kelt brings her to frenzy. In the eyes of the healers, tears shouted, and she answered sharply that she was responsible for someone's life. In addition, she was elected healer for a large-scale raid. For this, the guild will inevitably generously reward it, and that is enough. The Kelts no longer dug in the bag in search of prey. The girl is annoyed that they are all here on the hair from death, and she understands his desire to get more than others. The healer came to the conclusion that although he does not deny his political views, he in no way wants to become part of his aspirations or interfere with these ideas. Kelt hesitantly asked why she suddenly raised her voice. In response, he noted that all the adventures of rank C are the same. Each of them believes something and considers it correct. His words were touched the girl for living. The Kilt said angrily that the chats were over and ordered to go to the tower immediately. Kelt and Mabel stood, turning back to each other. A tense atmosphere weathered between the boys. Elma looked at Mabel. The girl, holding back tears, explained that this happens often among them. Someone constantly tries to bribe the healer. But if she is tempted, it will turn out to death for the whole group. Elma from Lucy watched the upset ally in silence. The nun smiled gently and explained that she could not afford to show hostility. It prevents the cold mind from being maintained, and the healer's unwavering principles. Alma was quietly replied that she was clear to her, and add nothing more to her. She felt a great experience, gained in battles because she was a hardy and experienced healer. The boys looked at the map for some time. Kelt could not understand why such a route was chosen and what the guild was governed. He concentrated the map focused, trying to find a hint. A lot of monsters have already got out of this crypt. Probably this path was cut just to reduce their number in the dungeon. The boys were not delayed and moved on. Elma turned to the hunter and acknowledged that this route seemed strange. Selt considered a map carefully, on which he noted the places of clashes with the monsters: mummy fuck, scared dogs, and white bird. They seemed only circling around one point, but in fact followed the path of the monsters themselves. Elma realized that he still has no clear idea of the true cause. In addition, he was surprised how carefully Kelt records something in a notepad, because you do not expect such a hunter from an experienced hunter. The Kelt was exciting the back of his back, confessing that these endless hiking back and forth on a damn mine was not at all liked, but the guild itself only brought out. He also noted that there may be monsters here in any corner, and to fall into a trap is a matter of moment. Selt turned to Alma and reported that they would go the shortest road to the meeting. Elma denied, believing that the monsters could not cope. He wondered if Kelt was going to just leave the task unattended. The hunter in response cut off that Elma did not understand anything at all, and asked that it was wrong with the desire to return home. Surprised, Meeble noted that she understands their desire to remain faithful to the guild, but sometimes it is more useful to violate the established rules. Elma only silently watched the girl. The hero agreed with Kelt with reluctance. The route was really surprising. He added a little confused that he conveys this issue to change the route at his discretion. Laminaria was excitedly noted that they had to listen to his advice from the beginning. The boys crossed the threshold of the mysterious room. Laminaria exclaimed that she was wonderful here, and cheered everyone to move straight forward. The hunter told a powerful knight that they should be turned left. Elma wondered if Kelt was really confident in his chosen direction. She reminded him that he had previously offered to turn to the right. Elma noted that they were looping back and forth, to which Kelt replied offensively, accusing all the map. Elma suggested going back, fearing to get lost. The algae perceived it as an image, deciding that Elma doubted her ability to navigate. The hunter accused the guild of giving a bad map and pointed to the road to the left. Lucy, with anxiety, observed what was happening. Soon the team was in a room whose walls were decorated with turtles. Lucy wondered with fear whether she would dream. However, Elma recognized the familiar entourage from the game and suggested that this phenomenon was not related to the anomaly. Elma, with an ironic smile, noted that now he probably became even more scary, because, as their senior assured, they were in a dead end, enveloped in the skull. Her words were angry. Elma noted that they should return until the monster appeared. The hero acknowledged that the mistake was made by the guild, not Kelt's, because the cards were made, based on the story of various adventurers. However, this did not facilitate the situation. He just hoped that everything would end as best as possible. Selt frowned, casting an unlikely look at the map. With annoyance, he tweaked his tongue, because he was extremely dissatisfied with the work of the Adventurers Guild. The map was hopelessly poor quality. It is impossible to disassemble on it. The hunter glanced at his associates and reported that they were going back with the usual route. This news caused some surprise among the team. Elma suspected that the initial route seems doubtful. She did not rule out that the map could contain errors, which means that they may not get to the meeting place. Her face tensed. At least he seemed so. Selt moved to the exit, boiling from anger on the guild. Elma asked if he would agree to head them. Lucy dreamed of a leader who did not get lost between the three pines. By scratching the nape and staring at the map, the Kelt was red with embarrassment and annoyance. He exclaimed, dissatisfied, "Who whispers behind his back?" and demanded that the brave man out and said everything directly in the eye. Elma and Lucy watched their ally with sadness. The girl whispered quietly by Elma that Kelt is a person with inflammatory character and extraordinary sensitivity. Her words hinted that he obviously has some mental complexes. The hunter glanced angrily at the girl, and in response she laughed nervously, as if she did not say a word. Suddenly, Kelta alerted some unusual sound. He turned to the other side, and the boys strongly ordered to stay in place. The hunter reached for the bow that hung on his back, and warned that they were approaching the monster. The young man, meanwhile, was inseparably staring at the dark pass. The detachment was quite surprised, but immediately gathered with thoughts and prepared for battle. All the fighters took combat positions in an instant, waiting for the development of events. The silhouette of a huge monster emerged from the dark haze. The hunter quickly took him on the fly. A giant sewn from human bodies moved to the detachment. It was a muscular creature without a head, armed with 3 swords, which it tightly squeezed in its hands. Seeing this assurance, Kelp did not joke. On his face, the expression of true horror froze. Lucy, covered by fear, uncertainly asked what it was a monster in front of them. His name was a Patchwork, a terrifying monster, which belonged to 67 levels and had 228 health units and 66 points. Elma, with an intense voice, reported that this is a patch, a guard crypt of sorrow, which invariably appears in the dungeon. The Patchwork has many skills to identify enemies and tirelessly wander the dungeons, tracking adventurers. When there are 20 or more adventurers in the dungeon, they came across this difficult situation. To put it mildly, they were not lucky. When a patch appears on the way, most groups prefer to retreat immediately, which fills the dungeon with a spooky voltage. The constant danger of persecution and the disgusting appearance of this monster only exacerbate anxiety and fear. However, in these circumstances, the monks and heavily armed knights are too slow and we're in a dead end. The boys are watching the monster with anxiety, and Elma squeezes his sword. The young man quietly suggested to cope with the monster, accepting a battle rack with the sword in his hands. The boys were numb by surprise. Algae were suspected that something was wrong with Elma. The monk, covered with than, looked around nervously. Instead, Lucy met with a confident look. The hero loudly ordered Kelt to stand behind him, as it was now. Now Kelt was between Elma and the monster. The hunter agreed, they say, "This is a good decision." He added that Elma said it only because he was lacking in speed, but in fact, he was able to run quickly. Kelt was already going to rush forward, but Elma shouted, calling him to stop. Using a rabbit maneuver, the hunter described the circle around the monster, which caused the Elma to be dissatisfied, and the girls had a real surprise. The algae tried to justify, they say, a rapid escape will allow you to distract the monster, and will give others a chance to save. There was another ugly twist behind the hunter. He did not pay attention to the monster engaged in conversation with the detachment. But when Kelt saw this second enemy for the first time, he was covered by a real panic. Ice-cold drops of sweat flowed out of his face. The algae closely monitored the second monster of the patch, which was already preparing to strike. When he suddenly realized that he was standing another insurance, he had a real panic. The next moment, as if from flaps, he struck a wide horizontal blow to the body of the hunter. The blade opened his stomach and threw back. Kelp moaned, exhausted with pain. The arrow, with a deaf moan, gapped to the floor, rushing with pain. Lucy noticed with surprise that the Lashtunkov doll was not alone. With anxiety in the voice of Elma explained that the reason lies in the strange behavior of monsters. Mabel shouted, scared, realizing that they could not cope with two opponents. At that moment, Laminaria lay on the floor, pressing his palm into the wounded abdomen. He groaned again and again that the pain was unbearable. Blood and the body of the young man trembled from acute pain. Elma seriously assured Lucy that he would take the distraction of the monster. After that, the young man immediately commanded Mabel as soon as possible to assist the wounded archer Kelt. The nun replied that there is another enemy between them, and so she will not be able to save him. She added, worried that as soon as he cured him, he immediately rushes. Meanwhile, the algae slowly crawled into the corner of the room, leaving behind a bloody mark. The healer exclaimed in anger that the hunter is a real thief and a coward who despises his comrades and deserved his fate. The Kelt only moaned in pain until his face flowed from his face. Elma calmly said that the hunter Kelt does not deserve death at all, and even one person can change the situation. Throwing a direct look at the monsters, he was already ready to rush into battle. He agreed that Kelt could try to escape again, but there was no other way but to trust his honor. At this point, Kelt was eagerly grabbed by his mouth. Mabel already wanted to point out that if they all have done everything right, then everything would succeed. But she suddenly interrupted Elma. The young man shouted desperately, "I am sure that nothing would come of it." The knight was going to rush forward, declaring that he would distract the enemies on himself. Mabel, with anxiety in her voice, assured that she understood everything, and immediately wondered further. How was he going to hold back two heads? Lucy rapidly rushed to the enemy from the side of the knight. On the way unnoticed, let's know Elma, which is already nearby and ready to act. Elma looked at her partner, and at the same moment she jumped sharply. Elma took advantage of the shield blow reception, immediately escaped a rapid jerk. Such an unexpected turn of the events struck the healer to the depths of the soul. Lucy slipped past the monster. She did not even pay attention to her. At this point, the patch encircled the hunter Kelta, who was lying on the floor. The young man turned and saw how the monster hung directly above him. The horror was clinging to Kelta, and he had said goodbye to life. In the next moment, Lucy, who was back from behind the back of the monster, struck him with a powerful blow to the spine. The girl again hit the dagger. In response, the Patchwork, having gained his gaze on her, swung his sword. The clown skillfully pushed away from the back of the monster to the side, skillfully avoiding the devastating blow. Lucy landed a little further from the monster, without taking a close look. Celts, fighting in a panic, shouted that his allies were solid insane, and with him all of them were doomed to death. Lucy said with a smile that Elma was too good, but she trusts him and feels they have a chance. The girl assured that she would follow him in all circumstances. He always extends a helping hand to those who are in a hard time. Lucy confidently summed up, "That's what he really is. He is not different." Her confidence stunned the hunter. He was so confused that he could not even find answers to her words. The girl boldly stated that she was lacking mercy, unlike Elma, and strictly warned Kelta, if he tries to escape again, feels the poisoned blade in her back. She confidently brought the dagger on the boy, leaving no doubt about her intentions. The algae in despair clenched a fist. He exclaimed with a nervous cry that they could not resist the three, made deity of death. With such force, this monster was almost inferior to the local owner of dreams. After that, he added that there were two of them. One of the rags struck Elma, and a tight night protected it from the impact. Algae shouted that they were inevitably destined to die in this place. I have quietly agreed with the hunter, noting that they could not cope with both of them. Alma continued to compete with Adol Strahovish. The young man shouted loudly that he took on this monster, and the other three ordered to unite against the second opponent. Mabel answered worriedly that she was not able to cope on her own. Elma confidently stated that she is a heavy knight, and her task is to distract the enemy. The nun had already been argued, but the knight interrupted the girl, insisting that she would not be delayed and acted faster. At this time, Lucy fought with another monster. Elma advised her to take care of the wounded Kelt, and Lucy decided that she was really the best option. The girl confidently stated that she understood everything and rushed to her associates. Finally, she turned to the knight, promising to defeat the monster and rush to him. The healer flashed past the monster. As a monster which was made up of different debris, with a disgusting roar, she rushed after her. Elma from the heavenly race immediately noticed it, and the artist applied the skill of depression of the shadow, confidently stepping on the shadow of the monster. Thus, it turned out to be firmly chained to the ground. Using the power of his skill, he was able to stop the monster and throw it to the ground. The hero shouted, straining all his strength. Elma, sending the blade to the fallen monster, stated formally that he was his true opponent. Elma rushed at the enemy rapidly and brought his sword forward with a scope. The Patchwork was not going to stay away. He, in response, brought the blade directly to the powerful knight. The willows of the opponents with the bell came together in a dynamic duel. Elma clenched his teeth and suddenly realized that he was able to repel the first blow to the sword of the monster. The Patchwork swung the other sword, cutting the air with a rapid movement. At the same moment when a blow took place, the young man cleverly jumped and evaded the monster's attack. At the same time, he noticed that it was the second blade from the plate. Standing over the monster, Elma saw her mode with the third saber, getting ready to strike a new blow. The hero cleverly repelled the ragdoll, waiting tensely for something new, and suddenly realized that this was the third attack of the monster. The magical circle suddenly broke out in front of the Pat. After that, Elma bounced back, hitting his monster with her foot. In response, he activated the skill of the Sword of Death. A powerful wave of energy aimed directly at the knight was squeezed out of the magical circle. Elma instantly focused and strongly directed the blade towards the wave. The young man was able to cut in half a monster's weapon and cleverly evaded his attack. The blow of the monster reflected against the floor. The Patchwork began to prepare for another attack on the guy. Alma realized that during the fourth blow he will apply the Sword of Death. It is a near attack that works instantly and strikes extremely powerful blows. Due to its impressive dimensions and 3 hands, its strokes cover a wide area, and are also marked by exceptional destructive force. Elma realized that this rival is too strong for an honest duel alone. The hero shouted abruptly, "Lucy, be sure to evade the left of the enemy. Do not stand in place." Being in a lot of tension and competing with the Patch, Lucy still sensed the order of Elma. Elma ordered Kelta and Medeli to attack the monster from afar, and Lucy advised to keep her alert and evade strokes. Patrick chased after the girl, waving his sword and pouring threats, which was why she was actually scared. The girl used the skill of acrobatics to cleverly evade the blow. Several times bouncing from the wall, she turned away from the blade of the monster, which crashed into the stone. Having jumped with the help of skills, Lucy was behind the back of the monster. Lucy agreed, promising knights, which she would make every effort. Elma nodded to her with a proud approval, gladly looking at her girlfriend. This movement instantly removed it from the enemy. Seeing this, Kelt shouted and grabbed his head. The fugitive in February broke into a cry, and without hesitation, grabbed a bow. A few arrows with a whistle one after the other stuck in the back of the rag puppet. Mabel stated with passion that she was on the offensive and applies icy skill. The back of the patch was littered with icy wreckage and arrows, which one after the other was absorbed into his skin. Elma realized that it is quite necessary for them to tighten this fight. He came to the conclusion that it was a Latania monster, a real master of melee. However, the creature is slow and completely defenseless at a distance. It is not able to attack from afar. It is difficult for him to give advice to rivals who are constantly moving. Behind the young man, a gigantic monster hanged, swinging up to hit the enemy. This finally knocked down the knight from the panther. Only here did he realize all the difficulties fell on his fate. Patrick rushed to Elma, but the thick twilight allowed her to confidently repel this blow. A steep duel broke out between the Elma and Elma. In order to compare with the monster in power, the hero involved the ability of parification. Reflecting a powerful blow to the enemy, he immediately noticed a hole for counterattack. This confrontation was not easy for a young man. Gathering with his forces, the hero rushed forward and struck a monster of a decisive blow to the side. Elma barely turned as the skill of Death Sword flew after. Fortunately, the new moon managed to raise the shield and parry the insidious strike of the enemy. The skill of the monster with such force struck that a heavy knight flew back like a toy. The Patchwork began to accumulate energy for the next attack. The monster took advantage of the reception of the Sword of Death. Elma barely managed to repel this deadly attack with a shield. The heavy knight could not stand the powerful blow of the enemy and flew back. It was scared of Lucy. She was exciting Elma excitedly. The heroic shield flew to the side. The monster calmly watched the opponent, already anticipating his victory. Elmo stretched on the floor in front of the cloth. The monster monitored every movement of his opponent. Soon the young man recovered after the blow, and sighing deeply, rose to his feet. The monster was already prepared to rush at the hero, and Alma wrapped her piercing look into the Strazivsko. The monster rapidly rushed at the adventure seeker, and Lucy, standing on the wall, did not look at the battle, watching every movement of her friend. The girls shouted at their girlfriend, preventing her to be careful. Elma sat down, and at the same moment, electrifying zippers broke out around her body. The young man focused and called on the skill of Rage of a Dying Dragon. Drawing the strength of this skill, the hero managed to repel 2 monastery swords at the same time. Elma, straining all his forces, skillfully reflected the attacks of 3 doll swords and confidently announced his rapid triumphant accomplishment. Lucy, watching the battle from a height, followed the guy. He was surrounded by outbreaks of electricity, and the determination to win the victory glowed in every Russia. Belma has a powerful blow knocked out of the monster's paw, depriving him of his weapons. The puzzled creature looked around. Meanwhile, Belma brought his sword on the enemy and said loudly that the forces were now equal. The monster recovered and rushed back into battle. The swords crossed with Elma with passion. The young man skillfully repelled the onslaught of the monster and struck him. Elma, holding the blade above his head, was preparing for the next attack. The heavily armed knight struck the creature, but the monster managed to stop the attack with one hand. Suddenly, the enemy rushed at the hero, aiming at the sword, which he held in the other hand. Elma managed to notice the rapid attack of the monster, but was not able to repel her in time. The powerful blow of the monster rejected the young man away. The hero almost pressed against the wall. Squeezing the sword in his hand to pain, Elma rushed to the monster, gathering all his strength. The Patchwork cleverly repulsed Elma, crossing 2 swords. The hero realized that he would only be able to defeat the patchy horror if he directs against the enemy a crazy tornado fiercely dying dragon. Meanwhile, the monster and powerful knight of Elma competed stubbornly, raising the bet in this grueling duel. The Patchwork activated his skill, the Sword of Death. The young man noticed it and smiled boldly. The hero stepped back, lifting his sword, Death Sword, to block the blow. He intended to devastate his stocks using this weapon. Elma remembered well. 18 units were needed to use the Sword of Death. Instead, the Patchwork one had only 12 man and 90 health out of 228. The darkness with all power struck the opponent, knocking down 2 swords from his hands. The monster's blades with the bell fell to the floor. Elma, with an abuse she said that he would regret now that she has no 4th hand. Elma punched the brush with one powerful blow, finally overthrowing it. The hero gained 4,349 points of experience. and his level rose from 64 to 66. The young man concluded that the first monster was already prepared. Lucy watched closely at the second plot. Kelt from Mabel was constantly attacked by a monster from his back. The monster returned to the brave men who dared to attack him. Feeling his piercing look, the Isabella and Kelt grabbed, covered by anxiety. And Lucy suddenly blocked the path to retreat. The monster swung on the clown, but the girl cleverly evaded the impact. Meanwhile, Lucy was distracted by the monster, and Kelt fired constantly in the back of the rag doll. With indignation, the nun shouted at Kelta, demanding that he finally leave the place, because Lucy had already fought on the verge of his strength. The culture has terrified that he should take a step forward, as he would turn to the sword. The arcade was coldly reminded that the hunter is fighting from afar, and the healer with anger threw that without man, they did not get alive from here. The Celts believed, when they are running out of mana, then it is worth considering. But so far he chose, just live. Elmo glanced at his comrades. He noticed that Lucy was barely on his feet and realized, if you did not delay the course, it would help to avoid fatal consequences. Elmo's companions reduced his health in half, and he could only take advantage of his deadly ability. The hero realized, joining them, they will be able to win. Without thinking, he rushed to his friends. Lucy was on the hair from death. The monster already swung his sword, directly aiming at her. Elma realized with horror that she was late. There was no way to help her friend. Realizing that the blow was inevitable, the girl closed her eyes and strained, putting forward a poisoned dagger. The patchwork struck sharply, and the girl flew to the side like a toy throne. Lucy crashed into the wall and collapsed on the floor. Kelt and Mabel quickly realized, she will no longer be avoided. The defenseless, Lucy lay right under the monster's feet. Elma exclaimed that he would not have time to protect Lucy from the monster attack, and ordered her to flee. The monster released a deadly sword in Lucy. The algae, which was nearby, was more agitated. Selt gently led the rabbit, pushing Lucy away from the monster, which surprised her quite much. Calling herself a noble coward, he mentioned the help of a girl, and persistently advised her to be more careful if she seeks to survive among the B-rank fighters. Selt suffered a devastating blow from the chaotic skill, Deadly Sword, and felt a break from pain. The blow came just aptly into the body of the young man. Lucy, with horror on his face, shouts the name of the hunter. Elma kept an immovable peace. He first appreciated his friend, and then struck a monster. A powerful knight attempted torn the monster's hand. After the victory over the puppet creature, the hero received 2,478 experiences. The nun rushed to the wounded Kelt and exclaimed in despair that he did not give any signs of life. Lucy was upset and confessed. She had previously reproached him for his selfishness, and now she realized it was he who saved her. The defeated hunter stretched silently on the floor. Suddenly, a spooky silence fell, and the girls, covered with sadness, cried and froze on the soulless body of algae. Elma calmly remarked that he understands Kelt's aspirations. Mabel could not inspect his immobility, because his friend died in his eyes. However, the knight in an even tone replied that Kelt was alive, which was a lot of surprise to the girl. Suddenly the algae were hissing and starting to rise from the floor. The hunter felt the losing consciousness for a moment, and recovering, ordered the monk to heal him. The nun with tears in her eyes looked at the only one who stayed nearby. The girl thanked God with genuine joy for surviving the Kelt. Elma explained that the experience for murder is divided into 4, and hunters have a passive skill of serving the dead, which allows to simulate death and lose consciousness in a deadly blow. Kelton asked Elma with dignity whether he considers him an imposter. He remembered how he rushed to the sword, emphasizing that he would have died without this sacrifice. Elma turned away with a tired sigh. Lucian from Mabel looked up in confusion. After the grueling battle, desperate adventure seekers barely kept on their feet. They had almost no magical energy left. They were forced to go to the meeting place, moving a narrow, gloomy corridor where majestic arches stood over their heads. Various creatures spread in the air of the halls of the castle, and monsters, reminiscent of fierce wolves, are slowly wandering around. Kelt looks carefully from the horn, carefully assessing the situation and watching everything that is happening. The Kilt advises to turn to the right, hearing a mighty stupid monster on the left. Alma is immediately interested in how he managed to understand it. Keld shares the story of his abilities. Extremely rumored hearing, sixth feeling, and ability to move almost imperceptibly. It may be a surprise for someone that he was silent before. Kelt is angry and cannot understand why he was informed about it. It is covered by the fear that he will be forced to work. The girl barely holds her tears, feeling all the injustice of the situation. Whether it is a sword, or a monk, or a hunter, every adventurer hides his or her true opportunities to gain an advantage at the right time. Kelt notes that this no longer has any significance, because now he will remove the boys from this underground trap. The hunter casts his gaze on Elma, and in a moment the sword directs all his attention to him. The hunter notes that, after all, Elma is a common guy. According to Celtic legend, only he was truly terrifying. The guy could not imagine that Elma would be able to defeat this vest. Elma, smiling sincerely, says that he still got it difficult. The swordsman confesses that he even envies Kelt a little, because he got a wonderful opportunity to try his hand in an honest duel with a worthy rival. Suddenly, Lucy rushes to the sword and firmly grabs him for his belt. The girl exclaims that he will not back down. The Kelta stops confusedly and asks with genuine surprise what her mind. The algae suddenly bends sideways, and Elma, noticing this unexpected movement, asks what happened. The intuition of the hunter immediately worked. He tensed and looked carefully in the direction from where the mysterious noise came from. Mabel is interested in the hunter what a sixth sense is. Kelt replies that it is a special ability that the hunter warns of danger, a monster or hidden objects that are right nearby. Kelt smiles with a casual confidence and reports that there is a unique artifact next to them. Kelt is faced with a difficult choice: take a deadly blow or not. If he agrees, this ability will not help him anymore. Refusal can cause discontent. Thinking, it descends near the wall from the skulls. The Kelt focuses, and in a moment he says, he may not be sinless, but he does not lend nobility. Elma realizes that Kelta was not easy to decide. Perhaps the hunter simply does not tolerate a sense of debt. Everyone kept breathing in anticipation of his decision. Suddenly Lucy approaches Keltana, bows his head and sincerely thanks the hunter. After all, if he did not save her, this girl would not stand now with the boys and Elma. The hunter does not pay attention to the girl, and coldly points out that he cannot tolerate the debt to someone. The Kelt bows his head and quietly confesses that he just tries to survive. Kelt will leave comrades without hesitation when it comes to his own survival. He was used to fighting for himself, so it is not easy for others to get together and unite in the team. Elma cannot understand how a hunter can praise in such words. The Kelt is raised from the floor after the monk's assistance and looks around. His gaze stops again on the spooky wall folded from the skulls. Kelt apologizes and confesses that he did not even assume that the boys could win. That is why he tried to escape. He now realizes that he was wrong with the assessment of the situation and recognizes his carelessness. And the boys listen carefully to him without taking his eyes off. The nun Mabel bowed her head and smiled, turning to Elma. The girl was delighted with whether he indeed overlooked the man, and interestedly wondered if the sword could actually be a regular traveler. Elma acknowledges that he was just able to fight the patch. He pulls the sword from the vagina and confidently puts him on his shoulder. The sword proudly notes, if it were not for this sword and one special skill, he would not have succeeded. The girl is overwhelmed and with no confidence notes Elma that, like Held, he also hid his abilities. She is surprised that Keld decided to rush forward during the attack. Kelt, apparently confused and dissatisfied with the fact that the girl voiced that he had to stay secret, turned to the monk and noted that she had a tonguelessly bone. The Kelt is justified, they say, does not seek friendship, but circumstances make him give way to his own belief. The boys understand everything and do not insist on explanations. Elma notices the sword of the 60th level of the 60th level. Heavy, rusty, and extremely long, the perfect weapon for crushing blows. Kelt noticed that Elma was of great interest in the sword, and asked if the prey fell again. The girls watched focused and waited silently when Elma would share news about the new weapon that they got. The algae returns to Lucy, assuming that the girl has skills that can increase the number of prey. However, she just barely touched his cheeks with her finger and left the hunter's question unanswered. Alma thanks Kelt for salvage rescue and extends his sword. The hunter is wary of his gift, suspecting the trick, and asks if he tries to bribe it. The element claims that it was the decisive blow in a clash with a patch. However, the main struggle was led by the boys. His merit was minimal. The sword solemnly extends the trophy to his team. Kelt is dissatisfied with whether the boys in this case do not feel disgusting. He adds that he does not need the sword at all. He just did not want to stay in debt to this girl. Elma tries to explain something, but Kelt strongly calls on everyone to move further so that he no longer get into the trap. Elma asks to stop for a short time, and Kelt is looking forward to what else is needed. The sword warns Kelta not to break out too far forward, because if he unexpectedly attaches a monster, he simply will not have time to come to the rescue. Kelt explodes with anger and exclaims angrily that Elmi has already bored his presence. He assures that he will no longer make past mistakes, citing his extremely acute intuition. Lucy, meanwhile, marks the angry Kelt reminds her of a grunting grandfather. Elma, stunned by a surprise, once again asks Kelta about this rare thing. Kelt confesses that he does not think that as if the road will meet as many monsters as it seems. Gunter is convinced that they and the boys should try to take the risk. The Mabel's nun impatiently insists that they get the collection point as soon as possible. After listening to the adventurers' opinions, Cut noted that the final word would still remain behind Elma. Elma confidently inspected the team and, without hesitation, decided without moments, Kelt would become their leader. Kelt does not hide his astonishment. The hunter always believed that Elma, not of those who are given feelings and willingly go on a careless risk. Elma insists. If this equipment belonged to the previous travelers, it must be taken away. She stops suddenly, and Kelt is interested in seeing what it turns on. However, Elma stated that he did not want to add anything, and insisted that they move on and inspect the next entrance. The guy approaches the majestic arch that leads to the next room. At the same time, Kelp touches the palm of the stone wall and says, "The object is somewhere in this direction." The hunter notices a sharp fragment on the floor, which has left the cracks. The adventurer, looking at the find, asks that it is a magical stone, from which such a sinister aura of witchcraft. The Keel takes the stone to the hands and asks whether it is a rare copy. Lucy suggests that he probably costs a lot, and is proof of Elma, which is clearly affected and stunned by Horde. He rushed to the hunter and said that he would not even dare to touch him. Such a strange behavior of the sword was puzzled by the Celts, and they decided to find out the reason. Meanwhile, Elma sharply pushed the hunter's hand to fall out of his fingers. When Elma cuts the stone, Lucy and Monk remain amazed by her act. At this point, the algae exclaims that the thing found can be of great value, and asks why she did so. Elma points out that, most likely, this is what makes the dungeon so unusual. The stone cut was a Trapezoid of Sorrow, a crystal born as a result of the intertwining of dark magic. Necroma men are used to create a trapezoidra capable of attracting disasters and misery. Perhaps the reason why this dungeon has completely got out of control is the excessive level of the man. The Trapezoid of Sorrow is a magic stone that embodies tremendous stocks of mana. Only this mana becomes evil when it is treacherously used for their own benefit by those who seek us to conquer us. When they get such a crystal with its impressive capabilities, strength and energy, the consequences can be catastrophic. Alma believes that they just managed to find this thing. Everything has changed literally in their eyes. The boys are watching Elma's decision. He is convinced that the offender, plunging into such unseen depths, inevitably had to meet monsters and hardly did it without accomplices. Suddenly, a terrible anticipation was grasped, forcing him to die on the spot. His body tensed to the limit, lived on the temples clearly, and his gaze frozen at one point so tense that his whole nature was shaken by invisible circuits. He could not move for a moment. The algae returned to the boys and hurriedly stated that they needed to get out of here. In a moment, he just broke and shouted, demanding that the boys forget about reflection and rush. They were rapidly approaching something horrible and incredibly pud. The frightened monks shouted, "She revealed a secret about the disaster. She seems to be wiser with the boys to go to the meeting." In her opinion, the Kelt responds loudly, assuring that they are quite close. Elma felt the approach of the mysterious traveler. The boys froze, staring at her, and their mouths were involuntarily revealed from surprise. One of the adventurers of the murmur is that it is simply impossible. Panic sectarians report that the local leader is a night-threatening person and to go into battle with him relentlessly. The hunter immediately understands that they need to find a way to get out of here as soon as possible and, if possible, avoid contact with this dangerous enemy. Elma notes that this is not going to go. After all, the monster will certainly follow them, focusing on the trace of magical energy. In addition, this creature is much better known on all the crannies of the dungeon than the Despair Company, and is able to intercept them at any moment without any effort. Kelt is angry, and Elma, despite this, calmly reminds that another problem has arisen. He turns to Kelt and notes that he warned something that the head was approaching them. However, the noble is a giant skeleton, and it simply does not have such a frantic speed. Celt is amazed, because I am sure that such deft and difficult steps never belong to a person. The hunter thinks what it can be for creating. Elma confidently looked forward and stated that it is most likely to be an evolution that the 85th level is experiencing. The Scream Monk claims that they cannot cope with such a rival. However, Elma says that thanks to Kelt, they were fortunate enough to learn about the rapid approximation of the monster, and this was a real gift of fate for all. Elma calls on everyone to demonstrate their talents and features. Lucy is determined, but the hunter does not intend to open his abilities. The Celt prefers not to reveal his abilities, seeing the immutable law of true adventures. But even if he demonstrated his skills, it would still be not enough to overcome the monster. Elma is already well aware. In this world, everything is not like the usual game. However, in one she is sure. The Celt begins to exclaim, seeking to convey to the swordsman and Lucy that they have no chance of victory. The power of their attacks is absolutely insufficient to cause decisive harm to such a powerful monster. He shares his secret with Kelt. He has a skill capable of inflicting devastating blows. If Kelt still believes in Elma, then the sword is sure to invent a way to win. Meanwhile, Elma again draws attention to the hunter. He adds that he cannot stand in debt, and reminds that Kelt once saved Lucy. Before the eyes, the memory of the kilt head rushed to the girl's help again. Elma calls Kelta a friend and addresses him for help before the future battle. Kelt is stunned by her unexpected statement of friendship. He is dissatisfied with such bold provocation, but it cannot be mentioned that Elma really has a word. The hunter extends his palm, demonstrating understanding of the situation. Kelt is going to do without any hesitation as Elma orders. Elma and Lucy also extend their hands forward. The irritation monk notes that it is inferior to the Kelt in the mind, but they have no other way out. After these words, he extends his hand forward. The four palms are drawn to the center at the same time. In this simple gesture, there is all the power of the team. Elma seeks to find out what each of the guys is capable of. Watching them, he has already begun to think through a strategy that could bring them to victory. All are strongly and desired to win. A huge monster with a pashchka full of sharp like a razor, teeth approaching rapidly, tearing the ground into pieces. Meanwhile, the guys are hot about the next step. The outrage algae observes the ability of Elma. In her opinion, it is absurd, with such a small amount of health to strike, which is 6 times the power of the usual. She has not yet met such ability. The monk carefully studies Lucy's abilities, because he has never met. Everything on what the girl's strength is based is an ordinary but incredible luck. Lucy only smiled warmly and answered a ringing, sincere laughter. Kelt asks Elma if there is at least the slightest chance to overcome the monster. Inspired by the team's skill, Elma quickly draws up a plan and decides to act in full force. Elmi views her profile and skill tree. He is a heavy knight of 66th level. Reflecting, the hero decides to increase his own skill of handy of heavy armor at once by 7 points. A light glow is flashing around the fencing officer, a sign that he has increased his skill and acquired a new skill called Block. Block skill reduces damage within 3 minutes. If you keep it longer, the mana will start to spend. Elma realizes that with such skills now is quite capable of withstanding a powerful blow, and there is no doubt about it. And then she will still have a chance to fulfill the conditions of activation of the ability to Rage of a Dying Dragon. The nun assures that it will certainly cure all the boys, but with the amount of man left in it, it is unlikely to be able to stay as much as the boys need for battle. She says she can heal Elma and Lucy only once. Her strength will be enough for it, so after that the energy will be completely exhausted. Elma rejects the proposal of the monk. He insists that he does not need help, and treatment should be received first and foremost Lucy. After Lucy, Elma proposes to prepare a healing rite for Kelt. Such a gesture unexpectedly strikes him. Suddenly, muted buzzing and steady steps come from the dark corridor. The monster was constantly approaching the boys. They flew like a hurricane, intoxicated with an inevitable clash. The boys take a fighting position, preparing to create favorable conditions for Kelt attack. Any mistake can negate the entire strategy and the expensive of Elm to death, but they have no other way out. He puts his eyebrows, realizing that there was nothing left for the boys to destroy the ruthless monster lightly. From the depths of the dark corridor, disgusting and spooky sounds are raised once and more threatening. They penetrate everything around, forcing the hearts to tremble with horror and the intense expectation of the fight. The boys froze in the anticipation of the enemy's appearance without weakening the grip on the weapons at a moment. At the end of the corridor emerges the silhouette of the monster, and the air immediately becomes heavy from tension. Elma, Lucy, and Monk do not lose their determination. The monster lifts a fierce roar that breaks the silence. It turned out that the monster is the owner of the skulls of the 85th level. The monks were erected, instantly realizing what is happening is a real disaster. When the monster was approaching, his appearance opened completely. The upper part is a naked skeleton, and the lower part is the power of a horse trunk. The crown sparkles on the skull, and in his hands it holds a sword and a shield. Elma understands that, unlike innate monsters, this ugly creature is betting primarily at a frantic pace. His other techniques were probably remained unchanged. The girls listen to Elm, as suddenly the monster again shrill, filling everything around a sharp cry. Elma forms a protective barrier of vitality, and then causes a rage of a dying dragon, shrugging himself with lightning outbreaks. Due to the ability to without regret, its energy increases significantly. The monster rushed to the boys with a terrible scream, and they boldly rushed towards. Elma decisively ordered to act clearly according to the plan. The monster and adventurers rapidly rush to each other. Lucy jumps on the wall to add a stroke of force. Elma rapidly erupts forward, and behind her hurries the monk. Elma is surely confident. Kelt heard the steps of the ruler. However, even experienced swordsmen could not predict that this insurance would have so strong and powerful protection. The man is aware that now, like a breath of air, a lightning fight is needed. Just click on the monster by force, or peculiarities is a futile business. The guys still be defeated. Lord of Skulls rushed at the boys for the last time, filled with determination to strike. At that moment, Elma ordered without hesitation. The Kelt should act immediately without losing a second. Suddenly, the algae emerges from the floor, and with incredible accuracy releases an arrow directly into the back of the monstra, using the skill of a sighting shot. The projectile crashes into the hard area of the enemy's body. The shot jumped by Lord of the Skulls by surprise, knocking it out of balance. Elma does not restrain the admiration and encourages Kelta, noting his skill. Kelt smiles with a trick and again involves his skill with a shadow jump, which enables him to immediately slip through the space. The monster growls again, set up to attack. Kelt suddenly jumps out of the floor and sharply deviates back. Lucy, who watches the monster from the wall, understands that after a devastating blow, Kelt was given unbearably difficult to even turn. The girl takes off from the wall, dives simply on the Lord of the Skulls, and in the air performs a dizzying dandelion. Turning, she with great skill several times causes the enemy devastating blows to her weapons. In this way, it imposes depth and poison on the skull, the Lord, using wounds he caused. Lucy lands the floor cleverly and exclaims Elma that everything has passed exactly as they conceived. She was able to cause several poisonous wounds to the enemy. Elma rushed to the monster, exclaimed that the events were simply incredibly. Finally, the long-awaited moment has come. It's time to move to the most important. Elma skillfully waves the sword using the ability to disarm. In response, the owner of the skulls lifts another piercing, up to the bones of the cry. Alma orders the monk to take action. The girl activates the skill of slowing. Around the monster instantly grows a giant clock with swinging gears that significantly slow down his movements. Without seconds, Elma is rapidly offensive. Assessing the situation, Elma understands that she was able to reduce the attack and speed of Lord of the Skulls, as well as poison him. It has significantly exhausted his reserves of mana and health. Elma realizes that everything is just perfect, but bosses have significant resistance to negative effects, so debuff acts weaker and disappear faster. This complicates the battle, but the team does not lose the fighting. The Kelt aims again from his weapons, and Lucy is ready to act. Meanwhile, the monk still tries to restrain the monster, pulling his actions. Since the Lord Skulls are the main opponent, the boys have to overcome it as soon as possible. Elma, covered by lightning outbreaks, is rapidly rushing forward, preparing to strike a decisive blow. The boys are getting ready for the attack. Kelt pulls the bowstrings of the bow. Lucy is strongly torn forward. The monk raises his staff, and Elma orders to act together. Together, they rush in the direction of the Lord of the Skulls. Elma thought to have 3 negative effects at once: slowing, weakening of attack, and poisoning. Elma is filled with sparking energy like lightning, and understands that this is their only chance. Meanwhile, the monster, noticing the movement of the knight, grabs for his weapon and makes anxious sounds. Suddenly, Elma's sword occurs in a powerful collision with a blade of skulls. The skeletal sword resembles shapeless weapons with sharp ends. Elma, without hesitation for a moment, actively applies the skill of parry. He waves with all his strength and hit the Lord Skeleton. The first negative effect can be considered successful. The monster waves again with his weapon. But here Lucy enters the game, using his poisonous ability. Lucy breaks out of place, jumps rapidly and causes a dagger to blow, trying to poison the enemy. Bishop of the Skull instantly notices this attack and has time to close the shield covered with bones. The girl cleverly jumped back on the wall, feeling annoying because of the tricks of her opponent. Algae rushed directly to their goal. The arrow faded just in the thigh. In response, it just looked around, looking at where the attack came from. The algae was dissatisfied. This time the shot did not hurt. It seemed to her that for the monster it was like a mosquito bite. The monk Lucy and Elma surrounded the monster on one side, and Kelt sneaked on the opposite, mostly coming from the rear. Lucy jumps again on the monster, trying to impose a new negative effect on him, but it is instantly covered with a shield. He not only managed to protect himself, but also rejected the girl a few meters away. Elma, without a moment, rushed to the help of Lucy. But almost simultaneously, the owner of the skulls swung with a weapon, with all his power, directing the blow simply by an armed dark knight. Elma decides to master the skill of parrot, but in a moment, she realizes that she will still not remain such a maneuver. While Alma stands, the Lord of the Skulls suddenly attacks him and breaks the shield out of his hands. The knight understands that this is only the first wave of the future battle. The man suddenly understands. He still has, so to speak, a shield of life. So we definitely need to find a new way to harm the skulls as soon as possible. While Elma was delving into thinking, the skeleton pulled out his weapon and woke up a hidden power. With his hands one by one, lightning spears erupted, and the heavy knight, not having time to be faded, fell under the merciless blow of this formidable skill of Lord Skulls. Elma screamed, demanding from the boys to flee the battlefield immediately, as far away from the powerful and possibly invincible enemy. Lucy wiped the tears from his cheeks, and the algae, along with the monk, were numb from the unexpected order of the sword. The Lord of the Skulls had already awakened all the power and was preparing to strike a devastating blow. The owner of the school involved the reception of green pulse, his sword roaming in the ground, and from there, in all sides, lightning, aimed at the boys, broke down. The guys are in a hurry to look for shelter, and Kelt, meanwhile, rushes to flee. The monk fades in the ambush, and Elma from Lucy is pressed against the walls. They have nowhere to go. The school lord strains all his strength, bowing his head to the sleeve of his sword. The skeleton again uses his skill. Lucy throws back, and Elma presses against the wall. Their enemy is a lightning, which breaks his protective barrier of life. A sharp weapon arises in the hunter's hand. Pushing from the wall, he boldly turns to the monster. Laminaria also warns the owner, do not underestimate their strength. Who withstood such tests? The sect strikes the monster and jumps up. After the jump, the algae is right in front of the owner. A bony hand armed with a weapon hangs over the hunter, ready to strike a deadly blow. The empty look of the owner shakes the algae horror. The skeleton rapidly attacks Kelta, throwing it back with a loud cry. Elma shook Kelt's name loudly, hoping to hear at least sound. The Lord of the Skulls, having deal with the Kelet, rapidly rushes to Elma. The sword skillfully reflects the onslaught of the monster, which immediately causes a new blow. Elma realizes that the monster is swinging, preparing a truly devastating splash of power. The owner of the skulls with superhuman force grabs the sword from behind and sets it into the ground where Elma should be located. The heavy knight managed to bounce, but a powerful blow lifts a wave that throws it back. Elma falls to the ground, not far from the place where weapons hit. Elma watches how the weapon tip of the monster with a roar breaks the land into small fragments. She understands that the monster's attack has recovered, and now there is no weakening on it. Elma realizes that he had previously been able to repel attacks only through his skills, but now this technique will no longer help. In addition, only one of the negative actions is neutralized, so the rest of the weakening remained very little. They will also disappear soon. On a gloomy night, Elma notes that Lord of Skulls still does not look away from him. His next blow will be a fatal for this sword. He will not rise again. Suddenly, a piercing, loud scream of algae is heard. He rotates again to a damned creature and despite the sharp pain from the wound on his side, targets and launches a ball exactly into the heart of the monster. The Kelt is barely holding on his feet and complains that the Lord of the Skulls is to blame for not having been done. Instead, he turned away from the hunter and hastily went to another brave man. The owner of the skulls is again overthrown. His skull is bowed in powerless and despair. However, it is not known how this defeat will last for a long time. Kelt used his unique technique known as quote mint. Elma recalls how before the battle, He asked the monk to treat the killer and impose a protective spell on him, which reduces the injury by as much as 30%. It was a risky step, but fully justified. Thanks to this, Kelt has become a crucial opportunity for the triumph. He managed to kiss the arrow directly into the heart of the monster. Elma does not understand himself from joy because his confidence in a friend was completely justified. With a sincere smile, as an experienced veteran, he turns to Kelt and notes that he did not expect anything less from him. Laminaria stubbornly looks at her friend, trying to align his breath and gather with strength. Elma immediately takes the opportunity. She brings the sword far away to give a blow even more power. The sword is happily exclaiming that everything is over for the owner of the skulls. The monster is screaming, looking at the heavily armed knight. Lord of Skulls does not even have time to shout anything in his native language, as Elma rapidly waves his sword and cuts his bones in half with such an incredible, tremendous force that it is difficult to imagine. The head of the monster breaks from the shoulders, and finally it gives out a desperate cry. Elma examines the crippled remains of the enemy, which now lies in the emptying after the battle of the corridor. All the boys are exhausted. They breathe hard, trying to restore strength and at least a little put themselves in order after a frantic, ruthless clash. Elma descends to the floor and presses the ball to the ground with effort. As a result of the battle, she won 9,057 experienced points, which allowed her to raise the level from the 66th to the 71st. Despite all the failures of the combat strategy, this guy still won. If they were defeated, not one human life would be the price. Many adventurers would be killed. The nun cannot believe in everything that has happened, and only now is aware of their victory. She suddenly burst into tears, repeating again and again that they managed to overcome such a powerful enemy, though she still seems incredible. Lucy settled next to the monk and answered him with a soft smile, allowing him to hug himself. In his warm arms, she sought at least a little rest after a stormy and dangerous duel that had just passed. Elma returns to Kelt and thanks to him sincerely. She notes, "If the hunter did not dare to go at risk, now they would all lie here, broken and defeated by the ruthless owner of the skull." The Kilt agrees with Elma and, in his words, falls on the ground. Breathing in his breath, he confesses that he never wants to fight again, being on such a thin land. Tears of joy flow on the cheeks of Kelt after victory. The boys, with smiles on their faces, support him, because they are well aware of his emotions. Suddenly, bones began to dissolve rapidly, turning into incredibly light dust. In the place where the monster just lay, a large bunch of crystals remained. Alma paid attention to her. With the terrible efforts of the Kilt, it is raised from the ground and confesses that for the first time sees the magic stone as much as such, 85 levels. The hunter thinks that such an artifact is undoubtedly a whole wealth. Looking for information about the magic stone gained in the battle with the owner of the skulls, Elma is convinced that Kelt's words are true. This artifact is estimated at as many as 10 million. From the ruthless words of Elma, proclaimed by her unmoved tone, a spooky grimace has frozen on the face of the Kelt. He is indignant that Elma reacts so calmly to the find that it is something every day. Elma explains Lucy's good luck, and she laughs. Suddenly, Elma also notices a shield left by the Lord of the Skulls. This shield is full of a powerful insult that creates a reliable protection against any attacks around the owner. Selt hosts it enthusiastically. The chief left alone valuable things, so Lucy is happy this time as ever. The monk jokingly mentions the rule. Who has struck the last blow, he takes all the prey. The Kelt replies a little annoyingly that in this case he would not just think to collect in place. The Kilt, with a satisfied smile, confesses to the monk, who gave him the trophies from the battle against a rag. The hunter adds that this is enough to treat a strong knight with a good drink. Elma shares that he appreciated the shield of the owner of the skulls who had fallen before them. It turned out that this trophy is estimated at about 55 million. All are impressed by the price of this item. The monk with the sellet is not surprised, and Lucy simply cannot believe that such a terrible thing can be so expensive. Elma confesses that he really does not want to sell the shield. After all, this shield is far superior to the one he uses now. But because of the serious difference in levels, the shield of the Lord of the Skulls will be too difficult for effective fighting and travel to the world. Elma smiles and notes that it would be too unfair to pick him up. After all, without the help of the guys, the final blow would not be possible. That is why the prey that has been so incredibly valuable should be divided between everyone. The monk notes that she is only a healer, so there is no point in sharing a reward with her. During her last battle, she did not have a man at all, so she felt almost powerless. It seemed to her that she was only a burden for others. She turns to the Kelt hints, emphasizing that Elma of Lucy is not obliged to this hunter, as well as herself, and the hunter only cast a frankly hostile look at the healer. In addition, boys can join the guild and divide all the achievements with each other. The nun again draws his gaze to the boys. In her eyes, sincere gratitude, and she is touched. Despite all the trials that have fallen to the fate of their team, she is really happy to be here, with them. She was incredibly fortunate to become part of their team. Laminaria turns away, expressing slight dissatisfaction. The nun comes to Kelt even closer. Her face blossoms into a sincere smile. She assures that she has never exaggerated when she was happy about working with him. She expresses her doubts. They say that if there was a different team in their place, the victory would get the boys. However, Kelt turns away and strongly denies the words of the monk. He noticing that her heart is full of darkness, and the only thing she is looking for is to smile at least. Lucian Elma watched this controversy of the hunter with the monk and realized with relief. He finally returned a cozy, well-known harmony. Despite the victory, Alma is well aware. This is far from the finale. In the end, the Lord of Dreams, the wandering king of the skulls, was defeated, which means that the mystery of the dungeon is finally revealed. The problem with the monster attack was also solved soon. But, Alma thinks, the one who stands for all this remains at large. Leaving the darkness of the dungeon, the boys were in the yard between the dilapidated structures, the walls of which were pierced by deep cracks. They barely stepped on the sunlight, as someone's vigilant gaze stopped at them. And immediately a surprised request came. What is happening here? Suddenly, a man in a mask intervenes to talk. In his voice there is a sincere annoyance, because the local authority was removed, and everything became not at all as they initiated. Suddenly, a man sitting on the side, leaning his back against the column, squeezes the wound, trying to at least a little unbearable pain. He asks whether help has finally come, and whether someone who was able to overcome this relentless monster has been found. The exhausted adventurers gathered in the inner yard. Some, having lost their strength, dropped simply to the ground. Others, full of energy, were kept on their feet, ready for battle. Elma involuntarily moves in the thoughts of those present on the square and noticed with anxiety that 6 lacks. He notices that only 14 gathered on the square instead of 20 adventurers. The bodies of the dead in the dungeon disappear without closing, and among those who survived, the heavy knight did not notice any strangers. Elmo thinks that he was a criminal among those who participated in the plaque. Or did he escape before the leader was in a hurry to defeat in a fierce fight? They have no information about the level, class, or characteristics of the offender. In addition to the boys, one of the audience faced here with a dangerous opponent. Currently, finding a criminal is too dangerous and too risky. Suddenly, Cass goes to the boys and is wondering if there will be one who can defeat the boss. The man is wondering who has coped with the leader. Elmer proudly replies that they have overcome it. Everyone in the center of the square is surprised to look at the despair. The guy with her wide outstretched hands was rapidly approaching Elma, confidently stating that he immediately felt something exceptional in him. Elma just smiles and notes that Kalos praises him too much. In fact, he would not be able to alone, and their success is the merit of each of the brave adventurers in the team. The guy agrees with Elma and confesses that even despite this result, it is difficult to imagine how they managed to overcome such a monster. Callias adds that he has encountered the owner of the skulls in the maze. The guy confesses that he realized his comrades in this case will not help, so he went on his own. At the same time, he sincerely admits that he could not forgive himself to escape to the enemy's face. However, he could not be silent and had to tell the rest of the adventurers. He closes his eyes with annoyance. The girl calls Carlos' teacher and, barely holding back tears, with relief reports that the guy is safe. She is overwhelmed by fear. She is even afraid to imagine what she would have done if the Carlos had evil. Carlos smiles, reaching the girl's hand, and asks her not to exaggerate. He reassures her, confessing that he was experiencing more severe trials than a recent duel with a boss. The young man calmly closes his eyes and sincerely thanks Elmi. He says that thanks to Almi and his brave and coherent team of seekers of the adventures of everyone who is now standing on the square has been saved. The young man approaches Elma, reaches out his hand and, sincerely smiling, expresses his desire to get acquainted closer and thank you for their hard work. At the moment of shaking, Elma suddenly feels something strange, as if an invisible current passed through his palm. Carlos is quietly whispering Elma, who should talk to her about something important. He is convinced that someone intentionally staged a disaster in the dungeon. Most likely, the aristocrats that are in the guild itself are involved. The Adventure Guild is located in a luxurious 2-story building, decorated with white columns and exquisite carved arches. Inside the space is filled with sun rays that penetrate through narrow windows. In one of the bright rooms, Kalos, Elma, and Lucy gathered. The man, putting his hands on his knees, sincerely thanks the boys for the help during the raid. He realizes that it was only through their efforts to finally cope with this catastrophe. Thalo understands that if it were not for the help of Elma and her team, the defeat was inevitable there. He notes that La Colon would have to gather much more strength than it really happened. Kalos has already informed the Guild of Inaccuracies on the map and a trapezoid, which he managed to find. Elma suggests that the faults could occur due to the carelessness of cartographers, but this does not reduce the severity of the situation. On this map, all the paths except the main were marked. Another team, having met with Lord Skulls, could hardly be survived. Most likely they would either be destroyed in place or drove into a trap, not giving a chance to resist. It seems that the cartograph deliberately created the conditions for even greater victims. Elma realizes that the crying trapezoid was hidden far from the main road, so that no one can find it and destroy it. Elma notes that it is a real catastrophe of a large scale, and is interested in Kalos, whether you managed to learn at least something about mapping. This man says that he conveyed all the necessary information to the Adventurers Guild. In the end, it turned out that one of the former adventurers changed the craft and became a regular employee of the same guild. Due to the fact that he was extremely good, he was constantly entrusted with more tasks. As for preparing for this raid, it seems that the bulk of the work has done on its own, almost without relying on someone's help. The case leans forward and reports that this man has disappeared. Elma again asks her interlocutor whether everything is so incredibly strange. Kalos says that the whole kingdom has traveled, finding this mysterious phenomenon. It seems that he managed to grab the thread as he slips out of his hands again, but even so, he has doubts. He is convinced that the Marquis of the Gollard family is some mysteriously involved in this case. There are few organizations that can turn this in the kingdom. Elma understands that the spikelets have quite common sense. Elma also understands that the root of the problem is in motives. It does not give him a thought. Will it be able to bring any benefit to any of them? Carlos, meanwhile, does not stop and continues its story. Kalos is convinced that the offenders simply will not stop. He is deeply doubt that the guild will intervene, especially when it comes to their accomplices. That is why he turns to Elma and invites her to join forces. Elma looks at the boy with suspicion, wary of eyebrows, and not hiding her own worry about this situation. Kalos's face radiates universal peace, which at first glance seems adamant. They agree to cooperate and undertake to share the information received to increase the efficiency of working together. Lucy also agrees immediately, full of determination. She will definitely ask her to know if she needs her support in this confused and difficult business. The guy closes his eyes and sincerely thanks to his friends. He admits with frankness that he was glad to meet them. Meanwhile, Lucy and Elma are leisurely heading to the outgoing door. Finally, Carlos turns to them again. Kalos notes that the kingdom of Nelson is striking in its scale. Despite the large number of noble families, in fact, only a few hundred people stand on a guard within the state. Carlos puts great hopes on the boys. When they left the palace, it was already deep night. Only pale moonlight was quietly pouring all around, for a moment interrupting the bright flows that flowed from the high lanterns. Lucy moves after Elma and confesses openly. From Kalos's explanations, she has not stopped. The girl is wondering if the creatures that live in the city have become more powerful. The girl hesitates whether they should interfere at all, because they are only ordinary adventurers. Alma is aware that their common opponent is incredibly powerful, and they have no convincing evidence. The whole situation only exacerbates the confusion and complete misunderstanding of the true intentions of the enemy. Perhaps their goal is to deprive people of sleep. The girl asks in surprise what the destruction of sleep means and what it can lead to. Elma realizes, in front of her, is the second stage of the evolution of the King of Dreams. If the conditions of the next transformation soon come true, he will finally lose his sense and lead a horde of the mold into an attack on the ground, turning cities into ruins. If this was their true goal, the guys can in no way allow such developments. Lucy looks alarmed at Elma, stunned by all these dizzying explanations. Elma opens the door of the establishment. Kelt had already settled next to the monk, making a mug of the drink. Seeing his friends, he briskly squeezed from the bench and waves her hand. Elma also smiles in response and welcomes them with a light hand. Kelt, dissatisfied, notes that he is already tired of waiting for Illuma with Lucy, and pushes the nun, calling her tongue, but only cheerfully laughs in response, glad that the girls finally appeared, because otherwise Kelt would be unbearable. Alma, having realized this, proposes first of all to celebrate their meeting. In the end, they and the team manage to distract the trouble. However, another step is to make sure that the opponent really exists. Lucy leans up to Elma and whispers quietly. Despite all the former disputes, Kelt with the monk learned to find common ground in his own way. Gunter Kelt lifts the mug and offers to drink together. Friends lively support the idea, with smiles raise their glasses, preparing for a friendly toast. In the center of the cheerful band, the mugs are ringing in the joyful shouting of the victorious toast. Elma realizes that despite all this is a real victory. A few days have passed since the outing happened, and peace and silence reigned on the streets. People walk slowly, sharing news and vividly discussing different topics. Alma couldn't imagine. If they did not succeed, the peaceful life of this city would have long been destroyed. Lucy smiles and adds that these residents are lucky. They do not have to face the owner of the skulls. During the raid, the boys encountered Rocklord. Fortunately, they managed to overcome it, so the city escaped a disaster that had a great pleasure in adventurers. But despite all efforts, Lacolin still remains under the sight of danger. Pelus suspects that a spy who drew a fake card has come up in the guild. If the enemy acts so bold, then he is not afraid to be exposed. Be that as it may, they do not succeed to reveal the true person of the enemy. Elma feels great. Something is clear here. The boys go to the Adventurers Guild again. Today they are waiting for a new choice. You need to decide which dungeon to move. A variety of short descriptions were placed on the tasks board, and anyone can take the right study. Elma believes that they should become stronger despite the designs of the enemy. Lucy agrees with his words. Suddenly, something attracts Elma's attention. Kelt waves her hand. Seeing a favorite friend, they exclaimed. He approaches the boys and reports that he learned something interesting. The hunter notes that real adventure seekers always hear useful rumors. Elma sweeping a little funny. Even brave adventure seekers are racing ahead and quite clever. And to be more precise, they just give a draft. Ilma remembered the case and assured Kelta that he was a wonderful adventure seeker. He unnoticed the temple with his finger, hesitating with the answer, but he apologized for the fact that then after an important battle he rushed to flee. Elma notes that any information will certainly be useful for adventure seekers. Lucy carefully tuned to take new information. Alma agrees and asks Kelta to share everything he knows, as well as what he has learned from others. Kelt immediately became serious and warned that it is dangerous to share information in this place. Meanwhile, after the fence, there were exclamations of two adventure seekers who were persistently warning Elma, "Don't trust Kelt." Kelt enthusiastically exclaims with joy and asks Alum and Lucy to leave this place as soon as possible. Lucy jokes that Kelt is reminiscent of insidious and selfish villain. Elma just smiles, mentally noting that in his heart, the dream of known glory is still glowing in his heart. The boys went to the tavern. Elma with Lucy, with interest and patience, waited for Kelt to share the news he so passionately wanted to share. The knight wondered how much they would have to pay for this information. Selt is confused that he had to take money from his comrades. Laminaria had fallen, and noted that something strange seems to be in the Marquis family of Howard. These rumors are spread mainly among aristocratic families. The Hollied family is known for the fanatical devotion of blood, and accepts only their own. A stranger will never be able to take a prominent place in the family, so even the youngest son can inherit everything. But there is no one who could become an heir. Therefore, there are many warring groups in the family, and relatives still cannot agree on the successor. It is rumored that there are many dirty intrigues behind the backstage. The current chapter leaves nothing out of sight. Perhaps he even orders to get rid of those whom he considers unnecessary. Elma is convinced that the rumors are significantly exaggerated, and in fact the situation is not so tragic. And Kelt with seriously remembers Mr. Suna, a brilliant and ruthless swordmaster, the oldest daughter of the head of the family. Selt says that the locals consider her a rather frightened woman. However, it has been making every effort in recent years to get the nobility and make connections with different aristocrats. It seems to be desperate for her place in the air. Kelta is all suspicious. Recent misfortunes seem to deliberately go, raising a lot of questions. Alma supports the kilt. She believes that it is impossible to exclude the option when a potential criminal just wants to become famous, so he organizes the whole catastrophe. This probability should be kept in mind. Kelt sees that Elma is marked, so he decides to share important information with him. Elma agrees with the hunter, promises to keep it in memory, and thanks Kelt for valuable information. Alma puts a fist on the table with force and asks Kelta whether it is all he wanted to say. and whether the hunter wants to add anything. Kelt understands and is wondering if everything is obvious. He adds that the guild is hiding something, because a strange dungeon suddenly appeared near the city. Lucy's eyebrows were surprised to fly up, and in his eyes he flashed a real surprise. She could hardly believe that such an unusual dungeon appeared nearby. Kelt assures that if everything goes according to plan, there are considerable profit and rich resources for adventurers. Alma reminds that they are the adventurers of the B class, and therefore will attract the attention of even a wound in the dungeon. How serious is this, Alma from Keltwander? Kelt closes his eyelids with dissatisfaction and sighs. He hoped that he would cooperate with Elma, which is why he invited him to himself. Alma is interested in this place and where the new secret dungeon is located. The victim recalls the name. The Tower of Ghostly Animals. Elma sharply picks up from a chair, forcing him to grind on the floor, and the knight again calls it a name, which causes horror on the adherents of the cult. The bartender looked at the boy's suspicion, and Lucy, noticing it, asked Elma not to shout at the whole of the tract. The girl was instantly squeezed, confused, and then hastily apologized with courtesy. Kelt reassures that the dungeons are already rumored, so it is too early to worry. He thinks about how profitable this place may be. From time to time, rare dungeons suddenly appear in the world, and then a real struggle for the right to get inside breaks between the players. Elma notes that extremely rare things can be found here. In addition, there are many unique monsters in the area. Lucy has wondered whether Elma is looking for a special object that is important for fighting. He says that one of the 5 random monsters may appear in this place. Among them is the one who is particularly interested in Elma, a gloomy harvest. Lucy looks at Elman, noticing his surprise. He adds that having acquired a book of skills, you can become even more powerful. The huge monster releases the hand of the god of death himself. On the ground there is a wonderful book. Its cover is made of woven bones, and on the cover hang long, fragile sides. This book is the mysterious name, The Hand of the God of Death. Her cover is decorated with a clever pattern of insect skeletons, and the cover depicts a spooky silhouette in an ancient cloak. The skeleton extends his hand simply to the reader, as if calling for himself. Alma is convinced that this book of skills perfectly suits a jugglary who is lucky enough to be born with extraordinary attitude. It is a thing of the same weight as a burning eggs on a dark night. It can be said that without this book, as if without hands. Elma returns to Lucy and assures her, with this book she will become a star in any company. Usually, no one is happy to capture such an edition through fatal disagreement, but Lucy has no reason to worry. She is not failed. Elmo confidently looks at the girl and explains to her how to work with the book. In the eyes of Lucy, interest lights up, and now she looks with admiration and unknown thrust on the knight. He smiles with a trick and notes that perhaps Lucy will be even more powerful than him. Suddenly, the girl connected his fists and strongly stated that she would surely seek this book. She added with delight, "For the sake of such a trophy, you really need to become an adventure seeker." Elma joyfully supports the choice of girls and announces that this will be their next purpose. He suddenly looks away and notices another important detail. Kelt looks at the boys with a sincere surprise. Elma returns to Kelt and is interested in what their extremely reliable and experienced friend, a traveler of such a high rank. Laminaria fails and sincerely admits that, unfortunately, he will not be able to join this adventure. He is gratefully grateful to Elm for invitation and feels joy about it, but he has things that are more important to him than this journey. Kelt crosses his hands on his chest and confidently states that he will never give up his opinion, because this case seems to him too risky. In addition, as all known to everyone, he is not one of those who like to play with danger. Kelt claims that it is better to take up simple tasks without concern to the possible consequences. Excessive excitement only increases the risk of mistaken. As a result, Elma supports Kelt's opinion. Elma closes her eyes and suddenly realizes that there will be almost no B-rogue seekers among other seekers. This is especially true. The overwhelming majority operate in long-formed groups, so it is almost impossible to meet such lots as Kelt. Like representatives of the auxiliary class, Mabel always has something to do. Constantly joining the new raids, she has already collected her own team around her. She does not look like a lone wolf at all. Elma thinks that it is difficult to rely on him, because he can share information about the dungeons with someone else, thus creating unwanted rivals for them. Elma smiles and says Lucy that seems to be two today. The girl gladly agrees. Having waved the Kelt for farewell, both come out of the tavern. At this point, a carriage in which someone travels. The carriage rolls with narrow streets, and Elma with Lucy are forced to bow respectfully to her. After that, the guys settled near the house to rest. In the distance, large stones were distinguished, a sure sign that they almost reached the goal. Elma and Lucy were confidently traveled to the winding mountain path, because they had already opened the entrance to the Tower of Ghostly Creatures. The entrance to the tower was reminiscent of a true magical vortex that fascinated the views. The road that led to him was twisted by a mountain streamer, generously lit by many stones. Immediately felt, to step here should be extremely careful. Lucy is interested in why the guild hid the existence of the dungeon after learning about him from Kelt. Elma replies that you can get extraordinary treasures here. So the guild probably sought to either assign them to itself, or simply waited for the moment until they overcome the owner of the dungeon. Once upon a time, players rose in the air in a matter of minutes, and the dungeons passed literally in 2. Only Guild managed to hide her find. It is likely that someone else has already investigated these dungeons. Elmi and Lucy may not have to visit here, but right now, there is a great opportunity to get the hand of the god of death himself. They boldly become just in the very center of Vortex. The charming energy picks them up and carries them to the corridor in which the stairs open. A gorgeous rug is spread under his feet, and the majestic winged lion statues are raised on the side. Lucy cannot but get carried away with the luxury of the trim at the 80 level of the dungeon. Elma agrees and advises Lucy to be more careful. In dangerous situations, it is better to flee from monsters, and in narrow aisles or deaf corners, not to allow yourself to be trapped in order to keep a chance for salvation. Elma and Lucy are determined. Their goal is a monster from which you can get the hand of the god of death. Suddenly, Lucy notices something unexpected. There are windows in the hallway, although it would seem that it is only an illusory space of her dream. The tower turned out to be surprisingly high. Its top disappears in the clouds. Lucy looks out the window and sees that the foot is not visible at all. They rose to such unattainable height. Lucy turns to Elma, wondering how all this works, and he thinks whether this tower appeared in some corner of the world. Elma replies that it is only the dream of God, and the local sky is only an illusion, and the dungeon appears as a personification of dreams. Elma warns Lucy, it is better to stay inside, because no one will predict what will happen if the girl suddenly loses balance and falls. Lucy stretched her arms forward and, taking a few steps back from the window, silently agreed with the silence of the knight. The knight crisped his fingers, and Lucy got his weapon. Desperate adventure seekers were getting ready for hunting. The Death Reaper is a powerful monster with a striking area of damage and incredible impact force. It is able to take on a ghostly form, becoming invulnerable to physical attacks. A ruthless and insidious opponent who is better not to underestimate. The stairs lead far down, opening the passage, along the walls of which rise the majestic statues of Garguli. All these stone creatures have terrible, frequent teeth and powerful relief muscles. Lucy hears from Lucy tips not to pay attention to other monsters. It is only necessary to fight when the escape is impossible. Having accepted the order of the knight, Lucy, along with Elma, moves further with a dark corridor. Suddenly, one of the statues behind him gave a strange hoarse glow, as if the stone was rubbed against the stone. Elma immediately alerted and paid attention to it. As it turned out, Gorgulia, who hung behind the boys, was already preparing for the attack. However, Elma reacted in time. His shield resolutely and inseparably stopped the enemy. He commanded Lucy loudly to go immediately. After the victory over Gargil, they find themselves in a cozy room with a staggered floor and decorated walls. Lucy sighs with relief, glad that they managed to avoid monsters. Alma looks carefully at her shield and realizes that it is an extremely powerful artifact. The monster flew away from a powerful blow than even the knight could predict. The adventurers rise the stairs and head the corridor. Elma picks up Lucy in time, saving her from falling into a huge abyss. Soon they face another statue of Gorgul, which is why the girl looks a veil. Lucy steps after Elda and is interested in whether a Reaper of Death may appear at all. Elma, with a smile, soothes him, they say, if they are not at all lucky. He will definitely appear. Suddenly, passing the corridor, they notice a spooky figure in the valley, which is incredibly reminiscent of death. The monster turned, and it became visible that it was a harvest with a spooky braid. Alma put a label on it and ordered Lucy not to let him go. Although the creature returned, his true feelings broke through even through the mask. Suddenly he grabs his weapon, reminiscent of a braid, and waves it with all his strength. It seems that the monster is in a ghostly likeness. In addition to the mask, cloak, and gloves, there is nothing more on it. Elma suddenly understands that this technique initiates an animation of a dance of a funeral ritual. The monster begins to spin around his axis, making the crazy rages of the body in different directions, and sweeping away everything that happens in the way. In addition, as soon as it starts an attack, it is no longer possible to stop it. This phenomenon is called hyperbone. So Elma decides to rush to meet the monster's blow, even before he starts his death dance. El rushes forward and cuts powerfully with a shield. He is firmly tuned to knock the enemy from his feet before he has time to go on the offensive. The monster flies back a short distance. Elma realizes that this technique is incredibly powerful, but as soon as the creation begins to use it, it will no longer be able to evade the attack. When the monster confidently rose to both legs and squeezed the weapon firmly in both paws, Lucy rapidly erupted from behind the enemy's back, preparing to strike a poison and impose a debay. The monster turned, barely noticing the girl. However, she was shining lightly with her sword, and, using acrobatic movements, struck a mooring, accurate blow to the cloak. The monster flies back, and at this moment, Elma decides, it is over. The body of the monster brings up just under the sword of Elma, but as soon as it approaches, the girl lightly cuts him in half with her blade. The mantle of the enemy and the mask are scattered on opposite sides, and the gloves still lie next to him. Winning the monster, the boys gained 2,899 experience. When Elma returns the sword to the vagina, a girl with a radiant smile approaches the knight. She is overwhelmed by the joy that they managed to cope with such an unusual opponent. Alma notes that it is good that they still managed to prevent him from moving into a spiritual form. She used to use his weaknesses skillfully, and skillfully found his vulnerable places. The moment has come to eat the monster's prey. His cloak and gloves gradually dissolved in his eyes. The girl folded her hands, and almost pleading to have a book with skills from her body. The cloak disappeared, leaving only the braid of the harvest, a formidable weapon with a devastating chance of a critical blow and the ability to suck Manu. Elma understands that this time Fortuna returned to them with her back. The knight raises the situation, acknowledging that although it is not quite what she wanted, it is still better than nothing. A girl with his shoulders lowered sadly sits on the floor. Elma is surprised by such a reaction, because the tool costs 15 million, while the book, as much as 55 million. Lucy and Elma are still in the dungeon. They come into a clash with another monster. Both are rushing forward, trying to stop the tin before he has time to attack. At that moment, Elma puts all his power in a blow and uses the Dragon Over skill. However, right now, the braid of the bun with frantic power crashes to the side. The man manages to bounce instantly, and the deadly weapon of the monster with a crash is embedded in the ground. Elma cleverly evaded, and the monster only gained his gaze. It begins to take on a ghostly shape that can no longer be affected by any material weapon. It does not please Elm very much. Despite everything, the monster turned into a spirit and rushed to Lucy. The girl cleverly evaded, and Elma firmly stated that he would not allow her to hurt her. Elma activates the ability to depress the shadows, and at this moment, the monster is again hidden in his armor shell. Now it is fully revealed before the enemy without any protection. The knight turns to a gloomy tag and asks why his hands tremble. He is exposed even more accurately and cares on Elma, but the knight has time to raise the sword and parry the attack. The monster is already swollen on Elma from above, preparing for the attack. However, it is at this moment that Lucy rapidly rushes to the enemy with weapons in his hands, trying to protect his girlfriend. Lucy, like a skilled acrobat, is rapidly rushing into battle, skillfully cutting the monster with his sword. The girl lands easily, standing on both legs. The monsters, or more precisely their pathetic remains, fly around and crumble on the floor like light feathers. Lucy received 2,609 points of experience, and LMA, another 1,301 points. The knight moves forward to a new level. Lucy points out that the Reaper Spirit is still an extremely threatening opponent. It seems to her that it would be great to attract someone who owns magic. Elma confirms. It is magical blows that can really harm him. Elma explains that the Reaper of the Soul is extremely clever, so it is very difficult for the sorcerer to get on it, and every mission is a waste of magical energy that is extremely valuable. Lucy confirmed with sadness that she was aware of the content of Elma's words. However, she added that in such a situation, they would have to cope on their own. Elma, with despair, raises her hands and asks Lucy how quickly she adapted to fight this monster. After all, this is the third similar case, but the girl thinks, and in the end recognizes, that makes sense. The girl says she realized what position should take. Realizing this, she decided to act more confidently and went on a decisive offensive. While the girls plunge into thinking, Alma studies the remains of the monster carefully. He notes that only the Book of Luck did not get them from the prey. After defeat, the cloak, mask, and gloves began to dissolve again in the air. The girl, holding his breath, squeezes her palms in front of her and closes her eyes in anticipation. But again on their way appears a find in the size of 15 million. Elma notes that this time they did not get any books with skills, which is the third time in a row. Lucy sinks to his knees, slightly depressed, and asks herself, "Why happens?" The girl, sobbing, grabs the braid and exclaims with despair, "Why does she fall out of her?" Elma reassures her, gently reminding that each braid is extremely valuable, and asks whether she has forgotten it. Elma considers quite familiar that even for lucky Lucy books, skills are infrequent. In her soul, she already begins to suspect. This is probably the cursed law of Murphy makes herself known. The knight tiredly descends next to the girl, admitting that her mana's stocks are almost exhausted. She says it will not be easy to catch 3 more monsters. Lucy, with sadness, asks if they mean that they will not get to the book. The gigantic knight notes that hope is still alive. You only need to manage your mana. As Elna advised, it is better to avoid contractions with other monsters. In the following halls, they should save their skills, using them only in extreme cases. Unexpected from the horn, behind the guys, a strange creature appears. From it radiating radiance and his whole body seems to spark. Suddenly, Elma notices a mysterious, incomprehensible glow. As it turned out, it was a royal gem of the 90 level. Instead of ordinary eyes, she was illuminated by precious stones, and a small crown shone on her head, sparkling with precious metals. Elma's eyes were literally shone. He was incredibly impressed that they were lucky to see this creature, the royal valuable frog. At this time, the monster was slowly moving away from them, slowly crawling further. Elma rushed towards the monster and shouted Lucy that they needed to catch this frog. She just couldn't let her go. The girl listened to Elma and rushed. She thinks about how to save Manu and avoid collisions with other monsters. At this point, the dungeon has a whole crowd of adventurers. They persistently overcome the stairs, full of thirst to conquer even more treasures and make prey only for themselves. Lucy with Elma carefully sneak into the monster. The burden, all in the bright radiance, looks awkward and a little irreversible. Elma reached forward and called Lucy to quickly grab a precious frog. As soon as the frog felt the threat, she rushed forward, trying to escape as soon as possible. Elma is amazed. Despite clumsy cumbersomeness, the burden moves amazingly quickly. Lucy Strumhead is following the frog. She almost caught up with her. She breaks back into a high jump and hesitates her weapon without a frog. Lucy catches the object thrown by her. She seeks to demonstrate her skills, but suddenly falls on the floor, and the frog cleverly slips out of her sword. Lucy stretches on the floor, and the frog, frightened, hurrying forward, giving an alarming coming. With fear in the voice of Elma, asks Lucy if everything is fine. A girl with tears in her eyes pleading Alam forgive her. She never managed to get a frog. At first, she sincerely believed that it would be useful for the night. Elma extends the help of help, with a genuine smile. Nevertheless, it is still worth paying to how long she has chased after such a monster. Elma points out that the rooms are quite spacious here, so the plan with a gold frog will be useless. The frog moves at an incredible speed, 244, that is, twice as fast as Lucy, and the girl is simply not able to catch up with her. Lucy looks up on the frog and denies Elma, because her sword was already very close to the monster. Elmo notes that even with the low level of Lucy's health, given the protection of the frog, she would have to throw a 6 times in the cubes 3 times in a row to win. The girl opens her mouth and brings to Elma in his whole voice, which is almost unrealistic. Having his finger on her cheek, he quietly apologizes from her. He adds with sadness, "From the very beginning they had no chance. They are still in this majestic hall." The girl looks around and points out that the pursuit of that precious frog started them too far. Elma agrees and offers to move back. The girl supports this idea. But suddenly armed soldiers suddenly appear from the right corner. They were embarrassed by the fact that the guilds were strictly ordered to remain silent and not to disclose anything unnecessary. Elma and Lucy are wary of the newcomers without hiding their suspicion. 2 girls stood in front of them. One, in shiny armor, the other, a sophisticated aristocrat. The first of them cast a negligent look at the adventures and contemptuously noticed that the rats would always find how to climb. The girl standing behind, a built-in stone of power glowed in the weapon. In addition, she has the same eyes and hair color as the leader of the guild. Elma was convinced that this girl is the Lord Snowwolf. She stood motionless, keeping the perfect aristocratic post. Meanwhile, the girl in armor leaned to Elma and took the word. She asked in surprise whether he was really turning to her lady, using only her name and surname, and she was ridiculously wondered if the boy had already been tired of life. The girl noted that ordinary adventure seekers had to be aware of this place, and suggested that Elmi to spend her before the exit. Elma thinks that Lord Sonahal is the firstborn of the current head of the genus, which will not stop before anything. Elma perceives this situation as a wonderful chance to immerse yourself in the investigation of this case. Elma is amazed. Why did the Marquis forbid entrance, but did not even put the guards? In addition, he suspects that this girl's power is not real, they say. They act on their own without any permission. The girl in armor was angry with her nose and formally stated that Elma allows herself too much. Lucy felt her fear of such pressure. Suddenly, Snow settled the situation. It was enough for her to say only one word, as a warlike girl immediately subsided. Isabella, deeply bowing to his lady, demonstrates the full readiness to fulfill any order of Lady Snow. Lady voiced her wishes, and the girl unconditionally agreed to undertake them. Isabella again rushes to the adventurers, accusing them of greed. She strictly demands that everyone listen to her and warns, if none of them is ready to put life on the map for the sake of the treasure, it is better to leave the dungeon immediately. Isabella already wanted to advise something, but Lady Snegova did not give her a word. When the lady repeated her guidelines, Isabella nodded without objections. Lady Snow reminded her of the importance of respect. Lucy was genuinely surprised by the girl's unexpected silence. Isabella asks to keep the castle in secret. Lady Snezhana in a high mood, and is ready to release everyone. However, if someone dares to stay, Isabella immediately grabs the sword and will be ready to fight again. Isabella is convinced that the local dungeon requires great skill. Its weapons are genuine surprise. It is quite unusual. Elma notes that duels in Lanise are very popular. Lucy persuades him to leave, but the knight is already picking up his sword. He perceives this meeting as a unique chance that cannot be missed. The girl is surprised, picking up the sword, asks, "Does Elma really endure the waste of time?" Lucy Arlequin suddenly covers panic. She recognizes that the Marquis's associates are in front of them. She asks for fear whether it is really worth getting involved in this case. Lady Isabella, accompanied by her landlord, stands directly opposite. They are in a spacious hall, the walls of which are decorated with massive iron doors, the patterns of which affect the imagination. He ignores her words and replies that, in his opinion, the Marquis will do nothing to them. In the end, they are not quite the rules here. They will not be able to do strongly. At this point, he notices how Isabella's knight looks at him with a wide smile, already intensely waiting for his course. On the next night, Isabella again appears before him with a weapon in his hands and a mysterious smile on his mouth. He notes that they definitely need a book of skills, so retreat right now is not a place. She exclaims that she will knock nonsense out of his head, and decisively rushes to the attack. When he swung, he tries to impress the enemy, but the guy is skillfully parrying with a sword and gracefully evades, taking his head away. It does not stop and is constantly attacking from different sides, and he, without losing vigilance, confidently reflects every pressure. At the same moment, Knight's Isabella puts the sword with a scope and tries to impress the enemy, but he cleverly evades and puts his blade in front of him. She is straining and, looking at him with suspicion, asks where he came from. Judging by such force, she thinks, he is definitely not simple, at least a Bran. If he is from Lani, she would have to know him. In response, he is wary of why she knows it at all. Isabella Knight, covered with rage, decisively discards the sword back and immediately rushes to the attack, demanding a loud voice that he seems to give up until it is too late. He strikes his weapon with the same force, but the girl instantly raises her and happily exclaims that he has found a weak place in his defense. He draws a direct blow to weapons, but he only shakes his head slightly sideways. The blade barely touches his hair. Both squeeze the weapon. The girl with despair shouts to keep his head and rapidly attacks, but he again skillfully reflects her blow and successfully defends. The girl is even more annoyed by the fact that her blows do not reach the target, and he with indignation states that in fact she has a sword no worse than others. They immediately retreat in different directions, increasing the distance between themselves. Knight's Isabella exclaims that it is impossible, because before that, only one adventure seeker managed to repel such an attack with this combination. She looks over her shoulder on the mistress of Snezhana, thinking that she cannot be angry before her. In her eyes, there is a clear irritation, The adventurer looks at her with unbridled hatred. In order to impress the enemy, the girl decides to resort to even more powerful power and frighten this uninvited guest. He is hidden behind the shield, reflecting the ruble wave, and is surprised whether he used some skill. The girl rushes to him rapidly, squeezing a sacred blade firmly in her hand. He hesitates for a moment, but gathering, meets her attack by parrish, and decisively stops her offensive. Isabella Knight's falls. The adventurer is powerfully cutting on it with a shield, but the girl, sinking on one knee, decisively exposes her shield, breathing heavily and not looking away from the opponent. He suggests that once she has a holy sword, then most likely it belongs to the class of paladins. He looks at her carefully. Isabella Knights exclaims that he had withstood, though she was still holding back. Now she announces, "From now on it will act at full force." Mrs. Snow strictly addresses Knight Isabella, stating that this is enough. Knight Isabella is ready to deny and start a dispute. She calmly points out that in fencing he is not inferior to her, and in other skills she is also lagging behind, so there is no reason to interfere in their affairs in the future. Knight Isabella sternly notes that her good name can be affected, and strictly asks Mrs. Snezhana does not understand it. She explains that he has used exclusively protective skills, because they are both in the dungeons. He does not want to waste valuable resources in vain. In other words, she notes that if the Knight Isabella does not stop, they will not see the victory. Isabella, covered with anger, quickly rushes forward. An uncomfortable pause hangs in the air when the Knights of Isabella lowers weapons, thinking that Mr. Snoo is probably not the person who describes him rumors. Lucy Arkin has frozen with a wide-open mouth, with sweating streams of sweat on the cheeks. Several moments she is silent, holding her breath, and only then finally finds the strength to speak. Knight Isabella squeezes his fist. Her hand trembles together with the weapon. She says she really was going to concede in a duel, but now she thinks, was it really a mistake on her part? The adventurer looks at her carefully and asks her whether they are allowed to move further and continue their research, whether they can go. Isabella Knight's full of hope looks at her Mrs. Sono, but only sadly sighs. Nothing can change, because they have recently been discussing her abilities. Isabella Knights obeys her and forgive her, confessing that she could not cope with his adventurer, equal to herself. He recalls Lady Sono Hulvard. She was told that she was inflammatory and often made inadvertently, but in reality, it turned out to be sensible and weighted. Isabella Knight notes that this time he still managed to earn the right to be here, and she, so be, recognizes her defeat. Lucy looks at her in surprise and full of expectations, and at the same moment Isabella, with a nighttime cool in his voice, reminds, if he decides to attack behind, she will not look out of his eyes. Suddenly their conversation is strongly interrupted by Miss Snoo, strictly unlocking Isabella by name. When Isabella at midnight is obeyed, in an obedient impulse, Lucy stands away with the traveler, watching their interaction in silence. Isabella Knights wondered whether her words have fallen into a burden and whether they seem too sharp, but emphasizes, it is important to let them know that they have not lost their dignity. Listening to Miss Snezhana's remarks, she replies that she perceived everything right. Knight Isabella has doubt. If she allows herself to worry about others, the present leader will consider her unworthy. She notes that first of all, his own achievements are important to him. He is indifferent to Miss Snow. She is sure that it does not care at all. Silence fell. Isabella Knight returns to enemies and, not hiding a slight frustration, recognizes that she has not fought with all devotion, but recognizes her defeat. It allows them to go where they want, assuring that they will no longer interfere with them. Again, tense silence hung. He would like to thank them sincerely, and he never dared to say these words aloud. He suggests that Mrs. Snow competes with other applicants for the title of the head of the family, so it is probably why she wants to behave perfectly, so as not to become a target for condemnation by others. He remembers other members of his company, and is bitterly aware that their weirdos are like family features. Gestures Lucia's laths casts a questionable look at him. He suggests that Miss Snoo now seeks to increase his strength, and this is what makes her conquer this dungeon. It is still difficult for him to imagine that she could have been involved in this disaster. He intensifies everything that happens, trying to understand the situation. Mrs. Snoo appeals to Knight Isabella to find out the name of this man, so base, and the adventure cannot hurt why the woman still communicates with him only through a mediator. Isabella Knights rudely addresses him, noting that he has manifested himself in a duel, and therefore requires his name. This is a stranger calmly answers. He is named Elma, and he is a traveler. Knight Isabella notes with surprise. Was there a man with that name in that recent big outlet? Could it be it? The adventurer Elma, putting his palm on the heart and slightly leaning in a polite bow, says that he is extremely comforted with honor to attract the attention of such an influential person. However, if they have no more business, he is ready to go further. Here, Mrs. Snoo turns directly to him and asks to stop. She says she wanted to thank for restraint during the fight with Isabella and his patients. In general, she seeks to express her gratitude, but does not agree. There is some invisible force forces her to silence. Having froze in anticipation and easy confusion, Lucy and the adventure of Elma's adventures watch how Mrs. Snoo begins to blush without deciding to say the right word. Isabella Knights comes to the rescue. He reassures that there is no reason to be nervous. Everything will work out. She assures that Mrs. Snoo will cope, or she suggests to express her. Mim Lucy and the Elma adventure scener are overwhelmed. He feels inconvenience, and she only answers him with a light smile. In a moment, training begins nearby. The air is filled with loud exclamations and bells. Lucy Archian shines his braid and exclaims that this is the 4th time. Why is this happening? After all, everything is completely different. It is not repeated. Elma Adventurer explains that the prey falls out often, so it is not possible to get the desired object in any way. The forest clown falls to his knees, exhales and notes that although they really have learned to cope with them more skillfully, progress is obvious. Elma, an experienced adventurer, nods and agrees. This is true. They have studied his techniques and weaknesses well, and each fight is based on the use of the opponent's shortcomings. Lucy with a gesture makes it clear that he does not want to look songwriter, but not sure whether the textbook of skills will be able to get. Elma Traveler thinks and concludes that they probably have stocks left for only another attempt, since not only they are here, but also Mrs. Sono with Isabella. Even if these two now go back to the city, the dungeon is unlikely to disappear. If you pay attention to the scheme, you can see that the location of Mrs. Snow and Knight Isabella is several floors higher than that of Elma's adventurer and Lucy's clown. He believes that it is worth remembering that even more adventure seekers may appear here. Given the character of Kelt, you will not be surprised if he has already stoned all of him. Kelt is a guy with a long-tailed tail on his head and brightly painted with cheeks. After a short pause, the adventurer Elma notes that other adventurers may be able to get this book skills and transfer it to the store, and then everyone will be able to buy it. Lucy Mim notes that the grandmother's shop is too risky. She adds that there will be no success there. However, Elma Adventurer does not agree with this. He believes that the chance, though scanty, but still is. Their plan is simple. To go down into the secret dungeon, find a detachment of the Adventures of Braining there, get rare trophies after winning and sell this bow to the store. Hearing some roar from the stairs, it rotates to the other side. Lucy's clown is wondering what happened there. The adventurer Elma, casting a quick look at the dark stairs, confidently and strictly says he heard a cry. It comes to a desperate cry, and Lucy is a gesture to Elma. Whether they will find out what is happening. Suddenly the cry is heard for the 2nd time. Rising the stairs to the top, you find yourself in a spacious hall, where many wounded and exhausted men adventurers are running a fierce battle with Isabella. One of the opponents, covered by the rage, rushes forward with the sword. Isabella Knights skillfully reflects his blow and hit the enemy in the shoulder, cutting the skin to the blood. Miss Snizhna froze, watching the fight, and suddenly a new enemy appears behind. A sinister, he swings to weapons, with hatred of wishing her death. At the moment when he flies rapidly with her attack, Miss Snoo calmly returns to his direction, cleverly evades, and at the same moment snatches his weapon. At that moment, Isabella appears in the darkness. The guy with a moaning down, and the knight Isabella lifts his weapon and throws the adventurer from them in one devastating blow. The one who was injured in the shoulder is fiercely swearing and exclaiming that they were promised light prey. He admits with annoyance that everything is not so easy. All men, tense and stunned, protrude to the girls. Their faces are clouded. Some of them exclaims, indignantly addressing Mrs. Snoo, "A spoiled, self-assured aristocrat. Why did you at all stuck in this dungeon?" At the same time, the brave Elma and Lucy's clown are approached. The scene leads Lucy into full confusion. One of the adventurers looks around the leader sharply and exclaims that new adventurers have appeared here. Seeing them, the boss realizes that time to run. All his people, crippled and humiliated, rush to the side. All together the stairs are rising, and at this time others are watched by others. The brave adventurer Elma, the playful priest Lucy, the mysterious Knight Isabella and the good-natured Mrs. Snow. Adventures. Elma is wondering if these are the attackers shouted. It turns out that they did not need help at all. Knight. Isabella notes that they continue to remain difficult opponents. Mr. Snow expresses gratitude for their appearance, who scared the opponents well. Elma is wondering if they are robbers sometimes. Isabella, a knight, is responsible. By force, they are not inferior to seekers of the adventure of the rank C. She assures that while they have energy, you cannot worry about food. This is exactly how Lakens were created. She adds that these are those who have not managed to achieve anything and cannot leave the city at the same time. Meetings with such personalities are always a version, although they have been less and less happening lately. The Elma insured believes that he was in front of him with the adventures of the level C. Among the robbers are truly incredibly strong, some of the best in the whole world. But everywhere where the force is decisive, the bandits are hardly rising above the rank of C. Instead of attacking the aristocrat, it would be much wiser to conquer some dungeon. Elma's adventurer is amazed. How did they dare to attack the daughter of an aristocrat of such a high rank? Did you really hope to avoid punishment? Isabella's knight shrugs her shoulders. All bandits are the same, meaningless and short-sighted fools. With an annoying tone, she notes that these people seem to not pay attention to common sense. Their actions are directed only by greed, and they are indifferent to how senseless their plan is. Miss Snov turns to Knight's Isabella, noting that it really looks suspicious. Isabella has a confused look at the interlocutor, listening carefully to her words. Mrs. Snoo explains that from the very beginning they knew where everyone was, so they did not even spend a lot of time searching. It was obvious that they were all in this dungeon, no matter how cool. With a strict face, she states that they had some information, so something is wrong here. In other words, Isabella Knighty looks at her owner and, embarrassed, asks Snow Maiden, which all means. Snow thinks that these things got to someone else, and almost nothing is known about them. Everything looks as if it were intentionally adjusted. Probably someone hoped to get some benefits. Knight Isabella agrees with her, emphasizing that it is really so, and adds that she has already heard of something like someone else. She has wondered if it really means that she was only her. Elma, remembering a recent adventure, thinks that if they were a little delayed and had limited resources, they would hardly be able to cope with all five. The adventurer, Elma, notes that these hired murderers did not even try too hard. It may have been just some warning. She is interested in Miss Sono, whether she remembers someone who could decide. Night. Isabella rotates and notices Lady Snow begins to blush and shake on her feet. Panic occurs in the eyes of the lady, and even her relentless soul cannot understand what is happening. Isabella Knights warns him, it is not necessary to turn to the Lady of the Snow directly, because it is she who is the future owner of these lands. Elma is convinced that her ingenuity is not in doubt. However, shyness often interferes with a true leader, do you agree? The Elma mandriver realized that these people are not accidental strangers, but hired killers who hunt Mrs. Snoo. Someone wants to prevent her from leading her family in any way. He thinks and concludes that all this could well adjust another contender for the post of head of the family. He looks at Miss Snow and realizes that her look is too frank. His face is frowning. In his opinion, it was too suspicious to bring such inexperienced adventurers to the detachment when, against the hardened knights of Isabella and the brilliant master of Miss Snoo Hollard, bandits would be powerless. For them, this thing is to spit once. So it looked like a warning rather than a real need for reinforcement. For a long time he is silent, and then turns to Knight's Isabella, offering immediately to leave this place with Lady Snezhnaya. Isabella just smiles. His words were superfluous, because they were going to do so. She appeals to Mrs. Snow, urging her to follow her, but suddenly she is panic. A woman exclaims her leg. Mrs. Snow calmly and balanceedly points out that it is only a scratch, so you should not raise the noise. Meanwhile, Isabella Knight does not restrain indignation and splits the robbers. Suddenly, they hear from the top of the stairs, the muted voice of the robber leader comes. He desperately asks why all this happens, because he should not die. He repeats his unwillingness twice, as if trying to convince not only others, but also himself. Isabella Knights explodes with anger, and exclaims that he had the courage to return, so now she will show why he should run without looking. The bandit leader, noticing this, angrily exclaims that they are guilty of everything. Miss Snow and Knight Isabella rotate, covered by fear. A moment, and the leader of the bandits is already without a head that rapidly flies away. Everyone is frozen. They were horror. The powerless, the non-living body of the boss rolls from the stairs, and inside the giant mouth from which the blood flows, its head is visible. This is a monster roaring, threatening them. All four are taken for weapons and prepared for battle. A huge, ugly monster, a king of dreams whose darkness is deep like a night shadow, came out of the stairs. A huge, feathered monster with a long neck steps on the soulless body of the leader of the bandits and is crying loudly. In front of you is the owner of a dream named after the poetard. Its level reaches the 80th, and the physical power is truly impressive. Lucy's clown shudders with horror when Isabella asks in the night silence whether it is the Lord of Dreams. The adventurer Elma has eyebrows and murmur that the situation is already bad. He cry that the wandering king of dreams returned again. And the knights of Isabella, not understanding, asks why he was these wanders. Does it make sense at all to release the kings of sleep from their rooms? Adventure, says Alma. It seems that it is not like a casual mistake of bandits. On the contrary, it seems that he was released intentionally to attack Miss Snow. His gaze falls on the hand of the killed boss, and he immediately understands. It was a real attempt. A blood puddle spills around the body. The Sparg is the monster Haylord of the dream of a Sparg that has magical attacks. At that moment, the king of the poison sucks the blood flowing along his feathers. It will not be easy to attack this distance. The adventurer Elma is aware of this, but she also knows that the monster Potage, known as the King of Dreams, is not strong in the melee. The Trarge suddenly pushes his paws and flies up rapidly. Everyone around tense, quickly adjusts the weapon, preparing for any development. The adventurer Elma realizes that he is not enough to get to his opponent. Gestures can instantly reduce this distance, but Lucy's gesture has not yet reached the required level of skill. Monster Trarg, the owner of dreams, soars high in the sky, looking straight at them. Meanwhile, the adventurer Elma thinks that Mrs. Snow and Knights Isabella were accustomed to battle only closely. He concludes that she will simply destroy them one by one, so they are absolutely not ready for a fight. Elma from the adventurers team confesses that he is not too prone to gloomy thoughts, but this time he has doubts. He seems to be able to win here. This night, Isabella strongly acts forward, ignoring his words, and shouts that he was distracting the enemy on himself, while others have to immediately pick Mrs. Snow. Lucy and the adventure of Elma's adventure is a surprise, stunned by the unexpected courage of Isabella. Miss Snow sharply exclaims the name of Knights Isabella and interrupts it, persistently ordered to leave. He will be able to win for at least a few minutes. Monster Targ, a king of dreams, lifts his head on a long neck, inhales deeply, and a magical circle flashes near his mouth. The giant ball that appeared in front of him is called Wind Hunting. Right now, the Knights of Isabella is finally aware of the difficult situation in. She stands firmly on her feet, already preparing to beat the blow. It is at this moment that Elma's adventure seeker thinks about whether he really believes in his own strength and is able to repel this attack. Elma understands that the idea was unsuccessful. Instantly, before Isabella appears, the adventurers of Alma, covering it with his shield. In a moment, the stormy hunt disappears, dissolving in the air right in front of them. This adventurer elf explains that wind hunting has a directional effect, so the power of spell is small, and it is easiest to simply block. Isabella's knighty exclaimed that she ordered them to flee. She calls him a fool. The adventurous Elma confidently states that they will all come to battle. Her decisive words only inspire the team and give them courage. Isabella Knight is in surprise, hearing an unfamiliar word, and in the meantime Lucy and Lady Sono wary weapons, preparing for the attack. Elma Adventurer still points out that if it stands for at least a few minutes, it is quite possible for him to restrain her for more than 5. Meanwhile, the giant bird monster is already aiming at Elma. The monster bee lands just in front of them, lifting clouds of smoke and lifting around the scraped hum. With true curiosity, he carefully examines people. Isabella Knightka exclaims to the adventurer of Elma, who stands opposite her, that to challenge the king of the Trardian monsters for the second time, having only 80 levels, is an incredibly irrelevant act. She exclaims with frantic courage and rage that, as a knight of the Ghoulord family, he will not allow Mrs. Snoo to die. Elma's adventurer first silently watches this scene without deciding to answer. He also regrets that, unfortunately, her dear Mrs. Snow is unlikely to run somewhere. Knight Isabella turns to her Mrs. Snijano. The adventurous Alma shouts to Isabella, if she wants to protect the Knight Isabella, she will have to fight. He loudly calls on all together to oppose this monster. A Trard, a king of dreams. Isabella Knighta clenches her teeth from tension. Potard, the Lord of Dreams, wears ominously. She finally agrees. In the night silence, Isabella shouts that he will hate the brave Elma if something happens to Lady Snow. She hardly asks if he realizes it. Elma, filled with the spirit of adventure, smiles, while the monster of the Potard, the King of Dreams, roars louder and louder, forcing everyone to shake around and lose balance under the pressure of his mighty voice. The Dream King, a monster Potard, views everything around and then releases the Sylph Blade. From this unexpected attack, the adventurer Elma is strained, ready for danger. The waves are rapidly carried in their direction, and the desperate adventure of Elma's adventure is hastily escapes from a dangerous blow. Everything that somehow encounters this line is unclear. Even the massive walls of the dungeon do not withstand its destructive power. During the adventure, Elma suddenly realizes that it is almost impossible to avoid the impact of Sylph Cutter. The spell rushes at speed. Meanwhile, Isabella's knight again rushes to the monster, King Potard, and without holding back emotions, exclaims that the crucial moment has come. Suddenly, Monster Potard, the owner of dreams, sharply turns his head straight to the knight Isabella and notices her, from which the heart of a bold knight shrinks in anticipation. At the same time, when a monster gift, a king of dreams, attacks her, even not letting her answer, Joker Lucy and the adventure of Elma faded with horror, watching this stage. But suddenly, a snowy mist interferes with her unusual ability. It manipulates ice, using it for protection and for crushing attacks. The ugly creature, the owner of Patargi's dreams, returns to it irritably. At that moment, Elma's adventurers finally come. Mrs. Snoo is not just a craftsman, but a real knight of ice. She is a knight, capable of striking enemies with magic of ice at a long distance, and in the melee of battle skillfully possesses a sword. In his opinion, it is a really formidable class for those who can fight. He recalls that usually this class is only used to support, but not Lucy. It is immediately separated from others and rapidly breaks into the attack area. She flies up rapidly, finds herself directly above the king of the Potard, and, having shot a cry, with all the scope he embraces his weapon just in his back, solving all the throwing of the gambling bone. After the attack, she immediately recedes back and exclaims her success. Everything was not in vain if they continue to move forward. She notes that with each stroke characteristic, the monster Targa, the owner of dreams, gradually decrease. Lucy Clown watches with horror and uncertainly asks, "Is everything so serious if his strength has not decreased at all?" The charge is characterized by true endurance. Due to its incredible regeneration ability, only 6 in a row of perfect cubes are able to destroy it. The Sparg, a Dream King, lifts a loud roar and at a frantic speed rushes simply for the knight Isabella. The girl is horror. She instinctively retains back. Suddenly, the adventurer Alma strongly acts forward, raising her shield with alert. A powerful blow to Paw Monster Patarg, the Lord of Dreams, beats the shield that Elma keeps his last forces. Isabella's Dark Knight looks at the bird,